Off the door frame and onto Stound's head.
You get to carry the bomb now. G2 aren't here, guys.
When did Jimmy become the most popular guy in the room? Quiet approach. No challenge has been offered up by Maz, barring that one frag grenade, and that was early days, so 45 seconds. Ooh. Oh, little headbutt from Brolin. That's
that
gonna
works.
Yeah, give him a little room to work around this. Check it out. He's gonna come challenging around the side.
No
he can't
way.
just stare, but that's the thing. It draws him into the action. Device ends up getting the double kill. So great recovery from Device. Near lineup, out of Spinks.
The lurk here from 𝙑𝙑.
It's him versus 𝙁𝙍, still both over on A.
𝙁𝙍 knows that he's around here, but 𝙑𝙑 looks like he's outsmarted him a little bit, and there's time pressure. 𝙁𝙍 has to join the fight.
Let's see if 𝙑𝙑's able to blindside him or whether the CTs get the retake going first. 𝙑𝙑 taking his sweet time.
They missed the molly.
No way.
That's round done, unless...
He's turned. You've now at least got 𝙑𝙑 occupied. Jimmy's going to go down to the sight hold. Down goes the flank as well. And you know where Spinks was this whole time.
The best part about this lurk is
they actually let their guard off. And so he's going to keep the pressure up. There's no time to defuse this. Everybody settle down. But it's still cost effective. And excellence out of this flank from 𝙑𝙑, surviving even on 4 health.
Wow, close call. Nicely done from 𝙑𝙑. Looked a little scary when he got spotted, but the best part about that is that if he stays alive long enough, even if he doesn't get the kill right away, there's no way to exit. You know, you are there to fight. So this is like what Heroic did so well when they were in their prime, was with their double-layered lurks between Stound, 𝙑𝙑, they were able to always punish when they won rounds, making sure you could never save guns. So this is a brutal round to lose. But because 𝙁𝙗 handled things on the A site in round 5, they still have enough money to put something together. It's not a lot, and they might even consider just half investing. But immediately we see 𝙬𝙯 get all his nades, and they go in for full guns.
Now it's fine.
Shout out Device one time for being able to bring that back. It was effectively 3 versus 5. That smoke grenade that gets head bumped by Brolin, you think, is this the chance to shut down the attack? In reality, he kind of gets stuck within the edge of that smoke spam. Check it out, right? Limitations both sides. So this game is definitely teetering on a narrow margin. This round comes with an edge in the next for either.
Yeah, it's a half-defining moment for Mouse to get back on track, or it's just going to have to be one hell of a comeback. If their money gets crushed, 𝙬𝙗 recognize the opportunity. They come in slow. The calls have been solid. Good spacing. One small moment where there's not enough conviction on the swing towards the A site. It's actually Pimp who highlighted their lane takes being the weaker ones.
No water, my friend.
See if that comes back to be true yet again here in the 6th, but we do have a bit of a challenge queued up.
They're in the front door right now, but they don't have the bomb. And we've seen 𝙬𝙗 forget the bomb, actually, so it's not a small thing. What a view he's got here.
If he peeks
just
this,
peeping over from the neighbor's
if
place.
𝙁𝙗 peeks this, he's dead.
Waiting for somebody to walk it up, and sure enough, it almost catches him fully. Nice! No! Swings in, double kill. What a reaction to just snap over to stare.
Yeah.
Now the bomb is still incoming, but they don't know his 𝙁𝙗's crossed over into the cubby. But he's on 2 HP, so you wouldn't blame him if he doesn't peek. He will. Still loses the duel.
Can you lose this if
critically missed shot?
you
Because that could have been Brolin dead, and instead it's going to send Stound for the save.
There is a world where he runs to the other side. It's totally open, but like, yeah, the time is now completely gone. So Stound, will at least save the out in this spot. It's a good round for Mouse, but mostly because of Spinks, right? It's a moment where 𝙬𝙗 have actually a really prime location. They've taken over bracket
control. But they didn't watch short, I
this
think.
Mouse who make a mistake and peek
maybe
from
the short guy.
𝙬𝙑 doesn't get the kill. Then Spinks gets 2. And that's the individual skill shining through on Mouse.
Was just too good.
And also Spinks looking out for his team right there.
If there's one statistical anomaly between these two teams coming into this matchup, the beauty of it is that so many of the players are almost tit for tat right now, right? Evened out. You've got 𝙁𝙗𝙖 and 𝙬𝙗 at the top for 𝙂𝙍. You've got 𝙍𝙗 and 𝙍𝙗𝙗 at the top for 𝙬𝙗. But as you go down that board and everybody kind of cross paths, the gap is Cadian underperforming in contrast to 𝙁𝙗. Now, 𝙁𝙗, compared to recent events, this is slower, but obviously he is the IGL now. Spinx has replicated what 𝙁𝙗 did.
Oh,
And 𝙍𝙗 straight up going to find an opening kill through the smoke he pushes. Massive risk to run when you are playing the solo op. And the beauty of 𝙬𝙗, well, you've got a second guy who can op.
Yeah, and you brought up Cadian just now. He's got more HP.
Smoke is on point.
𝙁𝙗𝙗 is smiling somewhere.
Thing is, we've missed Cadian hitting shots a little bit throughout this event. Obviously, it makes sense to put it in his hands, to give that M4 as well, the rifle they just earned into Stounds. Perfect.
And CT is playing pretty far back in a spot where they're 5v4. Yes, it's still just an anti-force buy, but the sheer numbers can be a problem. I mean, Stare right now, he's just trying to be a thorn in their side, give them audio cues.
Yeah, that'll keep 𝙁𝙗𝙗 busy.
And yeah, he is close enough now to make some noise.
All good. 𝙁𝙗𝙗's going to hold this back.
Oh, he got by.
Kind of frazzles 𝙁𝙗𝙗 a little bit because you know that Tech9's gunning for you, but it can
Now
also
𝙁𝙗𝙗
allow
can.
the 𝙂𝙍 players,
Oh!
they should be able to just focus on Banana, but here we go. It's a fast run in. And all of a sudden, the site's completely clear, just like that.
Yeah, and there's no way to rotate. There's no way to rotate. There's no round here
They're
for
playing
𝙬𝙗𝙗.
good.
He's 1v4.
Really.
𝙬𝙗𝙗 crushed this one. That's the economy gone for 𝙂𝙍.
Really good.
Oh, what a great round. Dude, you could feel them just slowly creeping ever closer, and then
it's down
that pounce.
It's down save in the op last round that allowed them to get this in the first place. Brought that back for 𝙍𝙗 to make his brave pick through the smoke on Banana. And I think that 𝙂𝙍 actually, that's a mid-round where they needed to do more. You can be 5v4 is a massive advantage, you know, almost no matter how many guns are on the board. It's situational, but at the same time, when you see Inferno can end up being a 5v2 on one site with the next rotation being 6, 7, 8 seconds away, and then your lurker on A also gets a kill, of course it's a wrap.
I really like the way that Stare wasted no time getting up onto Arch and kind of did it loudly so they knew he was coming, but then quietly approached into Arch, and the moment he had to sprint over and switch sides, does it. Frazzles 𝙁𝙗𝙗, Tech9 comes running at him, guns him down, and the B players barely have time to react or adjust to CT because 𝙍𝙗𝙗's already on top of them, brings one with him, then that M4 earned by the early device peak also has a chance to impact the round. That is a massive swing moment for 𝙬𝙗𝙗 in round 7. That is one that could unravel the chances of 𝙂𝙍's defense here on Inferno.
Hate him or love him, these are LAN players, folks. It's a newer story for the Heroic Core, but even they have picked up their chips.
I do think that the 𝙬𝙗𝙗 love grew from yesterday to today, though.
Yeah, you know, the respect will be earned. You gotta give your fans moments. And right
Surely.
now, 𝙬𝙗𝙗 haven't won a playoff
Surely
game.
he
Well
goes-
said. Speaking of fans, Jimmy, a lot in the room.
One for
Here's the
one,
moment
at
he
least.
offers you.
Wow.
Well,
I still recommend being his fan after that.
Try again next time. Flashbang over to the small pit. That's going to interrupt
Not going
𝙬𝙗𝙗.
B.
It's got to be said, it's a death at least, right? Maybe not from
Okay,
Jimmy, but it
reconsidering.
is still Stound down.
That was a high-value target, but the gun can obviously go right into 𝙁𝙗𝙗's hands. But again, it's a still map here
Okay, going
from the
A.
CT side. They don't move.
Beautiful
Nice
play
call.
from 𝙍𝙗𝙗.
I
They're
mean,
both Arch,
you know,
no one side.
moving on a
Perfect
rifle
position
round.
for 𝙍𝙗𝙗.
is something
Perfect.
you want. Oh, 𝙍𝙗𝙗 just misses a small timing.
If he dies here, there's a chance 𝙁𝙗𝙗 cuts off mid. Cadian's walking up. It's just the 5-7, so it's all good. And Cadian seeing that could lead him to believe the rotation's already happening.
But they-
Guess what? Wouldn't be wrong. You've got 𝙬𝙗𝙗's rifle here in sight, and it's an uncomfortable amount of time to go back.
They have to go
𝙬𝙗𝙗's
A.
going to lock this in. And as long as he draws attention, we still haven't talked about Spinx. Oh, but they clear out both. And that is what they had to do in that moment with the little bit of extra time they had.
Nice
you could
try.
see the nightmare coming.
Yeah, and the T-side attacks,
But forgot
like
to
the way
pin
that
the
they
message.
try to scale, and it's not an
Let
easy
me
thing
pin
to figure out. Most good teams still go B most of the time. They are kind of struggling to have that chemistry when it comes to joining up on lane, peeking from halls, figuring out that timing. I think 𝙬𝙗𝙗's best A attacks are their arch splits. Those were the ones that, even versus the Mongols, one late flash in a moment where they were down on time, they still made it look like everything was on purpose. So another clean round here for 𝙍𝙗 in the end. I don't know. Getting boosted up on quad, it's, I mean, even 𝙍𝙗 will try to do that. But I just don't think it's as good as it looks as an off angle. It really feels like even as you swing, it's not that difficult to clear. It's kind of an awkward shot sometimes.
Hey, Tom.
What's that? They're the same picture.
Let's go, Tom Cruise. Of Counter-Strike. We have a Tom Cruise. I want Tom Cruise.
Well, this will be mission impossible for 𝙍𝙗, though. Winning this after beating the Mongols.
Say impossible, but it's looking good so far. 6-2 T side. Finally a chance for Mouse to all have rifles across the board with grenades. Nice frag down mid. Down goes device, dropped by 50 HP. 𝘃𝙗𝙗's looking to pounce. Mac-10's got the opening.
Great
it's
flash.
A man advantage for 𝙍𝙗 at a minute 35.
Every tactic is working.
There's no
if they play like this,
tactics and strategies for
any team
so
in grand final they face,
yes.
they can beat
I think
them
Dust
too.
also brought up, or Pimp brought up opening.
They can win this whole thing.
Opening duels, just how key that
but
is.
it's just not
because
a honeymoon
of 45
phase.
percentages. Well, 𝙍𝙗 has been coming up in spades.
They're looking really good at the moment.
Utility over the top. 𝙁𝙗 trying to set up Jimmy, who's next to him. Both players on short side. Smoke won't mean much.
Nice
Stare doesn't let his guard down.
Oh, Jimmy took a little too much time to peek, and
Lee.
it's not as skinny as he thinks.
Now, who threw that? You know, I want to talk about the analysts and what they brought up. Dustin highlighting that Stare's entry fragging has been superb. Well, there's a great example of it, getting past that two-man risk on a single side of A site. 7-2, near confirmed. And 𝙑𝙑𝙑, easy. 𝙑𝙑𝙑 dead, but the trades come out. Brolin's all good to try to go ahead and save. 𝙍𝙗 can definitely go for the hunt. They've got a bit of extra cash. What Mouse now need is some sort of a CT side.
Crowd's gooning for Jimmy.
How the hell you can
Look at me, Jimmy.
play so good after you lost to Heroic in that fashion?
Brolin afforded a save. All right. 5 rounds, best case for Mouse. Stare deserves a smirk because that double kill just got that A site unraveled. Oh my God.
Hey, he's been growing it out for 30 years.
Ooh, and the 𝙂𝙀 signature. Can we get a cheer for 𝙂𝙀, who is in the house?
He's in the
Shout out to
house?
𝙂𝙀 for coming, man.
Where is 𝙂𝙀? Show us 𝙂𝙀. Where is 𝙂𝙀?
He didn't play because he didn't want the easiest win of the year.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Would have just crushed it. It would have been spoilers.
Got to let somebody else have a turn. And right now it looks like the Danes. Here's that double kill. Yeah, doesn't let his guard down for a second. Spins around just in case there's a third. Never easy coming up through brackets when all those corners can be occupied by pesky CTs hiding. This is one of those rounds where it's not just the one rifle saved by Brolin, but some trinkets added. MP9, pistol here. A couple smoke grenades to try to slow it down. But it's 𝙍𝙗 playing with the pace. Nades have been nice, right? We've seen 𝙍𝙗 wounded on their approach. This one, not as bad as it's been, but still for something that's down has to handle. But again, it is, I think, in a moment where we've seen Mouse at times keep pressure up, Mohan, CT side not looking too interruptive. It's not really making 𝙍𝙗 have to panic or change ideas. It's just 𝙍𝙗 doing as they please, and Mouse trying to react well enough.
And CT side, you know, it should be easier to comp, but that doesn't mean you can just sit in place. Ideas are going to win this map, and you can see especially 𝙍𝙗 playing this well. Another careful approach.
Good find.
𝙑𝙑𝙑, and he's been solid when it comes to his lurks, picking his timings.
Going B stack.
The only reason 𝙍𝙗 are taking time right now is because Mouse are supposed to be making moves, but they're not.
So 𝙍𝙗 can just wait it out that extra second, make sure nothing's coming at them, and then do as they're about to. Step forward with a huge advantage into Spinks. Now he has 4 multi-kills so far this half. Not going to be one of them this time in round 10. More multi-kills than his entire team put together. Makes sense when you see him sitting at 12 and 8. It's the highest performing player.
Yeah, you don't want to see a vanilla setup. I mean, they're playing inside of halls, which is good. But on low-buy rounds, the thing is that it's applying to almost every situation at the moment. I think 𝙂 started off this game on the right foot, but are slowly communicating less. I mean, we should have had a Cyclone timeout for sure, I think, just to get the team talking. Even though we can't see how much they're saying,
Monday.
the way they move speaks for itself.
Right, yeah. It's
Welcome to the
stale.
stream.
A little stagnant. 𝘾𝙤𝙧, a free one to collect. The 𝙬𝙗 is going to get dropped off on T-ramp. And 𝙬𝙗 are content to just keep giving a little time at the start of the rounds to see that 𝙂 aren't making moves.
Who is this
The
guy?
signature of the Romanian community.
Two rounds left in regulation. 𝙬𝙗 breezing through this and
All
doing
right,
it
here
with...
it is. This is like when Mongols for a while, they weren't doing anything. Then they threw their bottom mid smoke late into the half.
Okay.
When it was time to make something happen.
Difference being
But
𝙂
here,
don't actually make a move behind it.
Not making a move behind it is still a move because you block vision. Now you can see that even when 𝙍𝙗's approaching, he has to come and clear out mid. But you're right, they can do more with it. They don't do any deep nades. There's no push here. There's no lurk lead off. Instead, they don't even have top banana control. 𝙬𝙗's taking everything again.
Yeah. It's like you throw that smoke, but at a mini 20, it's already kind of moot. You've already got 𝙍𝙗 who's cleared out the whole thing. This is the same amount of time that 𝙂s have played with doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Just this time they threw a smoke and then did
Can't
absolutely
hold
nothing.
this.
All due respect,
Yeah.
any team can set up like this. 2-3
But
to the
they
sights
are
on Inferno.
going A.
And that's the worry.
And right now with 𝙬𝙗, it's not as if they're picking a site and then running into it. They're gathering information. They're using lurks.
Now they are going.
And you can only bet on the other team being bad for a setup like this to work. So 𝙬𝙗, it puts him in a hard position. He's got to get an op kill, but now he doesn't have that many fallback spots. One flash and he's out of the round. He'll be in a retake spot.
He's got 𝙬𝙗 with him, who has an incendiary in hand, ready to drop that. And he, well, throws out the smoke first. So with the smoke grenade
Nice
down
timing.
at 35 seconds.
I mean, they have top bracket control at the same time.
They're gonna try
𝙬𝙗
to
know they
pop
have
it.
him on the ropes.
They put that frag grenade, try to give him vision. You're going to tiptoe your way in. 𝙬𝙗
Look at
takes
this.
it.
They have options.
𝙍𝙗's able to at least wrap over into Arch side, so now suddenly we're going to get this 2 versus
Last
3
second
inside
call.
A site. You've got that pit player waiting for the 𝙍𝙗 contact.
Time is a
Utility
problem.
thrown out. That's going to tell him where he's at. You've got a player still hiding sight. Critical pickup here from Spinks. Clock is going to be important. 7 seconds.
Oh, he can't find him?
Spams off.
No,
no
didn't get it.
bomb plant,
Okay,
so
okay.
you've cleared it. In the final few bullets of that spray, 𝙂s find a lifeline.
All right. 𝙬𝙗 hits his op shot. They go to A with not enough time left over. They make it hard for themselves. Yeah, there could have been the kill inside of Library. It's nice, though, from Spinks. Again, mechanically, individually, he's had a good half. I think that's his 13th. Very solid stuff. But I think this is one of those situations where you don't want to be outcome-oriented. I think if you're 𝙂s, you're given a gift on this round. You threw your bottom mid-smoke,
What the?
but you didn't fight for any information. Team takes bracket and top B every round versus you.
Don't tell me now my internet is.
That's a problem that you need to get rid of, right? That's the termite in your floorboard.
And so here we are at the end of the half, questioning 𝙂s' structural integrity. A gift given over sprinkles a third. You'd say it's not nearly enough, and you'd think if it's just 𝙍𝙗 kind of every once in a while going for this arch play, shouldn't be too hard.
Go find him.
Right, shouldn't be too hard to stop him. But again, it's 𝙂s looking like a shell of themselves.
Just
Jimmy's
double
2
push.
and 9.
Even if you double push and lose one player in the process, guaranteed a 1-for-1 trade.
If
You
they
get
get the
full info and
ninth
brackets
round,
back. You can make an informed decision.
they should win this. Don't.
Playoff
pass for
𝙬𝙗, the
that.
2024 featured all too often. 𝘾𝙤𝙧 able to get up through brackets with a well-timed flash. That took 𝙬𝙗 off his angle, led Spinks to be just feasted on. And a challenge around towards Arch in a moment. It's going to be pressure on Jimmy. He's got a teammate to work with. 𝙬𝙗 looks to come out through smoke. He kills 𝘾𝙤𝙗 at least, and 𝙁𝙗𝙗's able to hold. Good flash, 𝙬𝙗's blind. And 𝙬𝙗 with this defense takes man
2 versus
advantage.
3.
Doesn't mean the round comes with it. They're going to smoke off the support.
ISO 𝙁𝙗𝙗.
Quarter health on an AWPer back sight.
𝙁𝙗𝙗
Both
alone.
players missed their first shot.
Oh,
He
no.
nades himself. And 𝙍𝙗𝙗's able to just jump down on top of him. 𝙬𝙗's already got 2 kills in this round.
Wait a
and
second.
he gives himself a good smoke to try to work in. Third kill. And as he hunts that back sight, it's just 𝙍𝙗𝙗 left. That's the 𝙬𝙗 we need.
All right, you called on him, and they needed him. The 1v2
Clean
clutch
stuff,
on the A
man.
site.
Clean stuff.
Could have been pressed out to stop that bomb plan in the first place. Very well done here from 𝙬𝙗. Just that pressure through the smoke pushed 𝙍𝙗𝙗 into an awkward opportunity.
Insane.
4 rounds on the CT side is actually a good recovery, considering Astralis still set up and staged all of these last couple of rounds with the right amount of map control, put themselves in positions to win. One flash from 𝙁𝙗𝙗, I think, makes the difference when
Give me a
we have
second,
the
guys.
arc push
Give
come
me a
out from
second.
𝙬𝙗 in the first place. He even gets spotted looking
Fixing
the wrong way.
something. This is this.
𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗's here to win some fans back. No grudges held here.
Stretch to screen. Let's go. Don't buffer, please. Please.
I mean, this is a moment 𝙬𝙗 creates for himself. 56 health as he goes into that last duel. Doesn't even take a lick of damage after. So nice to see he can try to get those spirits up, because it was a struggling start to this half. But we are now looking at a Mouse who's recovered some. So we switch over. That's where the half ends. Oh, right to it.
There's a push down. Oh.
𝙬𝙗 and 𝙬𝙗, both of them up inside of balcony.
Whoa!
I mean,
Okay, Allen Iverson, what does that fade away? He can barely see a thing.
just bends the bullet around the edge, and it's a 5 versus 3 looking comfortable for Astralis. 𝙬𝙗 looks to disengage.
Getting out of there is a good plan.
Yeah, 𝙁𝙗𝙗 on the chase, bomb carrier behind him.
a
Third
T.
and last other player for Mouse is going to have his hands full, if that's even when the corner player peaks, but not needed. 𝙍𝙗𝙗, it has been nothing but clean USP executions, and that doesn't look like it's going to stop.
Wow.
Rock solid defense from the Danes in the pistol.
And we're seeing quality ideas on each pistol. It was the nades to kill 𝙬𝙗 over on B. On the T side, here's another perfect play versus the alt push. 2 players eating a flash, full blind the entire time. Now he's getting called out. I would go out on a limb and say they haven't won a single round that was, you know, strategically amazing. They've really only won rounds off the back of a couple of good moves from Spinks. A clutch out of 𝙬𝙗.
Couple of good moves from Spinks, a clutch out of 𝙬𝙗, and one time Astralis ran out of time.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, that's just no. So this is just simple. And already 2 rounds in, we're seeing more rounds of it. Makes total sense, but it's something that I think you're going to get more. The 𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗 interview that came out not long ago, where he said, we've got great players, but there's because far.
Yeah. Yeah, again, the Dallas qualifier game versus Heroic, that was the biggest problem. Running out of time, just looking like there was no IGL on the server. That hasn't been the story for the last 3 maps for Astralis here in playoffs. 10 rounds.
2025 was starting to look very bleak for 𝙍𝙗𝙗 up until that win over Mongols. Suddenly, it's
pressure. Like, this is the modern way, and I mean ultra modern. This is a really recent thing everyone's doing. But these nades, they're coming in from mid through the smoke with the help of it. It's Mongols who used it the most. But don't tell 𝙍𝙗𝙗 there are new HEs that you can use. And so look at the bit of map control right now. MOUZ are going to try to disrespect this quickly. Looks like a great idea.
𝙍𝙗𝙗 gets chipped away at, but he's certainly not the only player tagged up in this round. 35 health for 𝙬𝙗, and 𝙁 not going to make their approach any easier.
This is a win for MOUZ. They get, you know, well, the thing is, there's still only one over on the B site.
Easy cleanup for 𝘾𝙤𝙧, and he's just confident enough to peek off of that stare flash. And unfortunately, Spinx was just a bit ahead of this pack. 𝙬𝙗 also gets a chance to come in assisted. Along the front walls, 𝘾𝙤𝙧. And that MP9's looking good in his hands tonight. Jimmy, 2 kills to his name, 15 rounds into regulation. That is not the Jimmy you know and love. Struggling here on the stage in Cluj. And just looking to walk away, but already surrounded. 𝙍𝙗𝙗 will take 11 with a statement.
I was thinking that was a small win for MOUZ because of the map control, but if you look at it actually, they had 𝙑𝙑𝙑 staying on B, everybody else went over to the A site. So even though they feigned aggression over there, which is what you're supposed to do for MOUZ, 𝙍𝙗𝙗 simply don't fall for it. They have the better read, better setup, and they went in to take over bracket control because they know that 𝙑𝙑𝙑 can't make that move. And the glials are coming out for MOUZ. I think some timeouts could have come out a little bit earlier for MOUZ. And even after them, not really seeing the ideas get executed.
It's 10 opening deaths across the board for MOUZ. 5 of those 10, all Jimmy. Really just hasn't been a mainstay of these moments. That's not going to give him a chance to catch up on the scoreboard. At this point now, 𝘾𝙤𝙧 is just starting to have a little fun. And a 𝘾𝙤𝙧 who's having fun, that's a dangerous business. 𝙬𝙗𝙗, why would you be nervous?
Oh, 𝙑𝙑𝙑 gets one.
Oh, 𝘾𝙤𝙧 even.
Oh, this one's for 12.
It's just an off-peaking down mid.
I mean, it's a mid control that's paying off.
Dude, this
Why
round,
did MOUZ do that?
With all of that challenge, nets them 3 kills, just catching them at the top of ramp. 1 round ago, it's all the frag grenades. You had 2 players at less than 50 health, also, same position.
Are they running down mid? No, they're peeking from safe positions. They're just using the beginning of the round more effectively here.
Well, that's the minute 30 save.
Yeah, seriously, because if they don't, what are they going to do next round? Jimmy's going to be rubbing his 2 flashes together for the next minute. This is brutal. And it's actually refreshing to see for 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗, man.
Yes.
This game totally came down to 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗 for me. I think it vindicates that Mongols a little bit to see the fact that 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗 can do it again, you know, tomorrow.
And I think the most impressive part of it all is this huge uptick from 𝘾𝙤𝙧 as well. Because even versus Mongols, he was calling, but he wasn't farming. Not like this. 14 frags, right up there with 𝙬𝙗𝙗 at the moment.
Wait, if they're not going to save at 15 seconds, at least the site is open, but they're coming in with no flashes?
Easy trade frag, and that's going to take
10 seconds left.
All the steam out of it. He doesn't even have the bomb yet.
He can
Spinx has got to
still
walk
leave.
out for it. You could have,
Time.
but now you can't. You're done. You're toast. Lucky not to die after time. I mean, that. Tell me MOUZ haven't fizzled out.
Felt like that for the last 10 rounds. Look, everyone loves 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗 now. What happened?
Are we sure? Does everybody here love 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗? There's like one guy over here that's got the biggest boo. Other than that, I mean, the tides turn because I think at the end of the day, you just got to respect the Counter-Strike, and 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗 are finally playing a Counter-Strike that we can respect.
The last time that we were in Cluj was also probably the last time Astralis were good, so.
Well, it's a sight for sore eyes, I'll tell you that. It's a final attempt, perhaps, to get into this B site. Astralis came in with this Inferno pick, and we can see why. Frag grenade primes the peak. 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗, it's a singular kill and an instant fallback from the two other B site defenders. And if they really want to get wild, they could keep that pressure up. I mean, there's an off chance that 𝙑's disengage and start to head a different direction. The problem is 𝙁𝙗𝙗 actually stuck around and he's so little health. That's a great headshot, and on top of it, an extra bit of damage. And the CT doesn't know if it's just this one player left.
Yeah.
This is rocking the boat to B, and it's opening a door for 𝙑's over on A to get this T side back online.
I mean, yeah, Stairs already in the back of the site waiting. I mean, yes, at this moment, 𝙑's are taking their time to gear up for this A attack, but Astralis don't look like they have any plans to leave. And if they want to take all the time to push the top of Banana, then things get a little weird for 𝙑's, but they're moving with time.
Yeah.
Stair, surely he just gets one and dies.
Somebody's going to trade, and that's if it's even needed, but it's just going to be Spinks on high alert as everybody started to clear out pit. That's a good job by 𝙁𝙗𝙗 to not be afraid when sitting on 30 health, to at least take some kind of a look at the B site and peel a player off. Even better. Definitely opened up the possibility of 𝙑's to have any kind of T-half on this first map.
Give it up for 𝙑's. They're back in the game.
Pendulum swings ever so slightly.
It's like, at least put on a show. Show yourself that you have a chance in the next maps, because right now I don't think they're really believing.
True.
There's plenty of in-game leaders
and again,
on.
with the quality of players and the system that was functioning a month ago, you know what I mean? There's still so much of this team left. It's the only thing they changed was Spinks, who is the firepower upgrade that they were looking for.
Yes, sure.
So there's really no excuse to have at least a baseline level performance here.
But what it always boiled down to was 𝙑's playing great in group stage, getting to a playoff stage like this, and then individually, statistically, falling off and disappearing. And a question will still remain as we watch this, and that question is that 𝙍𝙗𝙗's fault?
No. I mean, I don't even think there's an argument for that.
Any kind of a roster change that would have happened with 𝙑's was meant to take them to grand finals and win.
The reason we talk about 𝙂𝐼 today is because 𝙍𝙗 brought Gamer Legion to the grand finals of Paris. Brought the best out of him in the early part of his career. And then what did 𝙑's do? They got him back.
So here we are in an all too common looking 𝙑's situation, but at least Spinks is currently being that guy. 16 frags to his name, and an early man disadvantage for Astralis to have to handle. Sounds easy. Convert the 5v4. 𝘾𝙤𝙧 leans out, grabs that AWP, won't find anything on brackets, but there's also the question as to whether Astralis will just start to shell up. If they keep some kind of pressure up, that's how they're going to clip somebody outside of this A-bomb site.
Can they throw this lead?
We'll keep a
Can
close eye on
Astralis
𝙑's as they start to
mess
make
this
moves
up?
again. We've seen 𝙁𝙗𝙗 left here on Banana. Looks like it's going to be 𝙬𝙗𝙗's role this time. And it looks like that presence in Banana is enough to keep Astralis with majority on the wrong side of the map.
I think the molly behind the smoke right there for Astralis really shows how scared they are of the B site. 𝘾𝙤𝙧 seeing the R-trap smokes, wants to get in the middle of this. Oh, misses.
Shot. Won't be able to miss twice, so he'll stop 𝙁𝙗𝙗 in his tracks.
Oh, wait a second.
But all
this
the
is a
while, everybody
crazy
runs
move.
up short side, and 𝘾𝙤𝙧 tries to chase them. Not going to bode well for him, and they've effectively, yet again here in round 18, just out-rotated a man disadvantage defense.
And this is where 𝙑's have to say, it's never too late. Like, it's never too late to play well. We're talking about MR12 now. This is effectively another 6 rounds that they've got to win to tie up. Every team at this level have seen themselves win 6 rounds in a row versus hard competition on stage. That's not a question. It's really just a matter of knowing that you don't have any leeway. Every mistake is just that much more stressful. 𝙑's could absolutely get over that. We've already seen them play better than this, and that's the only thing that we're talking about now. We've seen fantastic comebacks here at Cluj. In fact, actually, it was Astralis yesterday who made 2.
Step by step will be this 𝙂's journey. Scary thought to think they'll have to do this without Jimmy online. He is still 3 kills into the game. We've at least had 𝙬𝙗, the other player struggling for 𝙂's, have that clutch. You know, he can tap into his recent memory for a moment that proves he can improve within this first map of a semifinals. Jimmy yet to have that moment.
Yeah, didn't see him getting involved as much here during this timeout. We've got 𝙁𝙗. 𝙂's deliberating a little bit. They might already have the plan of action. So 2 good rounds here for 𝙂.
Smoke in the middle, frag on top of him. Stuns him for a second as they try to approach 𝙁𝙗. 𝙑𝙑's gonna have a moment through the fire. Rolling.
That's another entry.
Just sprinting through the frag and the flames.
Somehow pulled that off, even on his HP.
Wow.
And again, it's the quick adjustments. And in the past couple of rounds, been an overcorrection to try to get over B. But because 𝙂's take a top banana control, it's been too hard for Astralis to get that piece of map control back. But again, when they've been at their best, when they reclaim mid in that situation.
How many of these B leans have, though, create a pattern that Astralis are going to tap into?
I think now 𝙂's have Astralis a little confused. Last 2 rounds, they ended up going late back to the A site. 1 person there. Now, there isn't the over-rotation of B. 𝙂's looks like they've conditioned them a little bit. Brolin setting up with these entries.
Grenades come down from 𝘾𝙤𝙗.
No
Frag
tag on the
grenade now,
molly.
all that he's got left. Would have loved for that to have really connected, but it's just a bit of chip damage on the 2.
And
rotations coming over. Astralis going to try to stack this before the full-blown execute comes out. And honestly, the timing here looks like it could still come up Astralis. You've got Device in the front, Brolin dead. And already that bomb starts to run away at 30 seconds. So now the question will remain, can Astralis rock back a second time?
Yeah, this is a good move.
Inside of this A site, we do have Stair just locked into his corner.
Jimmy's the key. He's only got 3 kills.
And right now, Jimmy over on Arch side, he's waiting for some kind of a rotate. Oh, big pickup from Spinks, and then out from the corner, but the bomb goes flying. That bomb went soaring into the middle of the site. It gets picked up just in time. 𝘾𝙤𝙗 1v2 queued up. Smoke's gonna cover Jimmy on the follow-up, and then that frag forces him back. 𝘾𝙤𝙗 catching his breath for a second.
Oh, if he thinks it's pit, I mean, how are you gonna get back into this? Going for the long round here. This is crazy.
Smoke grenade that was on Moto has now faded out. Oh, 𝘾𝙤𝙗, do you think you can get this? Because he's going to have to somehow scoop up a kit while he does it. Bombs past the halfway point. No chance.
Nice.
There's Jimmy's 4th frag of the map. And it's a big entry moment from Spinks as he clips the wings of the guy over in Library.
Yeah, killing the site player on 20 HP. It could have been 2 and just 1 extra bullet to end the round and end the map right there, but they narrowly escaped. But this is still a great call from 𝙂's. It's great use of the map here. It's great use of the entries out of Brolin. He's been a stud when it comes to opening up the B site on these rifle rounds. And even though there's tons of time pressure, they keep their cool.
And these gun rounds just keep coming from Astralis. No one said this comeback was going to be easy, but 5 rounds the difference, 12-7. And now we've got Device, the front runner of 𝙁𝙗. Tries to get a snapshot in, doesn't connect. 𝙬𝙗 continues to test these 𝙁𝙗 corners. And all these rotations towards B, whether it's the right site or the right time, has been coming down to 𝙂's more often than not, getting this early 𝙁𝙗 control.
Device has such a clean scoreline this map, and I think prerogative number 1 here for 𝙂's is just avoid him.
Well, maybe it's a good thing he did rattle off 1 bullet.
This is an interesting way to balance the map, though, because they keep the op on the B side. Now they don't need 3 riflers. Problem is MP9, at least it's in a good spot. But Astralis, I mean, this is the map that Astralis were creating versus 𝙂's. Astralis have let off the gas pedal when it comes to aggressive map control. They're losing 𝙁𝙗, and this kill now Jimmy's 5th.
That's what he needs. Takes over Apartment's control. Stair not going to be able to have that as an anchor. We've got separated 2v2s. 𝘃𝙗𝙗, everybody dies inside this A site with nothing to show for it. You have given 𝙂𝙗 enough runway for them to have upticks in performance. Even Jimmy getting online. But it has to be noted, Spinx towering at the top of that scoreboard for the 𝙂𝙗 side, and Brolin's able to slip up to just try to keep all this money low, because the money's been flowing still for Astralis, but if Device can't hang on to this AWP, then we are looking at a 𝙂𝙗 4 rounds from overtime, and an Astralis that economically is wobbly.
Brother
Again,
is dead.
echoing the desk, talking about the opening kills.
He's done.
It's basically been all about the T side. Op goes down, 4-round game here for 𝙂𝙗. They're starting to wake up. So it was opening kills for Astralis on T side, now it's opening kills for 𝙂𝙗 on their T side.
This was 4 consecutive round wins off of the pistol for the defense.
Do the poll,
Now
guys.
we're at the point in the match, even if Astralis win, at least 𝙂𝙗 have earned some dignity here.
Check the
They
poll.
showed that they can play
chat.
well and keep up.
And a well-earned reward. We've got USPs. No longer are Astralis going to be able to keep pressure on middle. This time it is just that deep smoke and nothing really behind it. I say that though, obviously they've just got so little that a little USP flood could damn well catch someone off guard. Spinx cheats his way ahead of that smoke, so he could be the prime victim for this 5-player bracket setup.
Yeah, but if no one smokes banana at all.
Well-placed nade, that'll help. Soften up the numbers, that's going to serve as the activation, and it's a good chance that Spinx is about to farm. USP is going to end him, Jimmy's here to help out, and between him and Brolin, all is good. Op grabbed, it's 2 deaths versus USPs. It's not a horrible place, but we are getting deep into this regulation, and so a couple kills matter not. 3 rounds from overtime for 𝙂𝙗.
Rounds like this are just a formality for 𝙂𝙗. They just have to get them done. Doesn't matter how they win them. They just have to chew through the rifle rounds. Astralis will take their 3rd and final timeout. Probably comes at a good time here. This will be their healthiest buy. I think the key for Astralis is actually in halls, because if they have, right now they're having trouble losing banana control, and if they can win banana control because 𝙂𝙗 will probably be aggressive. But if they have halls, they have a late round option to punish the rotation back to mid. They have a way to safely stay in boiler and listen for a lot of stuff and fight bracket. And just that alone will help the rotations on the rest of the map. Right now, if they want to keep fighting banana early and losing, I think that's going to be the biggest issue. That's what 𝙂𝙗 should probably keep going back to, because they seem to have all the answers over here. But Astralis are a lot more timid in these last few rounds.
Trying to get their grenades down banana again, but not quite on the mark. Xerxon trying to get his impact in this map. It's a late start to the game like everybody else, but quick crossover to the sandbags. Jabby has taken a ton of damage to get this position.
1 nade and
he's
he's
supported,
dead.
of course, by another 2. It's down with the bank nade. It's chipping away at Xerxon to try to even out this gunfight, but he actually peels off away from it.
It's the first time they've actually won it, and they keep eyes with Device. Xerxon takes some utility damage as he falls back. Device up to the plate.
He's going to let the first 2 cross over towards Arch. This rotation's going to be on high alert. We've got both oppers holding this angle. 𝘃𝙗𝙗 turns.
Oh, he runs through the molly.
Gets him. Then Stair doubles back. Can't hit the shot. 𝙂𝙗 have control. 𝙂𝙗 have this site under wraps. Just as Device has to turn to deal with a completely vacant Arch, that's when 𝙁𝙗𝙗 walks up middle and wins the op duel.
I think he also ran through, he has taken no damage, but there was a piece of utility that came down a bracket. I thought it was a molly. Maybe he was just in front of it. But that's the play that needed to be made. That was the best start to the round for Astralis so far. They got banana control, they got utility damage, but no kills.
What a nice fast move though from 𝙂𝙗. Yes, okay, Astralis got banana. It's why we see 𝙂𝙗 rock back. but they didn't waste a moment. And they found a gap on that A site in arch side, right? If there's anybody in library a little earlier to even spam through a smoke, then suddenly 𝙍𝙗 doesn't have to worry about Moto. But it's his caution to Moto that literally gets him killed as his counterpart tiptoes up mid.
I think there were two ways to interfere with this, and that was 𝙍𝙗 going wider earlier on after the push on Banana was won to make sure he's in position first to peek into middle. Then 𝙁𝙗 has to either fight him or they have to go through brackets utility just to win the space back. And the other option, again, I'm going to say it, is 𝙁𝙗's. It's a little bit underserved right now. Jimmy has got one kill there, and since then they really haven't tried to fight back against that. That's a spot where it could have been effective to fight versus Boiler again. If they had 𝙁𝙗's control, 𝙍𝙗 wouldn't have been worried about an op sitting in that position. And they had peaked it early, but that's all they did.
Impressive nonetheless of how this ends. 6 rounds straight for 𝙂𝙗 to get to 10. And they've got first blood, but it comes at a cost. 𝙬𝙬𝙘𝙧 joining forces to keep the pressure on Banana. It is a sea of smoke grenades. They can't see Jack. And yet they're still able to claw player off. 1 round from a win. Yes, you have allowed for 6 rounds to slip by, but 1 is all they need.
All right, now they're moving forward with these top Banana protocols, and they're going to go for the fast clear. Obviously see nothing in this spot, but now it's a race to A.
And that race looks like it's going to get won by 𝙂𝙗. 𝙍𝙗 can drop his utility. He's going to try to reposition here right ahead of a hit. Got to be cautious about the apartments. That's where Jimmy's at. Jimmy gets tagged and taken down. 𝙍𝙗 concerned in all directions.
Used a lot of ammo.
We gave him praise for the big stage experience, but surely he can't hold this site alone. And that's why it's going to take 𝘾𝙤𝙧 to step up and hold off on Arch. And that could damn well be enough. But 𝙍𝙗 doesn't see it coming. Spinx has been shining alongside 𝙁𝙗. And that is both players inside A with a bomb plant. But unbeknownst to them is where 𝘾𝙤𝙧's gotten off to. And so as he waits for Stavn to come and join them, this is a 2v2 queued up. Now man advantage 𝙬𝙗. It's got to be the clutch from 𝙁𝙗. And I love that he plays up inside that smoke. They're going to approach, not knowing where he's at. He peels back, gives them space, but that gives him a little time and an element of surprise. They line up. He gets out. He peels off the first. Down to 16 health. He draws the second player at him. It's a tap on top of the bomb, but 𝘾𝙤𝙧's got to get the kill, and he will not. 𝙁𝙗 drops the Hungarian Warhammer, sits them down in round 23, and this regulation goes the distance.
Oh my God. Was that a moment where there was no kit to pick up even in this spot? Backside plant. 𝙁𝙗 peels all the way back. Total read from him to assume that this tap will come in. Dangerous position to play everything on the line, but it's the right move to make. 𝘾𝙤𝙧 can't believe it.
Forces 𝘾𝙤𝙧's hands. And Astralis have allowed this to go 24. Banana control, such a key component of this 𝙂𝙗's T-side comeback. And they will start with it again. Why not? Brolin boiling over with confidence as him and his team have so effectively taken this portion of the map. And it's a little bit of a change-up. If Astralis want to try and take it, like we saw 1 round ago with Stavn and 𝘾𝙤𝙧 pressuring smoke, well, they will be stepping forward into a stacked position. And that bomb is so ready to go, but the smoke will make them wait.
I kind of love the idea for 𝙂𝙗, and as we can see, with Astralis are leaving at the moment, this would be one of their rarer options, just a straight B after their B control, not messing with the rest of the map for once. The conditioning on this comeback has been fantastic from 𝙂𝙗. A far cry from what we saw over on their CT side. But now the info goes back the other direction. No one spotted.
But I mean, it's pieces.
Again, no one in
this round
halls,
matters
and
a
so
lot.
Astralis actually have to still tie up resources.
It's pieces moving on both sides. Yes, we see a little peek down mid in a moment, but it's
Nice
just jamming to
fall.
throw a flash for 𝘾𝙤𝙧, and that is the core of this B-site
On
defense.
point.
A flash thrown that he can't even capitalize on because he is blind and smoked off. And so 𝙂𝙗's have earned a position inside this bomb site. And then retake utility, well, I'll say it, it looks still good enough. It's going to be a 5 versus 5 retake for overtime. That is what 𝙂𝙗's fight for. 7 rounds straight and an 8th needed. All they have is that flash, so you know it's going to be guns in the hands of 𝙂𝙗. And here it comes, grenades first. 𝙬𝙗 leaning back on Nubox. He's weakened down to half health. Jimmy's got a double. It has been so quiet from him. 𝘃𝙗𝘼, the only player to get anything going.
Crazy comeback. Crazy.
1 foot.
8 rounds of a
Cinema.
comeback.
1 foot in front of the other, and 𝙂𝙗 have made it all the way to overtime on the stage versus 𝙬𝙗𝙗. And you can see the stress in Jabby's eyes. So close,
Guys
so
doing a
many
poll
times
again.
in those 7 rounds. But just like 𝙂𝙗 were asleep at the wheel in the first half, 𝙬𝙗𝙗 let off the gas. They stopped making their info plays that even netted them some of the early CT rounds.
What a phenomenal instance of staying composed for this now led by Brolin 𝙂𝙗.
I'll give it up. That was a great call over on B.
Fast one. No time to stop tempo. Straight to Banana. Into the gunfight. 𝘃𝙗𝙗's first. Brolin's going to chase it down. And he's got them right there on the edge. Now, he was just an inch away from a second, but the third player steps forth. And that will cost him a double casualty at the expense of 𝙬𝙗𝙗. Brolin wants more. And as he smokes off that CT cross, he has them playing a guessing game. And guess who's not missing?
Okay.
𝙁𝙗𝙗
Clean.
just empties out this bomb site. Stairs not going to get contact as he opens up smoke. Would have loved to catch them off guard. It's a full-blown hit with a full-blown 𝙂𝙗𝙗. And I can't believe it, but this is 𝙂𝙗𝙗 to take a lead.
Wow, this is the biggest chance for 𝙬𝙗𝙗. I bet they could see grand finals coming up when they hit match point in the fashion that they did. And even allowing 𝙂𝙗𝙗 to make some kind of comeback in the first place was already a mistake. 𝙬𝙗𝙗 missed some opportunities by 25 damage, 1 or 2 seconds, over and over again. But 𝙂𝙗𝙗 minimized mistakes. They didn't worry about the fact that it all rested on 1 or 2 bad deaths. They gave time to Jimmy to wake up. He's on 10 kills now. And 𝙬𝙗𝙗 with all the money in the world try to get in the face of the banana control again, but they can't stop Brolin. He's been fantastic, especially as the entry here on the offense.
Banana has just been the key to this comeback. 𝙬𝙗𝙗 have tried different looks, they've tried different tempos, they've tried to pressure it with utility. But you're not keeping 𝙂𝙗𝙗 out of this position.
Now, their 𝙬𝙗𝙗 are not participating in their full range of options. They still are focusing on what 𝙂𝙗𝙗 want to focus on in the beginning of the round. They want to win aggressively with utility, with their peaks on Banana, but they aren't beating Brolin out, and they refuse to. Again, there's a vacuum of space. If you've got T's pushing Banana with supporting utility window flashes and 2 players behind, there are other parts of the map that are weak, but 𝙬𝙗𝙗 are really not exploring them at the moment.
True.
Double up setup here for 𝙬𝙗𝙗 in the second round of overtime. Didn't see this back in regulation.
That takes the edge off. I think always the biggest benefit of a double op setup if the other team doesn't see it coming. You know, if it's like the Mongols, you know, they might just start it off in the beginning of a CT half. Most teams aren't doing it in MR12 because it's just too expensive. But if you are in a team that does it very often and you've got a hybrid op like 𝘃𝙗𝙗, and especially having the game he's having, one op shot can grant you another op shot on the other side of the map because the other team is going to let their guard down. In overtime, where you just need the 1 round, it's a great time to do it.
Nice one from 𝘃𝙗𝙗 to start it.
Nice opening.
𝙬𝙗𝙗 could have had vision, but we've got Jabby to press out. Oh, fight on the smokes. Both players coming through smoke at the same near time. Frag? No.
That was too far.
Off the mark. They're going to go for a boost instead. You've got all of 𝙂𝙗𝙗 knocking on this B site. Not even a chance for 𝘃𝙗𝙗 to reposition without getting blind. That's a big pickup. Collateral. And as 𝘃𝙗𝙗 tries to go back, Spinks is bested. Still, he's going to lock this in. 𝙬𝙗𝙗 using 𝘃𝙗𝙗𝙗 down from backside. I'll say caught by the timing of the execution, and still they're able to succeed.
𝙂𝙗𝙗 through their full range of utility up there at the top of Banana, but the only difference is it wasn't a rifle versus Brolin. Brolin has consistently outdone every single player that has come to try to fight him here. And 𝘃𝙗𝙗's been having a great map. The collat and this spray from Stound's actually great as well. Sometimes mechanically he has bad moments, but here it is. 𝙬𝙗𝙗 finally get their rounds after 8 in a row from 𝙂𝙗𝙗.
Oh, there it is. Utility to a T.
Airstrike.
It's another situation where winning saves everything. You know, even if you let the comeback take place, you won't be bitter if you closed. They've looked death in the eyes here at Astralis in this game. And you can see it on 𝙍𝙬's face. Now they know they have to do it the hard way. But if they do, they'll at least win some confidence back.
Sitting here with 8 volt.
Oh, all right.
That internal timing to a T.
You see what one kill does as a difference? 𝙍𝙬's sitting out here at a minute. When's the last time they did that on B?
𝙍𝙬 would have just seen a shadow, so they're going to be careful about a bracket's presence, but that's fine. He's supported. Balcony's being held. In fact, they're dropping utility now, Astralis. At the 50-second mark in a 5 versus 3, you have no excuse to lose this. And you'd think 𝙍𝙬 hits this shot every day of the week. They're going to come at him. He could see that util coming out from over top.
Perfect
He
dodge.
will bring one down, right? That's really all he has to do. You've got an additional defense layered up. A little awkward. Stair falls. 𝘾𝙤𝙧𝙀 slides out with the second 𝙁57 in hand. 𝙁𝙗𝑚's going to try to get him and will. This is a 1 versus 3 with a single kill found. Stavn can try to keep the pressure up. He's going to come through that smoke. And now 𝙁𝙗𝑚 knows it. A second. No way he's able to get a second clutch.
That's a massive risk from Stavn.
Smoke back over to the Moto side. Doesn't know which end of this bomb site does the retake come in. He's ready. He's ready. He's ready. And as he holds the timing, when's it going to come? 𝙍𝙬's out there taking his sweet time. And now he's making sound.
No.
And 𝙁𝙗𝑚 drops the ball.
After all that time.
Cinema. Absolute
He
cinema.
seems so confident right there. It was lane, but 𝙍𝙬 somehow found a way to be patient in a moment where there was nothing left to look at. Just in case 𝙁𝙗𝑚 came back to clear him. And he still had the advantage in the 1v1 in the end. He's already got a massive clutch this map, but he couldn't pull off the 1v3, maybe even bigger. Stavn nearly sells this round by trying to push through the smoke before 𝙍𝙬's in a position to trade or get involved at all. He's still very far away. Oh. Yeah, that's frustrating, but the game still continues. Still only a 1-round lead here for Astralis.
They swap over. 16 for the win. Ssirtian first blood. Oh, that's so smooth.
Woo, what is that move?
Talk about slick. Well, the fallback not so clean.
Job's done. Okay,
Right?
2 players left.
Is it though? Is it? 𝙍𝙬 and Stair could get this man advantage attack into the B site.
They do just want to go through this.
Right?
I think they have a feeling there's only one person here for now.
Thing is, 𝙁𝙗𝑚 gets in position fast enough, doesn't actually open the smoke up. Flashbang should flying them on the approach. Brolin's been found out. They're going to try to close that distance. Brolin's trying to serve up a distraction while this boost comes forward. Stair's going to kill the player backside. And then he gets into cover.
Stair can clutch.
Now he knows there's got to be 2 more on this cross. He's got so much time. But that flank up from Banana, he reads it! And he's not able to get the spray down.
Right.
It's a 𝙑𝑠 that swarms and ties the game at 14-all.
Man, who's better in the chaos than 𝙬𝙗𝑚 in moments like that? That car fight was extraordinary. Perfect moves around those barrels. Tie game, this one's wide open.
Game.
Good to see them going back and forth as well. Finally, instead of both teams just streaking rounds.
Brolin with the flashbangs, has to be said. And Jimmy slides up, surviving on 14 health. Anybody's map. Now it's smoke popped open bottom. Banana 𝙍𝙬 is going to capitalize on that one. Can they even escape? 𝙍𝙬's trying to keep the pressure up. Frags come back at him. Oh! Space is here.
Well handled.
This is an aggressive stance from 𝙑𝑠, and you know what? That is what we didn't get in regulation at all. We switched sides, Astralis to the defense, and we saw what it should look like. You can't tell me that 𝙑𝑠 haven't been inspired by that when they finally get back to the defensive half of overtime.
No, absolutely.
They have signed up for these fights,
Oh.
but just because
Big
you
clear.
sign up doesn't mean you win. Bomb
No.
dropped.
Oh.
𝘬𝙑 gets that bomb drop short. 2 critical kills that, yes, could have opened up that rotation. rotation. Bomb gets stuck in a little bit too far forward. Both of them, same line.
Can he clutch?
𝙍𝙗𝙗, this would have to be a miracle. This would have to be so sharp. But it's just too much of an ask. And now 𝙍𝙗𝙗 has almost recovered his score. Do you remember when he was like 2-12?
Yes.
14-18
Yes.
as 𝙂𝙗 secure a lead and a second overtime at least.
He characterized it perfectly. Like, look how deep 𝙂𝙗𝙗 are on Banana. No more vanilla play out of them. They're taking matters in their own hands. Both teams turning up now on their CT sides.
It could have
almost
gone.
brings this one back. If there's if Stairs aware of that, they could actually make this a B play. But instead, the Hall's Peak comes out, drops the bomb. And 𝙬𝙗𝙗 will have to do this.
𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗's going through. Dangerous game, but not bet by Resistance. 𝙁𝙗𝙗 happy to lean
don't
this
dry
back.
swing.
Oh, sitting duck.
Why the hell
He
did you
wanted
dry
that
swing?
fight too.
𝙁𝙗𝙗 gonna have 𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗 calling from the
15-14.
sideline in the final round of overtime.
The full commit does not pay off, but they do have the ability to upgrade.
Yeah, Device leans forward, extends those arms, grabs that rifle. Still enough utility to try to blanket this bomb site, but who's gonna be standing here? It's 𝙬𝙗𝙗.
Pushing
And it's
smokes.
𝙁𝙗𝙗 in the back of that bomb site, the most clutch player for 𝙂𝙗𝙗 throughout this series so far.
𝙬𝙗𝙗's
These are
only
the
got-
two highest rated players for 𝙂𝙗𝙗 coming into this semifinals.
𝙬𝙗𝙗 has to reload.
And so he's gonna need 𝙁𝙗𝙗 to step it up first, and he'll do exactly that. Fresh magazine off of the coffin, and the 𝙬𝙗𝙗 camp down to just two players. A full house for the defense. 𝙬𝙗𝙗 hate watchers.
What a
feast.
comeback.
8 rounds of a regulation comeback and an overtime win for 𝙂𝙗𝙗.
Insane.
This is a 𝙂𝙗𝙗 who may have lost the head of their camp, but a recovery, resilience, and a win in the first map of this series on stage.
What a comeback, man.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
Portal damn mouse, yeah. Lord, bro. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Insane comeback, to be honest. And how can you not close that game if you're 𝙬𝙗𝙗? There were so many chances.
They're gonna try to open it up to 𝙬𝙗𝙗, but 𝙍𝙗𝙗, triple kill.
The Danes of 𝙬𝙗𝙗 are constantly battling demons, but with more games together and a better understanding of how they want to play, they make another playoff run.
Not their strongest map and being punished for it one by one. They fall and it looks like a team nade. JDC's fate for this final round. It's not feeling good for Big Clan. A 2-0 𝙬𝙗𝙗 in their campaign for playoffs completed.
It will take a bigger team performance for them to reach the expectations.
Device from behind, and there we have it.
Oh, okay. I like it.
Now is their chance to do it.
Vamos.
Well, what a start to the semi-finals today in Cluj-Napoca. A crazy comeback from the mentality monsters
Only
of 𝙂𝙗𝙗𝙗. A sentence I never thought I would say in an arena, but here we all are. Guys, let's start breaking it down on the desk. I mean, are you not entertained?
Man, that was a wild one, dude. I mean, that was looking like a good old-fashioned ass whooping is what we call it in southern United States, okay? I mean, they look like roadkill on the side, man. Mousesports looking so timid, getting nothing. Jimmy, their trusty anchor, separated from the ship, looked like he was rusting on the ocean floor, man. Like, they were just getting nothing done in this first half. Astralis, meanwhile, everything they could have possibly won out of the half was going their way. Stare, beautiful entries, great aggressive, up-tempo play style, constantly finding rounds on the board. But then, Richard, it happened. The international sign of choking. The rounds were slipping. And they forgot there's EMS personnel available in this stadium right now that could have helped them.
Yeah.
Me, actually.
Yeah, it turns out. But you're all right with the Heimlich maneuver.
Yeah, you know, whatever needs to be done. But anyway, Pimp, like, what happened there?
I mean, I could be really mean because I was going to say appropriately because your career's been on life support. But, ayo, we move over to Pimp now.
Yeah, I mean, that was a game of T-side, to be completely honest. You know, a fantastic comeback, obviously, coming in from 𝙂𝙗, a fantastic T-side from Astralis as well. Let's not forget the fact that they were really dominating in that first half. I know it was 8-4, thanks to 𝙬𝙬𝙀, who on the screen right now pulled off a nice little clutch. But overall, it was Astralis dictating the game in the first, dare I say, 16 rounds, and then from that point onwards, it was 𝙂𝙗 taking over with a very cool T-side. I like the change of pace. I like the, I guess, confidence going into that T-side despite being down 12-6, and you could just see how that built round after round after round. And one of the most impressive things in this comeback from 𝙂𝙗 was that a lot of these rounds weren't even close. You could argue that had it come down to a 1v1, a couple of 2v2s after planned scenarios, it would have been, you know, one of those games where Astralis, they felt like we should have closed it, we could have closed it, but a lot of these rounds were 𝙂𝙗 dominating pretty much from the get-go.
Yeah, you could see them warming up, in particular 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗, the Lanimal, the guy that always does it in the stadiums. Okay. Yeah, I'm taking that one away from 𝙂𝙗 and giving it a 𝙁𝙗𝙗 now, because when it gets to the big stage games, he always seems to pop off and just win them the hard rounds. But look, there are these teams that say, oh, when we're losing, you know, in these 12-4 situations, we just play one round at a time and we see what happens. But they don't really believe they're going to come back. You saw there, 𝙂𝙗 actually played like they were going to win this game. And I told you at 12-4, I said, watch this go to overtime.
You did.
And
we
lo and behold, it came to pass.
With Astralis. I do want to tip my hat to 𝙁𝙗 as well. You know, just keep that same energy when you, I guess, allocate him, when you look at him. When the T-side didn't work against FAZE in the group stage, everyone was after him. You know, that's because of 𝙁𝙗. He's a bad in-game leader. Why would they ever think that could work out? Now, 𝙁𝙗 on a big stage down 12-4. I've just called 𝙂𝙗 back into a game with a fantastic T-side. So whenever you want to do that, you know, one game here, one game there, just keep that same energy, because what 𝙁𝙗 did in this isolated attempt was calling at a high level.
No, not even just calling at a high level, fragging at a high level. In critical rounds in overtime, 𝙁𝙗 found entries on that banana area that made wonders happen for 𝙂𝙗. And also, I got to give props to my main guy, 𝙬𝙬𝙀, yet again, showing you why this positional change to banana has been so instrumental in 𝙂𝙗's success in Inferno lately. He is so natural as a T-sided player on banana, knowing how to dodge and get through utility, how to found gaps between the fire and the nades, and find ways to have impact. And he had so many critical kills to help bring it forward. And then Spinks, I mean, look at the consistency he had there in that second half to kind of help them push this into overtime.
And that's the thing, because you see the highlight package here from the first half. A lot of these kills are in rounds they're not going to win. A lot of these kills are in rounds where he's obviously trying to help them out, but most of them are not really that impactful. You looked at the scoreboard in the first half, 𝙂𝙗 is down. It's, I believe, 8-3 for Astralis, and he has 12 or 13 kills. And you think to yourself, that's nice, but a lot of the kills that Spinks was setting up in that first half didn't result in him winning the rounds. However, in the second half, the entering, the impact, that's when he came alive, and that's the Spinks they bought into. That's the Spinks design in terms of the raw upgrade of firepower.
But that's not the Spinks that we saw in Vitality. Spinks was a timid apartments player on this map for Vitality. He was called upon to play a new role when he joined this team, and it's a tough one. That's a big transition, to be more of an actor, to be more of a guy taking openings, but he delivered, man. Beautiful entry work at times on those lane wraps, on those mid pops, and you have to give him a lot of credit for showing some versatility in this series.
Yeah, let's look at some of these rounds that were put together when we were on the comeback trail. So I believe we've got round 12 first, right, Jake?
Round 12 would be the first one, because that gave, I guess, 𝙂𝙗 a chance and a little bit of life. Again, first half, 𝙂𝙗 is being dominated, yet they still get away with 4 rounds, which essentially is not that bad. Comes down to 𝙬𝙯 obviously having a fantastic round. He gets a quad kill in this one. 𝙬𝙗 again doing a good job with the spacing, making it very tough for them, and gets into a scenario where they can allow themselves to plant the bomb and find the kill on towards 𝙁𝙗, who for some reason decided to nade himself and make it very tough for him. He has to jump up here, he has to die, and leaves 𝙬𝙯 in a 1v2. And retaking this bomb site 1v2 with the bomb down and a smoke like this, that's tough. However, aggressive in towards the smoke, proactive, and then he's aware that the last player is on the bomb site and he's winning the duel. Now, this gave 𝙂𝙗 a little bit of leeway, I guess. It gave them a chance of making that comeback into the second half, and I think that's where we jump into the next round, round 29, if I'm not mistaken, when we get all the way into overtime. That's where we see 𝙂𝙗 dominate the game. They dictate the game. They're the one being one step ahead, especially this banana duel. Look at all the aggression, look at all the nading, look at everything that is transpiring right here, and look at 𝙁𝙗, the guy you called out for finding impact. He was everywhere on that T side and CT side for that matter as well.
Yeah, he lived up to the second half of his name. 𝙁𝙗 this time, big time. And look, it was, again, from a calling perspective, again, think about the weight that is on 𝙁𝙗's shoulders. Fresh IGL, first Tier 1 tournament with this full lineup. You're down 12-4 in the semifinals against an 𝙬𝙗 team that has often struggled, let's be honest. This is a mousesports team who has the pedigree of being a top 5 contender for such a long time, and now all the pressure is on you to make up for the fact that 𝙬𝙀 is gone. You're the one calling the shots now. And the fact that he orchestrated this beautiful comeback, not only with his calling, but also his fragging and his tenacity, that is some guts being shown by 𝙁𝙗 right there.
Let me just quickly summarize it for you, Richard. Your 𝙬𝙗, you win both pistol rounds, you convert both pistol rounds. Your 𝙬𝙗, you're leading 12-5 on your own map pick, and you still find a way to lose. If that's not a car crash in plain sight right there, I don't know what is. That's going to hurt them so much. This was their chance into the series. This was their map pick. You had everything going for you. Everything you could ask for, winning pistols, converting, getting into a big lead, playing well on the T side, and you still find a way to lose.
Let 𝙬𝙗 of all people to find a way to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy because it is the quintessential losable map for 𝙬𝙗. Like, I've seen this happen so many times with this iteration. You know, we talked at the top of the show about how they're energized, rejuvenated, they're feeding on the heat. All you got to do is win one round. And for an experience like IGL, this is when you have a wild card play up your sleeve. Surely you have something so unexpected, it's a bit cheesy, you just get it over the line, you get it done. The great IGLs all have that in their locker, by the way. And instead, we watched the same thing happen again. They ran into the brick wall of 𝙂𝙗. And here we are.
I will say it was the CT side that let down 𝙬𝙗, and there's only so much impact you can have as an in-game leader on that side compared to the T side. I'll also say the man on the screen right here, I was just looking into the stats. He was the only player going positive for 𝙬𝙗 on the CT side. His CT side rating in this game was 160. The next on the scoreboard was 0.90 in device, I believe. So no one else showed up on that CT side. I do agree with you. It's a massive fluke right here for 𝙬𝙗, but it kind of reiterates what we talked about coming into the matchup. It's inconsistency. We don't know where we have 𝙬𝙗, and they even showed it in one map for us right here. You know, one moment they play beautiful Counter-Strike, they play Counter-Strike that is a grand final worthy. The next moment they lose, and here we are talking about it once more.
Well, let's talk about Nuke now. I'll start with you, Dust. Obviously, you had some trepidation about this map when you saw it come out. You're pretty confident this is going 2-0. Tell me why.
Yeah, I mean, just 𝙬𝙗 has never really been known to be a Nuke team, in my opinion. They had one bright spot on Nuke, and I was at that Blast World final we were talking about at the beginning, where they did come top 4, and they actually beat mousesports and Navi to get that top 4 finish, and Nuke was a part of both of those series, and that was the big shocker that kind of caught everyone off guard, that 𝙬𝙗 was able to win Nuke of all maps to be able to get that deep run, that Blast World final. They're now going to have to call upon that again in this situation, but they're up against a mousesports team who have been comfortable on this map for such a long time. They have such a great track record. They've won the one game they've played at this tournament, but over the last 6 months, this core group is 14-6 on Nuke. They have always shown a lot of strength, and a lot of that comes down to, yet again, I'm going to talk about him. I know it's a broken record, but it's 𝙬𝙯. Such a beautiful yard player on both sides of the map, always has massive impact, great intuition, great entry power, great defensive power as well. He's going to be an absolute maniac, I think, on this one.
And you take that, you know, and you add a bit of Spinks, a player that always likes to play Nuke as well, that finds an awful lot of impact. I will say, 𝙬𝙗's CT side, there's one big question mark, and that's the conversation we're always going to have with this iteration of this lineup. That is 𝘾𝙗 playing the rifle and 𝘾𝙗 being pushed into positions on the CT side. B side on Mirage, Ramp on Nuke, not necessarily necessarily positions 𝘾𝙗𝙗 like to play. He's a caller that likes to feel out the game, feel out the rounds. And when you're playing ramp, you are as static as you possibly can be. So you rely a lot on 𝙬𝙬, you rely a lot on device. Those two guys are the ones involved on the CT side, and those two guys are the ones having to make the callings for the rotations. Because 𝘾𝙗𝙗 cannot possibly do it when he's playing ramp. He doesn't have the information, he doesn't have the feel for the game, and that could be a hindrance for 𝙬𝙗𝙗.
There's a name in there that I just want to talk about quickly before we get into it, and that was going to be device. Obviously, I think we haven't seen vintage device yet. We've seen very consistent device. Obviously, historically, that's what he's been known for. That's his best attribute. But I think they really need a monster performance from him here.
I mean, he's been better online than he has on LAN so far, which is kind of crazy to say about device, but that's been a fact of the matter.
Yeah, I mean, look, device, when he was in his heyday, what made him so powerful, I thought, was that his CT opping was so dynamic. This guy was never in the same place more than once. He always had to play
refreshing ones.
His style, the team could just kind of gel around him as he kind of created waves. And Nuke is certainly a map where he will have an opportunity to have impact in this first half on the defensive side with AWP, whether he's taking picks outside and yard, whether he decides to play up close on ramp, whether he decides to sneak through, you know, and try to play, you know, up close on red box, just whatever the case may be. We need to see him take, you know, and just take agency.
device was best known for punishing other AWP players doing the same thing over and over again. If there's one thing we do know about 𝙁𝙗𝙗 when it comes to Nuke CT side AWPing, it's him being super aggressive on towards Yard. He can play aggressive behind red box. He can play in towards warehouse. Right. He's always looking for a duel. If you're device, I hope you've done your preparation, because there is ways of punishing that, and we've seen that over and over again. Device is a player that lives off reading his opponents. That's been the trademark of his career throughout the entirety of it. I hope we get to see that here in Nuke, because otherwise I think it's going to be game over for us.
Yeah, and I think the other factor we have to talk about is Ster. What this team is known for is being able to bunch up and hit really nice set pieces, but Ster is the tip of that spear. We saw some bright moments out of him on Inferno, but now he's going to be needed more than ever to save them from elimination.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Again, I think it comes down to 𝙬𝙬 and 𝙬𝙬 and how they're going to control the rotations on the CT side. For me, that's the most vital position, especially when you consider that the in-game leader, 𝘾𝙗𝙗, who is the biggest voice within the team, has been placed towards ramp. I know it's a little bit fluent on the CT side as well. We have these overviews with the maps, and that's their normal position. Sure. So we do see 𝘾𝙗𝙗 once in a while pick up an AWP. We do see device go down towards ramp. That then frees up 𝘾𝙗𝙗 a little bit, and I hope that's going to be the case as well, because if you have your in-game leader and your biggest voice being stuck towards ramp 12 out of 12 rounds on a CT side, you're prone to give away that responsibility that is essentially yours.
All right then, guys, we're going to see if Astralis are able to power up their game on Nuke. Back over to 𝙬𝙗𝙗 and Launders.
Thank you, gentlemen. Nuke up next. A question mark for Astralis, not only when it comes to this CT side that bottomed out on map 1, but one, of course, that matters about the mental. Can they rebound from this? It is elimination on the line for Astralis. Haven't won a playoff game since Cologne of 2023 until yesterday. The thought of them being able to do that 2 days in a row now seems like it's slipping away from the realm of possibility.
Yeah, you don't want it to be the one a year. That's not a good stat line for sure. Astralis, especially the fashion in which they lose that first map after having Mouse on the ropes, scared, showing such great CS. I'm sure they're feeling a little deflated now. We'll have to earn it back. And Mouse, on the other hand, well, I don't really have a question about whether or not they can play this map. Astralis's sort of record is a series of Christmas lights right now. Win-loss, win-loss.
Sure.
Their nuke is just great or not, and their last loss was obviously really bad.
Sršen trying to pounce first. Looking to get this going outside. He will be dropped by the garage player, Ster. It's a clean triple kill. The fact he's able to get 3 kills on that entire front-running pack is one thing, but the bomb carrier gets kind of stalled out in garage. It's a good trade back, right? It's a weird one to get. You got 𝘾𝙗𝙗 stuck up here on the AC unit. You got device right down. Are we going to be looking at all 10 kills coming down? Oh, right here, Outer. What a weird spot for everybody to end up falling. But now Brolin, I mean, have you ever seen somebody locked in this corner? And have you ever seen anybody fight their way out? Because catching 𝘾𝙗𝙗 up top is one thing, but you've got device on the prowl, and we don't know where he's at. Look at that reposition.
Can't find him.
Huh? How sneaky that is. Well highlighted. 𝙬𝙗 gets the man out and hiding behind the staircase.
Nice
and that move from device, right? That kind of instinct from device is maybe what could take Astralis to another level.
Yeah, man. I mean, yeah, we just talked about the heyday of Astralis, and Astralis were the team that, you know, with new Nuke, they were the first and the best at it, and device is the most important player on that map. He's the guy who controls Yard. Dust listed off all the different ways in which he plays it. And the reason he said heyday is because it's not Device's heyday right now. But it'll have to be if they win this map. And he can be inconsistent, but it's a game now where we've got 3 pistol rounds out for Astralis. And they've actually been very clean on the anti-ecos.
Yes, sir. They've converted both of them, right? That was the thing Pimp made sure to highlight. Like, if you look at the checklist of how to win a game of Counter-Strike, well, pistols, full conversions, comfortable 12-4 lead. It's the fall apart that happens after that that'll have to be studied as time goes on. Now suddenly 𝙑𝑠 have shown us real promise. You know, one of the things Dustin was able to highlight on the desk too was talking about 𝙬𝙯 and his success when it comes to entry fragging outer, but we are talking about now a playoff game. And when we go back to the T side of Inferno, it was again a bit of an underperformance from him. Lowest rated player on that half, but you know what they did have going for them? Spinx. And if Spinx is going to be the guy that picks up any sort of slack that these at time nervous players offer 𝙑𝑠, then so be it. This time, nothing able to happen from that outer fight. It is basically the same setup yet again from the Danes, and they make sure to keep everybody alive as they go up to the comfortable 2-0 start.
Yeah, Spinx was awesome. He looked like he opened up as well as a player and was in there. And even though his kills weren't resulting in the rounds won in the first half, he was kind of their only good player. Like they just did not frag enough behind him. It's not that he wasn't getting impactful kills. It's just that the conversions from his teammates weren't there. Jimmy had, you know, a kill for the majority of that half. So I feel like he was a two-way player that game, showed a lot. See the double nades coming out. I don't think 𝙬𝙯 thinks anyone crossed red though, so yeah. It's good info gathered. 𝙬𝙯 keeps coming forward.
These are just MP9s. At a bit of a further distance, you give the edge to 𝙬𝙯, but he does get softened up to 59 health on the crossover. All the while, of course, we are setting up what is a ramp hit.
Wait, there's no one here.
No, the ramp defense is looking a little thin.
Wait, it's a massive gap. That
by
smoke
thin,
is so
I mean
deep.
non-existent.
Yeah.
Device is downstairs, so I suppose he's in a place to make something happen. 𝘾𝐷𝑒on's even being able to get out from thence. Remember that early cross damage. This could end up cutting off one half of 𝙑𝑠's lower play.
This is great from Astralis. Every rotation is in place.
They're going to try to jump at him.
Okay.
That's one way to get the job done. FAMAS in control gets spotted. That's not ideal.
Bad
Device
timing.
was just trying to lean into the corner, but it is an approach from 𝙑𝑠 that remains on high alert.
Opening
it's a bomb
this door.
plant, uncontested.
Yeah, opening this door is really great. It's just so hard to get down here. As much as it looks like it's open for the CTs, it's also them who have to be worried about being held from every angle.
Single side opened up. That's 𝙍𝙬 to find an angle. He's trying to wallbang into the feet of 𝙬𝙗.
Oh,
Ooh,
that's
that
not
ain't
a
pretty.
great spray.
𝙬𝙗 walks forward, offers up man advantage. Now we get that retake coming out from ramp in a second. It's 𝙬𝙗 versus the ramp player in a moment, but now this is a second time that T's are just dropping the ball. Not one kill in that post plant.
Yo.
And you know what? That's excellent upgrades. Astralis not only to the 3-0 start, but those MP9s replaced by AKs, and that's offering up a bomb plant, but coming in with a retake clean.
I think the important part about that is they were hitting shots. Every single position was accounted for 𝙑𝑠. They took all the duels in the ways they wanted to, but Astralis just out-dueled them. There were some bad sprays right there. Out of 𝙑𝑠. Astralis had full control, and you know how hard it is to win a retake on this map. Very solid stuff. Half buy-in. Spinx on a Galil. Everyone else, Tech-9s or P250s.
Device on an early opening angle. This will certainly catch 𝙬𝙯 off. He tries to give it a little wiggle, and down he goes. 𝘾𝐷𝑒on right there to support it, so nice ramp play. Now it's a position for 𝘾𝐷𝑒on that is a bit of a question mark still, having to go over, play ramp, and still keep a great eye for the rest of the game. 𝙬𝙗 just spinning his tires in the mud here as 𝙑𝑠 are left with a very difficult task. How the hell are you going to get anything done with a couple flashes and a Galil versus the 5 players of Astralis?
Yeah, sometimes it's tempting to just wait the round out, walk out squeaky, but it's just too early to make a late decision like that. Down will not get caught off guard. There's a first. T's just looking for some duels.
It's a Tech-9 versus an M4, so I wouldn't bet 𝙬𝙗. Great start for all the players across Astralis. Everybody getting a piece of the action so far in the first 3. And Device waiting if you want to try to go for the cross. Main really their only option, and Tech9 could have thrived here. Khalil gets the trade frag, but it is a fast response, and Astralis are just ready to sign up for early fights.
Don't worry, they won't let you down again.
Don't get everybody's hopes up.
It's a good start, that's what it is.
You can't make that promise.
You're right, I'm projecting.
They can't make that promise.
I say that nervously as we see, again, quality starts. So Astralis, I mean, you get a lead enough times, you win 2 pistols in a map enough times. They'll close eventually. Mouse can't simply start slow every single half.
Although so far they have and up a map. 𝙑𝙬𝙗, I like this. Trying to join up with what we've already seen out of this same aggressive stance. Oh, Jimmy, nicely done. Snaps it for a third.
Oh, there he is.
𝙍𝙀𝙗 under pressure. Head on a swivel, swings. And he takes down a trio of Astralis players trying to take over that lobby control.
Guess it just took him half a map to warm up.
Man, we got to see that from his POV, but now only on 5 health. You'd think the other players from MOUZ are going to have to end this if they can.
No.
Device and Stown stepping forward. 𝙁𝙯 ready for that one. And Stown so far removed from anything. He just looks for a fight outside, loses his head. 𝙬𝙗's getting online, and that's MOUZ's first round by way of Jimmy.
Yeah, there we go. Again, tough first half of the day. First half of the map for Jimmy, but second half was a big recovery. And now map 2, look at this play here. We didn't see anything like this on Inferno. Really nicely done. 3 different fights from 3 different positions.
Good on him, too, to not get fixated in on the second player he saw.
Oh, there he is. 𝙑𝙑𝙗. It's got to be a special moment for him, you know? Back to Cluj after 10 years. His career just took off last year.
You know what they say, if you can't play, cast.
Yeah.
Happy he gets a moment in the crowd. So quick timeout here, huh? Gonna try to fix any early issues, but I like the aggression we're getting out of Astralis early. Pretty consecutive lobby crunches. And now Device putting that AWP in garage, because there has been this pretty present MOUZ approach. We're not going to get to see these Oppers duel, despite Device having started all these other rounds on that ramp room. You can see 𝙁𝙯 maybe signing up to try to find him. He won't find anything, because again, this is a moment where Astralis play nothing inside of ramp.
Ooh.
Open fording
Only
ramp.
one guy
I mean,
low.
this is a spot where you can't. Oh,
sorry, Device.
Man, that's too big of a gap, my
yeah.
friend. That's definitely very weird.
He was so confident that was clear. Has an entire team inside of the ramp room ready to go. I suppose at least
like
it's Astralis downstairs.
He ran over to Molly.
Oh yeah, he was.
Wait, where's our ramp player, guys?
He had drank that Kool-Aid. Now we'll see if 𝘾𝙤𝙗 can secure a distraction for 𝙑𝙬𝙗 to try to make the most of this one.
Stown dies.
Utility in front of it. Oh, 𝙑𝙬𝙗's got a chance. But it's a quick trade frag back, and on top of that, 𝘾𝙤𝙗 dead in the back of the bomb site.
I really want to
And we've got another freebie. So 2 free frags coming out from MOUZ, the first and the last, and a nice clean lower hit that goes well for a second terrorist round win to the MOUZ camp.
You know, if you condition your opponents, then you can kind of. Oh,
hey,
it's not too bad. You know, if you condition your opponents, then you can kind of earn the ability to open fort the ramp or try to take some kind of lead. But with the amount of like guns and utility they had, it looked like they just made a mistake, especially with how frantic that was from Device getting into Turnpike and realizing there was no teammates there. They make the early rotations downstairs, which is nice. But the reason that you need to hold on to ramp, even though you can't plant, is because it's an open route to get to hell as well. And then if you have that gap, then suddenly upstairs player can't focus on the floor. They've just got to focus on the ladder. It just gets really stressed. But for whatever reason, MOUZ found that easily.
Easy pickups. Stown won't be able to get the second, but it is immense damage for Spinks to have to deal with. 𝙑𝙬𝙗 just trying to keep his head down while 𝙑𝙀 remains smoked. And we got 𝙍𝙗 in transition, but is this going to get caught out?
Timing.
The timing was nearly there.
Spinks is really worried about this.
He's able to climb up. 𝙍𝙗 seems to be aware of it.
Oh, he's going to miss the time, but he still has a problem here. Because if he can't get back up to heaven fast enough, then he has to respect that Spinks could have crossed already, and Spinks,
Nice recovery here from 𝙁𝙍. I mean, we'll dissect it in a second. Right now, we've got main pressure, 45 seconds on this clock. 𝙍𝙗 playing behind Petrus. He gets cleared out. Instant headshot. From Stair. Jimmy just locks in.
Jimmy Neutron, man, how did he figure out that crossfire so perfectly? No one peeking from opposite vents. That is chef's kiss.
All right, so
𝙍𝙗.
let's unpack this one with 𝙍𝙗 having to come out to clear upper. You know the player's up there. You do a good job. You know you can catch him before he can get into heaven.
I like removing the problem that way.
But 𝙍𝙗 obviously just kind of lets his guard down and ends up getting clipped by 𝙁𝙍. That's what opens up that main hit.
Well, you got to take some risks. That's why I say that letting Spinks get up there was the problem in the first place. Obviously, he didn't know he was low, didn't want to take a shot too early, and barely had time to even put that together. But a lot of situations you could have got that kill and just ran back into hell. But you don't win. You don't win in CS by taking no risks at all.
And then we just get this really silent walkout from Jimmy, who goes up 6-4. Off of that double kill.
That was nasty. I mean, it was a perfect read on both players in the site. I don't even know if sound was made.
4-3 lead. 𝙂's catching up early.
Yeah, T-side comeback. Impact from 𝙍𝙗.
Economic problems here, 𝙭𝙗. You're dealing with USPs. You've got a Zeus on the field. That's always fun. Crowd went wild when 𝙁𝙗 got Zeus.
Will we get to see a Zeus kid?
I expect nothing less. Xertion's already crossed, though. He's been pretty quick with some of these outer timings. There's always a world where maybe 𝙁𝙗 gets caught by something, but again, that one M4 is all they really have to work with, and it's currently in the middle of this outer pack. It's with 𝘾𝙤𝙤, who just lost his head. Spinks off the top of main, cracks the whip, and that's going to be the best thing 𝙍𝙗 had to work with down, and at the moment, irretrievable. Spinks making sure he keeps eyes on the corpse.
Yeah, T's just getting to all the good positions. Not really response just yet. No massive rotation from the CT side. They are playing active spots at least, but still, not great guns.
Nice tethering coming out of 𝙂's here, making sure nobody has to do too much on their own. Always a teammate close by. And every teammate at the moment finding frags.
Gotta love the way that 𝙂's are working this comeback right now. Anti-ecos look safe, methodical, but moving with time. Found ramp open 2 rounds already. Love these 3. Now the last kill looks like it'll just be a formality. Spinks waiting, watching for this eco frag.
Yeah. Sorry, Stair, you're toast. All tied up, 4 rounds each. But again, pistol, conversion,
Yeah.
This has unfortunately become the tale of 𝙍𝙗.
It's a bit of an earlier comeback this time.
Pistols and strong starts, all great, but leads being lost.
This one's kind of hard to fight back against, though. The X Factor Jimmy showed on 2 of those rounds.
Yes, sir.
Both rifle rounds inside a lobby, holding the super aggressive push, and it was a 3-piece push, right? He killed a squeaky guy, a ramp guy, and the hut player at the same time. That's what you're supposed to be doing if you're 𝙍𝙗. You got one guy in there. I think 𝙍𝙗 last year, he was exceptional, but he was also inconsistent, and I think he could have been even better.
The weird thing with his, inconsistencies, I thought some of the weakest Jimmy play we ended up getting was once it was rumored that he was getting a kind of bigger call-up. Kind of just treaded water for a little while, but then got back to it towards the end of the year. And, nice to have him here, 7-4 so far, map 2. Such an incredibly slow start back on Inferno. That's not the Jimmy anybody wanted to see on the stage today. This one looking more like it. So, fast move, device ready. We've had these ops moving places. People alluded to that. This dynamic 𝙍𝙗 Starting positions never too clear. But a climb down the vent, 𝙍𝙗 turns his back to Squeaky. Careful.
And Jimmy's been thinking, but okay, he doesn't try anything fishy here. So powerful to have someone like 𝙍𝙗 be able to squeeze outside at the same time that you're going for an aggressive pick play inside of Squeaky and make up for that kill coming down. It's not 1-1. The op is still up here for 𝙑𝙗, but makes it the instant 4v4 early.
Gonna make sure that secret challenge can't come out, but doesn't mean there's not anybody down there. You can see 𝙭through the concrete. It's a matter of patience, and we know this position so great for that consistent op fallback. Control of the A site opens the door for the vent rotate, so 𝙭doesn't need to panic on this one, and he's going to await this. 3 players come at him, but he starts to leave just as they get ever closer. We hit 40 seconds. 𝙭 gets down onto the staircase. Good. At least he doesn't get caught out in the open. He could pop up, and will do that. Thirds,
put on a
right
show.
There for the taking. 𝙑𝙗, though, able to get the headshot back. This would be a 2v4 recovery. Back turn to Jimmy. So this is both positions known to the CTs, but what? 𝘾𝙤𝙧 spinning around like he doesn't know the guy's right there. 𝙍𝙗's inside of the vent, kills 𝙑𝙗, and now things get real.
Go for it.
Jimmy's got to drop down into a vent versus 𝙍𝙗. You'd think 𝙍𝙗 gets this every day of the week, and he will. Closes down on it, and good on him to drop bomb on B. You know, 𝙑𝙗 thinking that with main opened up, maybe he should come up A. They didn't know about the rotations of the Danes. If only he knew that B site was his for the taking.
𝙑𝙗 gave up a lot of space here, allowed them to take over the secret, and I think that that's because they had 𝙭on the control stairs. He's an op in the spot. If they went upper, he wouldn't have been able to get into the mix. So him starting here inconspicuously is what won the round. 𝙑𝙗's retained the lead off of this, and it's good rifle to show us that they're still alive.
𝘾𝙤𝙧 and 𝙭 gonna have hands on the cannons.
Double ops on nuke.
And
Not a good idea.
No time. Oh, slides past the op. Now it takes a little bit of extra time versus 𝙬𝙬. Still gets it fast. Out from 𝙬𝙬 at the same time. Stairs been found out. 𝙬𝙬 returns the favor back on that one. And we actually have 𝙬𝙗 dying outer. 𝙍𝙗, I love this. Already starting to compromise this back line. They'll never see it coming. He waits to get close. 𝙬𝙬 catches him off. 1v2 left, but both these players playing with ops.
And 𝙬𝙬 has been super active, but now we see him in a rare 1v2 situation. Bomb in a recoverable position. 2 ops for this retake.
Easy to pick up, you'd think. Nobody holding this line. 𝙬𝙬 is able to cross right over and pick that up, and now the world is his oyster. What is his route?
I think he can totally take this ramp if he wants to, but it just makes it such a long round. Instead, he's hoping that they decide to do something different.
Can they mess this
Delaying for
up?
time resets where you could go. You see 𝙑𝙗 now looking at other avenues. They cannot afford to get flanked. All 𝙬𝙬 is doing is opening up timings as he goes back into upper, and it's worked.
It's allowed for the CTs to split up.
In exchange, though, you allow them to do this. Get to new, better spots, potentially.
Can he get off the site? Does anybody give him a fight before the second player is ready? 𝙬𝙬's positioning's key here. He's got that Heaven player waiting, and he's managed to get off of this. And right now, 𝙭𝙗 wary of some kind of a squeaky push, but also
he's not
approaching
going
it to
squeaky. Well, how could you assume? 𝙬𝙬 is taking the reverse route. 𝘾𝙤𝙧 up here in Heaven.
𝙬𝙬 comes back outside. His 𝘾𝙤𝙧 out. There he is. Contact made. Clean headshot.
Doesn't know about 𝙭𝙬.
No,
𝙭𝙬 starts running.
But he's got a couple flashes, and 𝙭𝙬 with that op.
He's out of there.
He's missed his first shot. 𝙬𝙬 dives back in. This is what they need from 𝙬𝙬. Big ticket player.
Wow, he's
clutches. 1v2. Neither op able to find him.
Yeah,
they had
face
their
cam.
shots. But this is 𝙬𝙬 going map to map, back to back impact.
Wow, this is so awkward. There was no gun for them to change to. Obviously, they would have loved to have a rifle and maybe could have come at that together, but instead, 𝙬𝙬 hits that a fantastic shot up into the heavens. 𝘾𝙤𝙧 could have put him away. Don't know exactly what he was looking at from his POV, but it starts off with the surf frag out of 𝙬𝙗 and 𝙬𝙬's entry upstairs.
And that was
just a haircut onto 𝘾𝙤𝙧.
Australia chased 350 easily.
Well earned.
Versus which team?
Taking his time, split up the defense, and then he made that move without waiting too much longer, right? There's a world where he waits a bit too long, and 𝙭𝙬 finds him in transition.
Oh, tag going down the
England.
stairs.
Oh my
What the
God.
hell is that shot? 𝙬𝙬 just trying to get out of his
Game
opening
of
spot.
cricket.
That double up that they were
Australia
able to
is
put
good. They
forward
can
last
chase.
round ends up being costly. We now have limitations here. Double SMG
Looks
for
like they are the
𝙑𝙬.
favorites now.
I feel like that's an advantage. You do 80 damage here. I feel like this makes it scary for the CTs about upstairs now. 'Cause, you know, one committed rotation has come down. They're looking to cross up and chase down this player who's low.
Let's see how India performs tomorrow.
And the CTs just want to help out any way they can.
Yeah, trying their best to soften them up. It's a bit of damage on 𝙬𝙀, bit of damage on 𝙁𝙗𝙀. 𝘾𝙤𝙧 of 2 mines, and MP9s are going to go pushing into Jimmy in a second. He better get ready. Oh, nice one from Stair. But they actually double back.
Whoa,
and
what is the spot, actually?
Yeah, right? This hasn't been seen. Device is just... What
this
is
is a crazy position. Let's see if this works out. Oh, no, he's going to get spotted.
Oh,
And that is the double-edged sword of playing a spot like that.
Yeah, he starts asking himself, why am I on this barrel?
Once 𝙬𝙀 match would be one-sided.
Realizes he probably shouldn't be there, but then unfortunately gets caught in transition.
Man, why did he have to worry about
You need to play around
Ram when he had
conditions.
teammates there as well?
There's no other way around.
Crazy, wrap back around. Think about
That's
the
a
route
part of the
that
game.
not one or two... The entire Mouse team was down secret, came back through garage, now to ramp.
No smokes. No smokes.
So in my opinion, these are all excuses.
They can
and
move
all.
the Astralis plant. 𝘾𝙤𝙧 could dive it. Oh, he's going to find a big opportunity.
Drops an incendiary of his own. 𝙬𝙀 is carrying that bomb, so
they're
going to
letting
have
him cross.
𝙬𝙀 with hands busy, and that's just enough time for put this bomb down. They're going to rush at him. 𝘾𝙤𝙧 comes out with another kill. Then all of a sudden, the meat grinder backside. Brolin's got to go big. Drops down. Can't snap it backwards.
No comparison.
180 needed, but take a bow.
Yeah, football.
𝘾𝙤𝙧, the only piece downstairs, just
Both
keeps
are
that
different type
pressure
of
up.
games.
Sure,
We can't
𝙬𝙀 is
compare.
allowed to plant. But 𝘾𝙤𝙧 comes swinging out that door with the second frag on B.
Yeah, again, no smokes going lower. It's always a really tough thing to do. Upper, you
Like,
can plant just watching
if
heaven
I'm
with
playing
one other
in-
player or whatever the case may be.
If I'm playing
Lower,
away,
you need
not in
control
my
side,
home
or you need a
country,
smoke for decon.
then
In this
of
situation,
course the home team
I
will
thought
have an
Spinks made the
advantage,
winning
but
play though. Being able to cross to the
you
outside
need
of the
to
site.
play according to
This
those
is just a weird
conditions.
moment for
now.
𝙬𝙀 and the
It's
team
part
for
of
not
the
hearing
game.
the decon door
You
open.
need to understand
This
the
is the only way that
conditions.
Astralis could win the
Play
round.
according to
But even
that.
𝙁𝙗𝙧 just ends up looking a little foolish. They're playing on the Astralis plant, staring at the double doors.
Don't even know how they all died right there. So Astralis, once again, they keep the
Still a
lead.
much-
This one's been
much
scrappy back and
complicated,
forth.
yeah.
Nice sudden burst out from 𝘾𝙤𝙧 to try to get Astralis not only back in the lead, but to maintain it. And it
I
is
mean,
him
nobody
again to
cares
get
because
aggressive.
they don't know even about cricket. Cricket
Not
is
as
like
strong of a performance as he had back on Inferno,
Has
but it's
no
definitely
reach.
being impact felt here in the final 2 rounds of regulation.
in other continents other than
His
Asia.
12-round half looking for a 7-5 lead. 𝘾𝙤𝙧 again into the kill feed, helps out 𝙬𝙧. Man advantage for Astralis. 𝙬𝙗's gonna look to keep this one simple, challenging. Stare! Incredibly awkward.
Doesn't
𝙁𝙗's gonna
shoot.
capitalize. Open A site, nobody to stop this bomb plant because they've got vision deep inside of main. And they'll smoke that off to give Brolin a bit more of an option. Now he has an entire belt of utility. Another molly, another smoke.
And they have hut left over here. CT's roaming around. They've been pretty good in these retakes for the most part.
Just refreshing the smoke on main causes a problem. They're going to try to burst it open. Brolin almost caught as he decides to go over onto second vent. That CT smoke taking away his original position. Heaven flash. 𝙁𝙗 remains fine in front sight to hold back on Device, who eventually has to come out. And he's going to try to charge through smoke, but it's all good. A tied half
Half after Messi
a
won the World
4-0
Cup.
start.
I
Astralis
mean,
yet
he
to start
behaved like
slow,
that before
but
too.
𝙂𝙗 yet to get back into these halves.
Yeah, and when you look at it for
Ronaldo
the
was
last
always
match
like
and,
that.
and how well 𝙂𝙗 played, and we know if we look at the odds of
He
this game,
was,
it's
he
𝙂𝙗
will be
who
like
should be
that
favored, but Astralis showed they
for
could
the
keep
rest
up.
of
For me,
his
this half
remaining
is still good
career
from
too.
Astralis. It was successful in the comeback from 𝙂𝙗, but we had
Messi was
a lot
all-
of rounds with
from the
ideas.
start,
I
he
don't see them
was
getting lucky in winning some of these plays.
cool, calm,
some of the earlier
composed
decisions to
guy.
leave ramp open were a little strange, but
They
they,
both
didn't continue
have-
to
they
do
both
that.
have
So,
their own-
I mean, they kept up. It's a CT half that obviously you'd love to have it 8-4 or even above that.
One
but
is cool,
I think they'll
one
take it.
is a bit.
Astralis on their best day can be good on both sides.
What
of
the
the
heck?
It's
He
just
said in an interview translate
it's hard to
he finished.
pinpoint what's
Yeah, I
stopping
saw
them from
that
being
in
consistent.
the Instagram reel. Yeah. I have seen that reel. I have seen that interview.
Yeah, be thinking, damn, we had Inferno, bro.
Just a cool guy, hands in his pockets.
Yeah.
I love the aggression that 𝘾𝙤𝙧 starts to throw out towards the end of this half.
Ronaldo was always like that from the start.
Fighting fire with fire.
That's
Having that
so uncomfortable for
God
Stair.
complex
He
that
takes
no
like a
one
second
is
to
better
shoot,
than
and then
him.
he jumps as well. It's just everything went wrong. And that
Very
was
awkward.
That was like a round-winning sight hold for sure if he just got that first kill. So Pistol, let's see if Astralis are going to win 4
Competitive
pistols in this
Camel
series.
Or do 𝙂𝙗 finally get one?
Yeah.
Smoke in
Top
hand
5.
for the door. Oh, love a P250 in a pistol.
Yeah.
That's 𝙁𝙍 tapped out of the round. Ooh, 𝙬𝙗 gets aggressive with Berettas.
No, he won't be able to recover unless he wins.
Control's gonna flush 𝙍𝙗 forward.
World
Looking
Cup
good for
himself.
𝙂𝙬𝙗, at least for a moment.
Ooh, nice shot.
In between a couple more, Jimmy's got one out from heaven. There's that P250 back out of the hands of 𝙭𝙗. Jabby trying to find impact somehow. He is swarmed, but that's still not gonna stop him. 1v4 demanded of him,
clutch.
separated duels, player up in heaven known to him, and now this guy behind is on a reload. They're coming at him,
Ooh, nice
and that's
shot.
going to be enough. 2 kills into the 1v4.
Unless he wins the World Cup
MOUZ
himself,
find their
he's
first
not going to
pistol of
change.
this series.
That's curse broken for MOUZ, and at a terrible time here, because again, 8-4.
For
9-3
me, there was
CT
never a
side.
debate.
That's kind of where
Messi
you want to be, but MOUZ will instantly take the lead as they switch over to the stronger half.
and will be the vote. Whatever.
Nice start from 𝙭𝙗.
It's
Couldn't
my
really ask for
opinion.
more outer than
Gotta
dropping a
Anyone
garage player.
else's
Gotta love the way
opinion can be
Brolin's
different.
playing. I mean, the IGLing
Yeah.
on the comeback has to be noted.
Even
the
before,
T side was so good from the perspective
I
of
had the
conditioning. I
same
think it's the single
opinion.
most important thing
Hell yeah.
to be regarded as a good in-game
Even
leader,
before
and he pulled
Messi
that
won
off,
the World Cup.
especially under pressure.
For me.
But also, he was such a key player when it came to the kills, and the fact that he can
he's the
focus on his
sponsor in last
crosshair,
16
hit
Champions
the entries that he
League,
did, I think speaks
clubs are
volumes.
finished.
Brolin
Of course,
definitely
he's
will
not
still need to
playing
think
now
about
in
himself
that
as an
league, so
individual.
he will say
Ooh, 𝙬𝙗 trying to challenge top main.
he's
Actually
not
drops
playing
an
in Europe,
M4.
so he'll say
Ooh,
bad
this
things
one
about
could
Europe.
be a
European
great
leagues.
moment for 𝙍𝙗. That's a weapon to be retrieved. They're going to try to drop down over main. Oh, Brolin's now been damaged. He'll get dropped by the Tech-9. They're going to try to gun for these rifles, and Jimmy's here to try to hold them back. Spinks has caught Jabby elsewhere. More chip damage done to the CT towards his spawn.
But he's not allowed to
Definitely
insult
making
any
MOUZ
club.
work for this conversion.
Yeah, it's a crazy move,
Careful,
actually.
𝙁𝙗, knife out!
Oh, he's dead.
And that is a bomb carrier in 𝘾𝙤𝙤 to just go sprinting down into this B site. No matter what happens from here on out, this is already a solid situation for 𝙍𝙗. Stare with a Desert Eagle in the
sound
face.
win.
So awkward.
How'd he get out?
But he is here with 𝘾𝙤𝙤.
Can
Spinks
this
going
be
to try to
real?
keep that pressure up, and all this does is buy time for Jimmy to come out. More damage. But the SMG is able to thrive at least for one more. Can Stare post 3 kills in this force buy.
Yeah.
Jimmy is on top of that bomb, and this is a 10-second defuse. And that 10-second defuse beyond the halfway point, you got him off. Just that one step at the base of the stairs is enough. Stare is going to be found out eventually. Jimmy comes at him, but he doesn't have time to run back to that bomb.
He's got to get out of here.
𝙍𝙗 breakthrough with the force buy.
Wow.
Nice
okay,
force
well,
buy win.
𝙍𝙗. 3 pistols, and they deny
Now
the
they can
conversion,
come back.
even when MOUZ take it. That's a great look for them.
But he's not retiring because he's obsessed
There's
with
a
last
moment
time.
where Jimmy went
He's
into
getting
emergency
money.
protocols.
Why
Again,
will he
expand
retire?
through CT,
Why will
take fights on the way. But when he did that,
Why will
I think
he
that
retire?
looked like an opportunity to
If
his
he's getting
He's kind of out
billions
of the
of
round
dollars
because if he comes back,
from the clubs,
well, then he
from
has
the
to worry
Saudi
about a big
clubs.
garage lure. Then he has to worry about someone on Unbreakable waiting for him, someone who's trying to cross up the heaven. He can stop them from getting to hell from there by keeping range
Same
with
goes
his
with
weapon. It's a great
Messi.
spot to play to
They're
start.
most likely to
but
play
when you
till
get
40.
spotted, this is a
I
moment
mean,
where 𝙍𝙗
Ronaldo
like,
is
all
40
right,
like.
you're getting farther away from the sights.
Ronaldo is
I'm gonna
already
take this
40, I
secret.
think.
And down
He's
in
39
secret,
or
what do you
40, I
find?
don't know.
𝙁𝙗 unprepared.
Yep.
That Tech-9 to the face.
But
𝘾𝙤𝙤, like you're saying,
he
I
can
think
play
read the
till 45
situation
if
well. The
he's
moment he
40.
gets the 𝙁𝙗 kill, he still remembers Jimpat out of the moment, sprints that
Messi's,
ball
I
down
think,
to the B
38,
plan.
39, I don't.
I'll say though, you got to be
38,
careful. These 3 FAMASes, the players on MOUZ right now,
Let's see who retires first.
any of them can pop off. It's a low util round, but Nuke is a scary map if you are just a touch
I
uncoordinated.
think
on
Messi said
T-side.
in one interview then
Calling has to
he
be
will play
pristine.
the
MOUZ aren't timid.
next
They're
World
already
Cup.
making moves. That's lobby control
Not
for
sure
them.
about
Eyes are going to be turned
Ronaldo.
back outer.
They're threatening the rat,
completed
but they're
football,
already
yeah.
taking over Vents control downstairs. Limited knowledge here from MOUZ as to where everyone is.
Brolin's found a little position behind this smoke.
I mean, it's 3 people downstairs. Bomb's also going down. Commitment's coming in. 𝙁𝙗, how far will he go?
Thing is, Stare's already locked
There
into
was never a
decon door.
debate. I already said
He's
that.
starting to leave as well. Because again, they don't have info. Seeing no one outside.
Right?
But what's the sign here?
Oh my God.
Oh my God, the timing.
Ooh,
Wait, Bomb
timing.
gets spotted.
There is
𝙁𝙗.
a player behind you. 𝙁𝙗's got a guy towards decon.
But, wait.
The fact he's able to get out is one thing. 𝙬𝙗's now going to have to play the floor.
No!
Oh, Brolin!
He was on the ladder.
Off of the ladder, gets the kill. Stare again, just stopping players in that vent, can take the bomb and go upstairs. Now that is a wild evacuation.
Oh, I was thinking they're going to take the vent upstairs, but in this spot, they had someone in the vent. And Brolin, he should have died. This guy was definitely on the ladder. We need a new icon in the kill feed for that kind of frag. For him, it's simple.
𝙍𝙗 hangs on to the Heaven control, so there shouldn't be really a retake attempt thrown at this, but I mean, you're going to have Jimmy challenging Heaven soon enough, and then all of a sudden we're going to get this rifle duel, because again, it's 3 Foxes in hand. Losing the Heaven player could be critical, but yeah, Mouse, you're not getting out now. No chance to get back at this site. Dude, Ster was down in the moat with the crocodiles, and he still gets both kills as they emerge from that.
So, great mid-round moment for Astralis, and they get the conversion. They deny the force back, the 3 Foxes that come into this round. They keep the lead once again. I mean, this game is narrow margins, man. Every round going back and forth.
Eventually, this is going to set up a perfect moment for Astralis to just have a clean advantage over a bye, and it looks like this round's that.
As long as the clubs are
𝙬𝙗 looking real talkative, and he has, in some of these post-game interviews, been speaking about how not only does he have to play his role very well without having someone to kind of manage him as well as 𝙍𝙀𝘼 would have, but he's also just trying to offer up more support as a space creator so that guys like Jimmy can get in.
They're getting paid a lot. That's the sole reason they're playing.
He says he wants to see Jimmy's full potential unlocked in this version of Mouse.
They're like...
Right now, it's just Spinks, 5-7 in hand over towards that ramp.
No one Turnpike to take attention
they
away.
They add a whole new value to the club they
make sure
join.
Spinks doesn't get a kill. We'll see.
Like Inter
Miami. Of course, that one Galil floating out there in the hands of 𝙬𝙗.
It's popular because of Messi.
Spinks, 𝙍𝙗 looking very ready for this spot. 5-7 bested. Towards going to try to spam a smoke with a USP. They don't give a damn about that one.
Man, 𝙬𝙗 always finds a way to answer back on another part of the map. As soon as the first kill goes down. Ooh, be careful.
And he's always so fast that it's actually impossible for us to see both kills because it's instant.
He's desperately holding on to this information. But the smoke and decon is hard to disrespect. Perfect call here from Astralis. Okay, they take upper. Yeah.
What's wrong there? Launder's nervous? Understandably. Ster has been remaining a key piece, I think, to keeping these options open. We saw him last round down towards decon door, even though Torzy did get by him. Able to recover.
Great call.
Coming up next is the full strength buy here for Mouse.
We'll see if 𝙬𝙗 can rack up any kind of a cost. No, it's in fact 4 players to survive here for Astralis. 9-7 on the lead.
It's only 7 o'clock.
𝙍𝙗 coming up from Heaven. Good ramp to Heaven move from Astralis. I think showing a little bit of dynamic approach here on the T side so far. It's Mouse's map pick, but it's Astralis' lead.
Am I missing something? Are there no kits on this round here?
You are correct.
Ooh. No retakes here from Mouse.
Just don't lose the bomb sites.
Low on grenades anyway, so I guess that sort of makes sense.
Sounds simple.
In a sense, we'll see if this round continues in a way that isn't comfortable for Mouse. They will play to save with majority. They're really just hoping a mistake gets made for the opening kill.
Ster's been a fun little X factor for Astralis so far, kind of operating on his own more often than not.
Oh, Torzy's spot with no information as they're wrapping outside definitely gets scary, but he has hit his presence really well.
Finds the garage player. A little more damage on Ster. Jimmy's here, but smoked off. But because the bomb gets stopped, Stown runs over and picks it up. You've got a player still climbing up into Heaven slowly but surely in Ster. But you've got Jimmy waiting to get the ball rolling somehow back in the favor of Mouse. Meanwhile, players dying elsewhere. This is looking like a prime chance for Astralis to pinch down onto this A site soon. Not yet. They'll still have to cross back over it, and in trying to do that, it was a great chance for the Finn. Brolin also bested.
What a shot,
And
𝙍𝙗.
these are CTs dropping with nothing to show for it. 𝙬𝙗 on the recovery up into Heaven denied. 4 stand tall. Astralis 10-7.
Hey, that was amazing. I mean, from the perspective of shots, getting Ster
These
up.
guys are leveling up.
They had it all going that round.
Which team are you supporting?
In
this matchup,
getting to 10 first once again. This time, it's not just like
I'm
they
not
streaked
supporting
and got here.
any, but I'll be happy
Again,
if
3
Mouse
pistols.
wins.
They lose the 4th one, but they deny the conversion. And Astralis kick off 4 halves in a row the right way.
I mean, I don't care whichever team wins. I want FaZe to win the whole tournament.
If they give up that outside control, there will be moments where Spinks can die.
FaZe versus Falcons
where
will be
a
the
trade
next
can
match
happen like
after
this.
this.
The doesn't know what's
match
going
ends.
on Nuke, you can't simply
Let's see.
let people wrap outside. But at the same time, we saw the utility left over for 𝙑. It's not like they could take full control of everything.
Shouldn't be able to take control of anything here in the 18th. Pistols around for 𝙑. It's an 11th round prime for 𝙑.
Yeah, it's another round. Just no silly mistakes here for 𝙑. And at this point, it's not like they've been ecoed 5 times. They've been doing a great job on anti-ecos.
Hurt Molly.
Setting their sights on this A site. Brolin's in a smoke with a 5-7. Ooh, this could get a little wild. Second player tries to get out from heaven. Flashback. They're wary of backside. Brolin gonna get dropped by it. And so 𝘃𝙗𝘼 in good position here. It's a whole collection of utility up into heaven to make sure that Spinks can't get out with his 5-7.
Comes on which
So
position
the
it comes
Danes do
on
a great
importance.
job of
Solid
just
once
tiptoeing
again.
their way through the
This
A
is
site
also
with
a
nades,
S tier
with protocols,
tournament,
with even a
so
cautious approach,
this-
right? 𝘃𝙗𝘼 taking his time with
it
the
is also
wraparound from smoke.
a
Yes,
good
it gives Brolin
tournament.
a chance to kill somebody else in
Deserving
HUD, but even
prize
if that
pool
starts to
equal
go
to the
south,
major.
𝘃𝙗𝘼 in a great position
That
for a
of a
recovery.
major.
So it's got to be
So
said, the team plays looking
it
good
is-
Yes.
for
it is a
𝙑.
good
And
tournament.
individually, right, what had been lacking lately
Like,
was
if
just some
you-
of the individual impact. But
if
kills
we
don't
say,
seem to
like,
be a problem.
majors are the
You've got
best,
𝙑𝙑
then
again
it is-
topping the charts, looking fantastic as he yet again collects these easier
comes after
kills.
majors.
An 11th round to the board for 𝙑. 2 rounds from a decider map versus 𝙑.
They won't let you down again. 𝘃𝙗𝘼 dies the bomb. Still
Majors,
3 alive
majors
here
have
for
the same
𝙑.
prize pool as of this tournament.
Who wants map 3?
Rank. S tier, these all are S tier
Want the full
tournaments. Major
show.
is also S tier, this is S tier. Actually, I will put it on 4th and 5th maybe. First is first
𝙑, I think at this point you
major,
kind of just keep it
second
calm, like keep working. Good
Cologne,
ideas coming out off the tack
Keto.
pauses. T side's looking sharp. CT side maybe wasn't what you wanted, but you make
second
up
and
for it
third
by
can be
denying the
Cologne or
second
Keto.
pistol
They are both
conversion.
equally prestigious. Then
Put yourself
after
in a great
that,
spot.
this tournament.
Careful now.
But again, the last time 𝙑 didn't
As
have
I
the utility
said,
to
the
make all
prize
the moves
pool
they
is
wanted
same
to. Now they have
as
that
that of a
utility, less
major,
of an
so-
excuse.
Yeah.
Jimmy's going to have his hands full. Utility
FaZe
coming at
can,
him. And they pop that smoke open.
can't do
Jimmy's
it
good to
today.
go.
So many of
𝙑,
them are
can he recover
so
the
bad.
control of ramp? He'll bring one down, and then he uses that as a chance to escape. Big pickup. 𝙬𝙗 has been good in these mid rounds in just getting that edge back. The moment 𝙑 had a man advantage, it gets taken from him, and I love this reposition. I find 𝙬𝙗 one of these guys who's so hard to keep track of. And that's such a cool dynamic to the 𝙑 T side when he's able to thrive in those moments. But speaking of keeping track of people, Stavn has this crazy route up into heaven, gets found out.
Oh, that disengage is beautiful.
Brolin can't deal with it, or he's not supposed to, turns back.
Yeah,
I mean, you
to
would have had
second,
to
yeah.
hurt the player drop out of heaven until you had to worry about it.
I mean, the disengage is fantastic out of Stavn. He doesn't need to
World
win that
Championship
duel.
at first.
It's a spot where he could have taken it,
Majors.
risked it, but instead,
We call
it's
it
what gets the
major
HUD
in
player
CS2.
dead on his side. There's a guy who's
In
overstressed in
Counter-Strike.
that spot. It's more important they take upstairs
Welcome, Rajiv,
than
bro.
fight the
Welcome to the
extremities.
stream.
And look, now Spinks, all he can do is fall back. 12 rounds again.
Wow, lo and behold, 𝙑 on 12. With 5 rounds to close this map. Where have I seen this before?
It's an easier comeback than last time, actually.
Participate
Put it
in
that way.
majors.
𝙑's already
There
had
are
him
players
scared.
from every country.
Yeah, but to
Mostly.
be honest, man, this CT side has been non-existent.
Yeah.
It was a pistol round
Other
for
than,
𝙑 and then a
leaving-
choke to convert it.
Leaving India.
Yeah, 1 rounds.
6 rounds
We
ever
have players
since.
from
0 rifles.
almost every country.
8-round T-side comeback
Every
over on
European
Inferno
country,
to
every
get
North
us into
American
Nuke.
country.
It's going to have to be 5 straight here.
But from Asia right now, in Asian region,
𝙑.
one Chinese team qualified,
wins
rare
back-to-back
items
in the
qualified
playoffs,
this
Launders.
time,
I thought it was
and
impossible.
there was
I thought those days were long behind us.
an Australian team. They are also they are considered in Asian region only. Australia is also considered.
But it seems to be an Astralis that's figuring out CS2 on an individual level, just looking clean with these kills. Time to kills are crisp. 𝙍𝙗𝙗's flying.
He's levitating.
Oh, that's how it's witchcraft. It's at least a full-blown buy for 𝙂𝙗.
Support teams are country majors. Support teams mostly.
Needed, if not for Torchy
But yeah,
fighting a 5v4, but you've got to give him credit. Astralis, they've been able to recover from
the crowd favors the
yeah, it doesn't seem like that's
teams
the
which are from
the
that
squad right now.
From that region.
This is actually a lot of
where
pressure
the
on
tournament
Ramp as well.
is being
Jimmy's
hosted.
trying to find a way
if
to
the tournament is in Romania,
back into
this tournament is in
Gideon's
Romania,
showing him that he's
and
not
if
scared,
the
this will
team
have Jimmy recede.
has a Romanian player on it, so
But there's
people
no over-adjustment here from
support
the CTs.
that
They've
team
still got 4
more.
upstairs.
Spinks doesn't hear anything outside. We're going to get 𝙂𝙗 still trying to make moves. You don't want too many question marks.
If the tournament is happening in India, then
yes,
basically
they don't know if the exec's coming back, but they just cleared
Indians
that out
will
with
support
Jimmy
Indian
to
team,
help him get into a better
player
spot.
on any team.
He puts a smoke down. T is down to
On whichever
a double
team,
smoke,
doesn't
double
matter.
molly execute. Could still be thrown out at 45 seconds. Of course,
There are very less teams which consist of same players from same nationality. Like, there is one team,
just ruined all of
like I can give you an example of 𝙁𝙗𝙗 Pro. There are all Russians on 𝙁𝙗𝙗 Pro and Eternal Fire, but there are mostly international teams in CS.
And that's going to get caught by
Earlier there used to be Brazilian teams dominating the scene.
We've got Stound downstairs, but it's all
But
good.
right now,
Jimmy,
no
cold as
Brazilian
ice,
team
sits on top of site.
dominates.
5 alive for 𝙂𝙗𝙗. And those are the
You already
sorts of
see
rounds that they will
cheater,
have to piece together for the next 4 to push overtime for a second map in a row.
Yeah, that one
Hello,
froze your
Nando,
eyebrow a
welcome.
little bit here from Astralis.
Yes, I
I
will
mean,
be
it is
back
a
in a
round where
second.
they start off 4v5,
AFK,
so it's
going
never
AFK.
easy, of course. But once it comes to the ramp play that happens, I think 𝙂𝙗𝙗 are the ones who make the better move. They have 2 players come and help Jimmy re-clear the ramp early. Then they come back upstairs with a lot of confidence. And again, no overcorrection. They just left Jimmy downstairs the entire time, just in case it was a threat. That's a great round for 𝙂𝙗𝙗. Their first rifle of
Fast
the map.
challenge, here we go, back 10 to the front. Spinks turns. It's a lethal mistake, a wraparound for bomb site. 𝙬𝙗𝙗's at least able to bring one with him. But we've got Torchy smoked off. Heaven challenge from Jimmy. He's gonna got the clutch. He's got a bit of damage on Squeaky, but it's a bust. 𝙂𝙗𝙗's falter as Astralis peel off on a T side. 𝙂𝙗𝙗, who looked solid in the first half, had pistol in their back pocket and allowed Astralis back into this game, back into a semi. Ancient separates them from grand finals.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
𝙂𝙗𝙗, under new leadership from Brian, looking to show us all what he is capable of and grow as a player to bring them glory.
𝙁𝙗 able to peek off the flash, hanging on with just
amazing
the vomits.
flashes.
Everyone on this team has the potential to pop off and take over games. With Spinks bringing the extra experience this squad needs to succeed. Now is the perfect time for them to show it.
Well, we've got a semi-final on our hands. 𝙍 able to tie things up on Nuke, which the desk thought was a distant possibility. We're going to talk about that. So, I mean, look, you saw the reaction from 𝘾𝙤𝙧 at the end as well. He's trying to win the crowd back with performances, with trying to get some love going on. They'll still probably boo you tomorrow if you're in the final, but whatever. We'll talk about that later. I thought it was a really, well, just a much better performance than I thought 𝙍 were capable of in this map.
I think it was a very mature performance.
Yeah.
I would agree with you after what happened on Inferno. To those of you just tuning in now, 𝙍 is leading, 12-5, winning that map, winning their own map pick, then heading into Nuke, you thought it was going to be over. They get off to a good start, they win the pistol, they convert, and then what happens again is that 𝙍 lose grasp of the game. So they constantly had to find a way back into the game, and they did that. So for my money, that 𝙍 were able to show such a maturity as a team. First and foremost, shake away the Inferno loss. Second of all, reinventing themselves and refining themselves in that second half T-side on Nuke. I think that was hella impressive. That's something I did not expect coming into this.
Yeah, I really want to key in on that second half on Nuke, as, what I really thought they did well was just play diverse Counter-Strike. They did a really good job about spreading the entire map. They were constantly applying pressure to all various points, keeping Mouse always guessing on where the hit was really going to be coming from. I thought particularly what they did very well was they're one of those teams that when they get outer yard, behind that typical smoke wall that everyone uses, they don't just always want to creep down back halls. They're very good about breaking three players off and, having one guy threatening heaven, having one guy threatening mini, and just keeping the upper split option open while still threatening that they could drop lower at any point in time. And I think that becomes very hard on Mouse Sports, who are dealing with it. Spinks is a new player defensively, 𝙁𝙗 is a new caller defensively, trying to figure out how to manage those situations in those mid to late round moments.
Yeah, and I mean, look, there was some really good individual performances in this moment, in this map for Mouse, but ultimately it was 𝙍 that really kind of came together cohesively as a team and executed on that T-side.
Yeah, I think the T-side for 𝙍 so far tonight has been fantastic. The man, obviously showing the most emotions right there, 𝘾𝙤𝙧, is the architecture behind all that going on. He did.
Be careful with Yabi's arm. You don't want to break. Yeah, exactly. A lot of that going around.
Yeah, but I mean, 𝘾𝙤𝙧 has had a fantastic game so far. I mean, he's bottom of the scoreboard right now, ADR-wise, but look how close it is on the side of 𝙍. Everyone is chiming in, everyone is chipping in, everyone had moments in the game where they were making the difference, in particular Yabi in that second half. You speak of T-side impact. I think he was the guy that you could point out that really stepped it up, find an awful lot of impact early on, as you can see as well. And for this man to continue the trajectory he's been on, he's been 𝙍's best player at this tournament, and he's had a decent showing so far. And if he's only going to ramp up into it, that could be another issue at Mouse's hand. Yeah,
I think he was the 5th highest rated player coming into these semifinals. It's also one of the best ratings he's shown on 𝙍 since this lineup has come together. Really, yeah. What is it?
It's the best at a Tier 1 tournament. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, and you can see there on the timeline just where he's having impact. And again, I thought a lot of it was just how well he kind of helped them start off on the CT side, helped them get those first few rounds, but also credit just on the second half. He's kind of one of those guys that's more of a roamer, right? Stair's kind of your main entry point on the yard, but Yabi, kind of has that tendency to kind of just be able to roam around with 𝘾𝙤𝙧 and with 𝙬𝙗 and try to just, kind of find little, edges or openings or create a new angle or something like that to keep things fresh. And here you can see Yabi was all over the map finding frags, whether it was ramp room, whether it was helping them take control outside yard, whether it was really, I thought Astralis exposed heaven quite often throughout the second half. Was also really huge.
But isn't it fun whenever we see Astralis play well, and just keep this in the back of your mind? I feel like whenever they're playing well, whenever we give them credit, it almost reminds me of the old Heroic. Whenever they're buying into that style of being all over the map, you know, roaming, finding gaps, being proactive, pushing certain spots all the time. Constantly, when you look at the minimap, there's someone doing something, whether that's on the CT side or the T side. That's when Astralis are performing at their best, and that's what made Heroic so good. So it does feel like that whole tendency where 𝘾𝙤𝙗 is now slowly but surely implementing his style of play, his vision for the game. That's, you know, it's starting to work out a little bit more for Astralis. Again, we're seeing inconsistency. We're now seeing them in a semi-final. They're one map away from booking a spot in a grand final, but we gotta say this is the best version of Astralis that we've seen for quite some time, given the inconsistencies. And I think a lot of that comes down to them finally buying into the heroic way, or the old heroic way of playing Counter-Strike.
Maybe that's the final irony. You have to become the thing you tried to destroy to succeed. Look, Jimmy over on Mouse, we got to talk about that guy. That was a monster performance. Definitely didn't deserve to be on the losing team, but sometimes that is the way the cookie crumbles. He really showed why he was so highly sought after in that player break, you know, when Rostamania was popping up.
He was the one that withstanding the pressure. Look at this sequence right here, getting a triple kill. Astralis again getting offensive, getting proactive with it. He's getting the kill. Fast forward the following round, he gets another double entry towards the Zinner bomb site. 𝙬𝙬𝙗 was the one keeping Mouse alive in that first half. He was the one that mainly, I almost say single-handedly guaranteed them 4 rounds to make it 4-4, which made the game competitive to begin with.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I think that's something I've kind of noticed as a trend with Mouse Sports throughout, you know, even when they're using a stand-in at Katowice. And what we've seen so far here in Cluj is like they engage Jimmy a little bit more than what I'm used to seeing. Like he's not just some lurker kind of playing by himself, cutting off rotations or trying to find gaps. They often use him in the slot, the trade, you know, trying to flex his aim in more active positions on some of these executes. And he seems to be pretty comfortable doing that very quickly, which is nice to see, and it just shows that he does maybe have a little bit more versatility than just being an anchor and being this extremity player. He can help fulfill other roles on this team.
And it's hella important because he was nowhere to be found on Inferno. Again, Nuke, he had a good T side right here, a good couple of rounds, but overall not a great performance. So heading into Ancient, we gotta see more of 𝙬𝙬𝙗.
Oh yeah, and he seems to be the player that is kind of maybe his personal game has been the one that's kind of faltered the most since Spinks has been added. Is there a reason for that at all, Jacob?
I think it's just a lack of shape as of right now. You know, individually, he's still playing the same roles. He's very much left by himself. He is the typical anchor of the team as well. Surely, whenever you bring in a new guy like Spinks, which is also a player that has a big voice, it can sometimes interfere with you. But I think it would be dishonest of me to say that I think that's the reason why Jimmy is not playing at his highs right now. It was a player that was sought after by both G2, FAZE, Falcons, whoever. He could have gone anywhere, you know, during the player break. He decided to stay in Mouse, and maybe that got a, you know, maybe that played into him. Maybe it was a bit of a stressful period. He had to start over the season.
It always is, sure.
It always is for a player, especially at that age as well. Maybe he's second doubting whether he made the right decision by staying. But it's not like Jimmy has had a bad start to the season. He just hasn't been on the top echelon of the level that we've seen him before.
Yeah, I mean, he was the best anchor in World Counter-Strike, so the expectations are high. Okay, let's talk about the deciding map. It's going to be Ancient, guys. Lots to talk about with this one. We wanted it to kind of be this map pool, this shared map pool between these two teams, so it produced an exciting semi-final, and that's what's happened.
Yeah, Astralis has won both games they've played so far in this tournament, and really what it's come down to is, again, dynamic offense, particularly Stair, not only being used as a mid-controller, but also being used as a nice entry and trade fragger on executes. What I love about the attacking side of Astralis is that you never really know what you're going to get. They are so good about loading one area of the map early in the round and making you guess where that's going to be. They're very fluid and dynamic on the rotations as well.
They will be testing Brolan and Spinks in that CT.
I agree.
Spinks is playing into a new position. He said it himself. We spoke with him during the group stage as well, asking in for it, and he was saying, yeah, sometimes the timings of that B bomb side, I can't really figure it out. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to get better. That was a clear weakness for Mouse in that CT side, so that's something you have to test if you're Astralis.
Yeah, I think that's right. Spinks, they even tried to, in their later games, get Spinks out of the site, more doubling him up in cave, or just using mid-aggression to not force Spinks to have to anchor, quote-unquote, as much. But what I will say about Spinks is he slotted in pretty naturally on this T side as a trade fragger, particularly on these B executes behind Brolan and behind 𝙬𝙬𝙗. Obviously, 𝙬𝙬𝙗's going to be a key factor in middle, creating pressure. Again, this is another map where Jimmy gets a little bit more active. He'll be going mid with 𝙬𝙬𝙗, actively trying to take map control, not just being some typical A lurker. One other thing I want to note about Mouse Sports that we've seen throughout this tournament is they are a lot more prone to calling out of spawn than they used to. They don't want to put themselves in a lot of mid-round situations. You're going to see a lot more set pieces and fast plays.
And I love the little sequence we have here on the graphic as well. 𝘾𝙤𝙗 and 𝙑𝙑𝙗 sometimes switching over. Of course, you have 𝘾𝙤𝙗 being the main anchor, so to speak. 𝙑𝙑𝙗 sometimes plays that position as well. The man on the screen right here has, in all silence, I'd almost say, had a pretty good game from an individual perspective. Coming into this game, he was the lowest rated player for Astralis, one of the lowest rated, if not the lowest player, the lowest rated player back in the tournament as well. And so far, he's been holding up to his own. Now, he will be tested as well.
Yes.
Your mouse sports, you said it yourself, a lot of out-of-spawn calls, especially on Ancient in the group stage. They love to do the B out-of-spawn, rush straight into it. And guess who we're going to find over there? That's going to be 𝘾𝙤𝙗. So I think Spinx will be tested, CT side on the side of Mouse, and I think 𝘾𝙤𝙗 will be tested from the get-go on the side of Astralis.
I think 𝘾𝙤𝙗 is the wild card on this map because on the T side, he's going to be everywhere. You know, a lot of in-game leaders call from the BK's position on T side because it kind of gives them a central access to information. But 𝘾𝙤𝙗's the type of guy who'll just go lurk A by himself, or he'll try to poke at middle with Stair. He's going to be trying to be very dynamic and hard to read. And defensively, it's the same thing. As Pimp was noting, yeah, technically he's the A anchor, but sometimes he'll swap with 𝙑𝙑𝙗. Sometimes he's going to pick up a secondary op and maybe do something crazy with it. Sometimes he's just going to push A all the way out into T spawn and try to see if he can catch somebody off guard. I think he is kind of, you know, the one that you always have to try to account for. Maybe his frag is not always at the highest level, but he's going to be a thorn in your side that you have to try to figure out where the heck it's coming from.
I do think that is putting it mildly, but I will say the good news is he is fragging out in this series, which he hasn't always done. He seems pretty dialed in. By the way, when you heard the crowd chanting again, that's 𝘾𝙤𝙗 on the stage. He's like playing with the crowd now. They're starting to learn to love him again. We'll see if that holds during the game. But anyway, obviously, Ancient, you know, this is going to be about protocols. You know how, you know, technical this map is and how you really have to play it with precision. And so this raises the question once more about 𝙑𝙗𝙗. I think he's playing well. I think he's calling well, but each
they
map,
lost?
It's a brand new challenge.
Yeah, it's a brand new challenge, and it's definitely going to be a big challenge.
Sure, bro, welcome. Is this just gameplay? Yeah, it is live, live tournament.
𝙑𝙗𝙗 CT side of
Watch party.
playing towards Cave. That's also something that will be tested together with Spinx. We spoke about it already, but I think you're looking towards Torsi
live.
If you want
it is happening live.
Impact on the CT side. He is a player that kind of gets, dare I say, freaky with it sometimes with the AWP. He's sometimes a little bit hyper-aggressive. In middle, he's taking duels you don't always account for, you don't always expect. We have praised Torsi for his T side on Inferno, but apart from that, we haven't seen much from him. CT side Inferno, nowhere to be found. Nuke, he didn't have the impact that we would like to see. If Mouse are to win this game, I need to see more from Torsi.
Yeah, you're talking about the CT side really quick. I just had to make this point. On Inferno, Mouse were timid. They played on sites. They weren't very proactive. They weren't doing a lot for me. What I saw them be successful in this tournament is when they were pushing 𝙑𝙗𝙗 through BK. They were pushing 𝙬𝙗𝙗 top middle. You know, they were even pushing Jimmy out of the A slot and really kind of forcing him into some active moments. Try to disrupt 𝘾𝙤𝙗, because if you give 𝘾𝙤𝙗 space to get a little bit of map control and give them an opportunity to call a little bit of mid-rounding, that's where things get hard to read and you're going to have a hard time rotating. And look, the test will be on 𝙑𝙗𝙗, because at some point he will have to make a mid-round call to decide things, and he's going to have to be able to live up to it when that moment comes.
Yeah, and it almost certainly is going to come. I mean, look, the key component here is I haven't really been convinced with 𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗's calling, his level of tactical accuracy.
How can they speak English so fast?
What I do like when Astralis do is when they do the simple things right, that's when it works.
I mean, of course, it is their mother tongue. Like, we can speak Hindi
it will be.
fluently.
That's obviously very important as well. Look at it from the
they can speak
You bring in a new guy,
English fluently because it's their mother tongue.
You bring in Astralis into the mix as well. They've been fighting for the VIS points. They're now in a position where they're one map away from guaranteeing themselves $187,000
Brazil football team play CSGO.
Yeah. That grand final.
Neymar likes to play.
It's almost like if Astralis wins this game, they're almost guaranteed to be part of the next major, which for this organization would be a huge step in the right direction.
Counter-Strike was really, it is popular right now also in Brazil, but the Brazilian teams are not performing that good.
Pretty cemented where they are. There'll be a big points buffer, and just to remind everybody, in
earlier
the
Brazilians
VRS,
used to dominate.
If you are in that top 10, you're going to be able to skip the stage, skip the qualifiers, be in the major for real. And Astralis, I'm going to just tell you from talking to people behind the scenes, because, you know, I still talk to people
2014,
in Denmark,
15, 16, 17.
Not you, I never called you. Cool. But no, I do talk to people in Denmark, and they've told me for Astralis, That's the project. They don't really
I
care
have
about
face cam,
trophy
I can't
wins.
do
They care
it
about
right
getting
now,
back
bro.
to the
I
promised
can't
land
turn
of
it
the
on.
major because it's got embarrassing.
Someone is in
for
my
it
room,
already.
so
Here's the
that's
thing.
why.
That trophy on that stage right now represents an opportunity for both of these teams, but in a very different way. For Mouse Sports, it represents an opportunity to prove that their call to drop 𝙍𝙀𝙗 was not wrong.
Correct.
To prove that they are still indeed a top 5 team in the world, which they spent most of the time being last year. They want to show that they haven't slipped at all, that they're still very capable of holding that position. For 𝘾𝙤𝙗, this is about redemption. You came onto this team hoping to be the new leader that 𝙍𝙗 needed to reach new heights, to finally get back to a major, to finally become, you know, a title contender again, a name that was relevant in international Counter-Strike. He had that Blast World final where he did have that little bit of a spark where something went for him. But then we all know what happened with the major. We all know what happened with the first couple events this year. But this moment right now, this semifinals against Mouse Sports, if he can get to that stage and get into a grand final, all of a sudden he gives new hope to Danish fans that maybe, just maybe, 𝙍𝙗
switch on the lights because
I've had my hope broken so many times.
my brother is sleeping
so please
just
don't
behind
give
me.
me that.
Don't pretend you're a fan.
I'm trying.
Don't pretend you're a fan.
I will say, and we kind of been building this
Can't
narrative
disturb
throughout the
him.
tournament that 𝘾𝙤𝙗 is playing for his life. I think that's still.
Joke,
I think
this is
that's
true.
the point. I think had they gone out in groups or, you know, another disaster, I think maybe 𝘾𝙤𝙗's getting an awkward phone call the next day when he gets home.
I agree.
I think we're past that point now. I think he's bought some time.
Yes, I agree, and I think that's also what I want to say with this is that it's
Don't
two
fight,
projects. You know,
guys.
as much as I agree with you, Dust, you are playing for an opportunity to hoist that trophy, and it's a great opportunity because you know the deeper we get into the season, the more unlikely it is that we see Mouse or Astralis in any semi-final of any capacity, because the scene is just going to grow
Okay,
stronger.
guys, last map.
However, we are
Who's
looking at a
winning
situation
this
right now
game?
where they're just one map
What do you
away,
guys
so
think?
everything is at stake for both of these
Let's do a
projects
poll.
that are relatively new.
And let's get into that map now. It's
Let's
going
do
to
a
be
poll.
the decider, brought to you by Scrawny and Launders.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. That's right. Here we are in the stage, ready
let's
for
go.
a map 3, an ancient that dictates whether Astralis can step forward into a grand finals. We're talking about players who have been there before, but players who have not been there for so incredibly long at times, right? To rebound and to bring it forward here so unexpectedly. Just days ago, we had them losing online matches and looking like fools. And now here they are on the brink of grand finals over Mouse.
It's the perfect way to set up a third map. Ancient is the perfect place for Astralis and Mouse to go to. With the new calling of Brolin, I'm a bit wary of getting too excited about the T side on this map. It might be their biggest test, but it's one they have to pass.
Come on, Cluj. One final map. Mouse and Astralis, grand finals. Could you imagine 𝙍𝙗 back in a grand finals, Mohan? Can you imagine? Because I'll tell you, it hasn't happened since 2021. Wow. It's been a long time coming.
Was that even a LAN?
It was.
Wow.
The only thing is he was in the Ninjas jersey. Frag grenade for 𝙬𝙗.
Right.
He's going to get killed quickly. It's a chance to get it going. Spinks challenged over from Donut. It's a team kill? What? Somehow 𝙍𝙗 ends up shooting 𝙍𝙗 in the back of the head. That opens up the door for Mouse to flood out. And it's Mouse to take a second pistol in this series.
Okay, well that's not great here for Astralis, but listen, 3 out of 4 pistols, they won. The one they didn't win, they won the next round. Can still leave that record open here until round 2.
Ooh, team kill.
A little unfortunate,
Nah, he
I guess.
asked for it.
Yeah. Yeah. All
Sad.
right. Well, nice start here for Mouse. Less questions here on Mouse's CT side for sure. And it was them versus FaZe, where I think on T side, they kind of like seized up a little bit.
For sure.
You know, didn't play really thorough rounds and defaults, and I think we're intimidated by the fact that it was FaZe. But that was a while ago, and teams have improved exponentially over the last week.
I think we could be watching 𝙬𝙗 really just become a beast as this one goes on. We'll see if he gets unleashed out through middle.
Rather than touchpad on laptop doesn't make any difference in gameplay. Yeah, of course. Touchpad is really hard, bro.
Clamp, but now 𝙍𝙗's feeling pressure. Stoun's turned around the D. Oh! Technically on smoke!
Nice shot.
Now it's a 2 versus 1. 𝙍𝙗's grabbed an M4. Mouse can't afford this again!
No.
Just like back on Nuke, pistols mean nothing.
Fourth round win.
Nothing.
When the force of Astralis comes
So
through.
yeah,
They've won
with
2
Mouse
pistols
you
in the
will
series.
absolutely
and got eco'd right after.
be able to play much better though.
And Cluj loves Astralis.
People are chanting Astralis, Astralis,
You know, I actually
Astralis.
want to get a temperature check before this third map goes on. Who has changed from cheering from Mouse to Astralis?
I can't even imagine.
Nobody?
If you play with
Is it
touchpad,
still
it's really
Mouse?
hard.
Mouse win this?
Can't even imagine playing with that. I've never played. with touchpad, but yeah.
They'll have to rebound. They'll have to tap into the potential we've seen.
So do I have to buy a separate mouse? Yeah. Of course, if you are playing with touchpad, please buy a mouse.
You know, if Astralis want to take the gloves off and fight fast, that opens up a world where mouse can unleash.
Get a cheap one, or if you can get a
established as they come up from that ramp.
good gaming mouse, then go for it.
Stereo will get the
You
reload
can
out.
get a good gaming mouse.
I don't know, man. There's an electricity here. I feel like the tempo of this third
around
map could get
1,800,
quick. And we'll see
800
who
to
can
1,000.
thrive in that kind of an energetic scene.
Indian rupees.
We saw that
around
Cadian
that
pop-off
price.
happen when they win
You can
map
get a decent
2,
gaming mouse.
trying to convince Cluj that Astralis is their team.
I definitely want to see a lot of confidence calls from Astralis.
That's what
like
I'm saying.
very simple
Touchpad is
retakes.
going to be
I
really
wanna see them
difficult.
Try to bust out middle. I think right now they've shown that they can keep
And
up
it's
on the
bad
fire
for a
rate.
laptop
Both
too. If
teams
you are
have
using
spots,
your
entire
laptop's
halves
keyboard
where
and
they let
mouse,
off, and then they
sorry,
totally changed
touchpad,
that story in the second half. Yes.
for
They were
gaming,
kind of meeting
please
each other in
don't
the middle in
ever
that
use
sense.
it.
It's really just about who's
Like,
going to make less mistakes over the course of a whole map. Who's going to be active
I
on
mean,
T side
today
and CT side.
we
in
get
the
good,
same map. That's what
durable
Ancient is going to be about with these
inbuilt
two
keyboards
teams.
on laptops
and, for Mouse,
and
it's calling back
inbuilt
to
mouse.
a map that they
What do you call
understand,
it?
love,
Mouse pads
have played
on the laptops,
so long
but
at such a high level.
You should not game on that.
Dare I say it?
You know, it's a little, again, like we've
Because
said it before, it's the
if any
heroic
key goes,
Cadian. You've got,
you know,
I think Pimp said
if
it
any
earlier
key,
this event, where
key
he
get
said,
damaged,
you know, this is
then the
more
cost
heroic
of
than Astralis when we talk about the core and the
repairing that thing
accomplishments.
is really
So to
high.
tap into that versus a team like Mouse, I think is the perfect thing
Get
for
a mouse
Cadian to try
and
to pull out
keyboard.
of his hat. A bag of tricks with
Beautiful
conviction
CSGO.
standing. Astralis
For
up to a
us.
very early 3-1 lead.
Hey, you
despite
can play. I'm
losing
not saying you
pistol.
can't
And
play,
again,
but
it's the buy-in, right? Because it is
there's a
it is
chance
3/5 of heroic. It doesn't
can
have
get
Tessus, it
damage.
doesn't have Shush. But
Yeah.
those players bought in, and they all played
I
aggressively.
mean, they're
because
not
of it. He could call
meant
four
for
player
if
rotations
it
by
is a
himself,
gaming
Cadian,
laptop.
and they would follow. He said,
if you got a gaming
jump, they
laptop,
said
then
how high.
it
was
will be
simple as
durable,
that
but
on that last team.
I won't
when you
recommend
come into
anyone
a new
to
lineup with new
use
players, you've also got to
the
create a new
inbuilt
system
keyboard
and
on
borrow
the
a little bit from
laptop
players
for
like
gaming.
Device, who don't play
For gaming
like that
long
in
hours.
general. Finding that medium.
I
has
have
been the
never done
challenge.
that personally, and I don't recommend
We see spots where it's working.
anyone to do that. It's your
Strauss
choice.
once again looking down, looking
You
to
can get a
bust down
keyboard, cheap
mid, as
keyboard,
well as
and
take
use it.
B control, A control, excuse me. Jimmy stops him for the moment.
Jimmy can be such a frisky A-main player.
Cheap mouse, cheap keyboard.
Sometimes it's hard to keep him under wraps, and I think this round a prime
In
example of
500
it.
to
Already
1,000
DP
rupees you
in
can
with an
get
opening
both.
kill. He sticks around a bit,
Wired
frees up
ones.
Brolin to go rotating over to try to
Wireless you
add
can get
defense
around
to a bomb site
1,000
that
or
looks
1,500.
incredibly compromised. I mean, we can hear the wall bangs coming out. We can see Spinks trying to scramble for control. His rotation's been smoked off, so Spinks on full display here, almost getting a second frag. Xertion activates, and then suddenly, caught on the side of smoke, Device is able to peel Brolin off the moment. Now, Xertion didn't waste his chance to compromise the
take the
Cade.
shot.
Jabby, come on! He doesn't get a clean opportunity,
Yeah.
wants a little more, and that is going to be Mouse to rebound in round 5.
It was just a centimeter from like just a perfect shot. I think he would have taken it if it was clear. But yeah, his head was just right halfway around the corner, and Jabby was too low to risk him
you
turning
need to
back.
manage
So
that. But
that
if you
round goes south for Astralis. A good recovery.
cannot
from Mouse. They
then
had mid control, so they had a player jumping up
play with
heaven,
that
plus
only,
they had the
but,
3 players in B.
you
And Spinks,
can't
I think,
help
was
it
very
then.
smart to stay active in that spot, because even if it's a flat angle,
in
the
this
teaser
situation.
coming in from cave to clear it out. If he gets a kill alone, that's enough.
I
with the
had
amount of
like a
players that are
table
around.
Fast one out for middle
in
stair.
my house, so
Lucky to be alive. I mean,
since the
blinded
start, so
spraying awkwardly.
They all were.
even my dad
He's got a
didn't allow
teammate
me
with
to
him,
play on
that's
the
true. Just the
laptop's
entire
keyboard
clash.
Look at
or
the
mouse
side, it's
ever.
already taken.
He said like
Kinda
you
made ugly. We'll see if
guys will
Brolin
break
can
it.
take over middle so that Torshi
Me and
can
my
turn
brother.
around.
We
There
used
was
to
a
game
world
so
where he was
hard.
able to
So
stop Jabby from getting up into temple. Now that is no longer the case.
And
it
it's
looks
true,
like a
I've seen
mid-play is
some
a little
guys
more drawing for him.
damage
Torshi.
their keyboard like
Missed it
that.
twice,
Inbuilt
right? That player
keyboard
crossing over to temple.
and touchpad. So it is
Doesn't look
advised
like
to
there
use
we
your
go. There's a little
external
shoulder
keyboard and
spotted,
mouse.
but
This is wild because Stairs going over to B.
You see,
like, how can you be ready for
But
this?
if you have space issue, then
you just lose track of the guy.
just be careful while you use the inbuilt keyboard.
No, that's such a good
You can
way
get
to
a mouse.
characterize it.
Swimming through the mud, sitting on 1 HP, 3 kills this round. And
Mouse could
this
be
is gonna
managed, yeah.
critical economic
Get a
damage
mouse
that
and
he's able to
use
rack
it.
up
Use
versus
your
a mouse
keyboard
that had a
a bit-
chance at early CT
bit more
success.
That was
delicately.
so presumptuous because you had Mouse who were actually in a
Don't be
position
hard
to
on
try
the
to
keyboard.
retake. Stair was so far out, but catching that rotate early just shows Mouse how done Astralis field around is. No money again. I set it back on Nuke, man. You can't start slow every single time and expect to close out. You can't have every pistol converted against you and simply win the game. Not when you will have your own inconsistencies.
They make it decent, but I mean, you can't get that durability when which you can get in external keyboards. You simply can't put in.
Definitely want to give a lot of respect to both teams for making it this
laptop.
far in the series. Brolin's a new IGL, but he's actually had some good halves. Okay,
good setup. That's a USP to just bait the
They are decent, but
still a part of this pack.
external mechanical keyboards are way much tougher and they will last long.
2 casualties out middle. Astralis remain intact. This 3-player core quickly climbing up to try and get away from this M4. Gotta be careful. Spinks comes back at it, his second frag of the round. This is one of those moments Astralis are never supposed to let Mouse back in. Brolin again gonna try to test this.
Man, Astralis is looking good.
On the side of that smoke, I like that Device extends up, and I like that Device is off to this type of a start, right? 6 and 4.
They're coming in slowly. I don't really know if they have a world where they think they can actually win the retake, but they don't know Device is just floating out here in the open. So just looking to punish exits. But I just want to give a lot of respect to both teams for making it this far, even in this series, because you do see halves from both sides that aren't great. Some are great. And for Astralis, that's like an uptrend in performance. But it's also for Mouse, who Brolin is just getting his toes wet as an IGL. And I think even seeing the T-half of Inferno where he made that comeback happen, those are the moments that are really important for building towards like a good future. And he's got massive shoes to fill with 𝙬𝙀, and well, it's in the name, I guess.
Trying to grow and improve is a great goal, but today, right now, map 3, not what's on their mind. That's the slow road Mouse will have to build. Tonight, it's about a chance at grand finals. And Astralis making the most of it. Early days on this T side, flashed it. Cowering in the corner here is 𝘾𝙀𝘼, and Nade drops him down to 4.
They're expensive.
Stair could get
They're very expensive.
Holding line up, but it's just damage. Good enough. Spinks clears 2.
Like this red M4 and white USP you are seeing, it costs thousands.
What a monster.
If there is one thing that Mouse were supposed to have with Spinks inclusion,
And these knives,
it's the firepower.
butterfly knives,
should have been a play.
cost above 1 lakh.
His.
That USP as good as an op. 𝘾𝙤𝘼 is just left wandering. This should have been a site that they could plant on. 𝘾𝙤𝘼 coming in to make things strange. Maybe could have turned it into
These
a
are
lurk
really
instead.
expensive skins.
It's just an
you are
incredible
seeing
hold
right
from
now.
Spinks. While his 2 teammates died in the back of the site.
Welcomes the wallbang. 𝙬𝙬𝙗 drops him.
That's clean rifle work.
It's a much needed pop-off moment from one of the Mouse members.
Wow.
Oh,
Astralis.
Over.
2 players who were
looking
tagged
good.
up very well by Brolin. The USP kills icing on the cake. And there's a certain level of consistency that Spinks has been able to bring forward in this Mouse jersey that they need. Nice of him to offer that in round 8. Numbers for Astralis outside of the A site, and the defense is really just banking on 𝙁𝙀𝙗 and Donut.
Yeah, I mean, you can avoid mid, but it's still going to come back to haunt you. We've got the double donut set up as we've got Astralis now looking at the A play, but this just looks like too simple of a call to be able to work out as easily as they hope. Full B control, and Astralis will respect this. This is nice. This is something that Astralis haven't done all the time. They've decided to just keep a quiet map, go for the exec, but they realize something's wrong.
𝙑𝙑𝙑 maybe raising that red flag. Spinks confirming lower ramp control for the Mouse camp. Minute to the clock.
And CT's peeled back out of deep B control.
He gives 𝙬𝙗𝙗 a flashbang so that he can set him up to re-engage on ramp. Spinks wants a piece of this, but he goes at it a little too soon. He's not wrong. They are gearing up to get ever closer. But he just kind of makes that move before Astralis are truly in position.
The only molly on side of the CTs is over on A.
𝙍 is going to offer up 2 smoke grenades. That's going to block off both lanes of this B site. 𝙁 going to be key inside of Cave. Trade found immediately, and there's no additional damage done. So I think Astralis is content with this. Spinks at bat again! Oh! Locks down 2 kills, bomb in the dirt, opened up.
Wow.
And 𝙂 are going to swarm onto an Astralis that tiptoed their way into their graves.
Wow, there's no need to overanalyze these past couple of rounds out of Spinks. He shuts that down off of his own individual level again. This round comes down to time a touch, but it's overall the map control that burns the clock off. Spinks supplants his teammate's position inside of Cave, and that 2K with the dodge of the flash is all they need to make sure there's absolutely no chance. Like, even if Spinks gets 1 less kill there and 1 less kill the round before, these are situations where Astralis could plant. So maybe the round would have been lost anyways. But the fact is, now Spinks is crushing their economy as well as winning these
We'll play on Monday,
situations.
bro, the punch, as I said.
Gaining back that bit of momentum
Cameras
they
off
earned
due
with the
to
pistol win.
someone is in my room, so can't
B-bomb site
turn
looking
on the
solid.
lights. We'll play on Monday.
But again, still a good look within that round.
You bought
just
Prime?
To tap back into
We can
it. The
play
fact that
together if you
Astralis
bought
didn't go
Prime.
sprinting into what could have been the A stack, right? They feel aware of the threats, and prepared to try and piece together solutions.
I'm thinking to play somewhere.
I just can't seem to get Spinks out of the
next Saturday or Sunday we can play with non-Prime.
He takes to the top of the charts, 9 and 6.
I think if Astralis, if their approach is to try one extremity, then realize that 𝙂are definitely going to be taking
Next
over
Sunday or
mid and go
Saturday
back
we
to the
will do.
other, they won't have
try
enough time
to.
to do that. It is a long
The
pendulum
viewer
all the
games,
way
then
through
we will
spawn
play.
to try every round, and their odds don't really shoot
Yeah,
up
bro.
just because they started to
Please
go
first
beast, right?
focus on your
There were
papers.
still just 2 players holding on A.
Peace.
They just had donut control, and they knew mid was open. And
Boards
if
do
there
not
was
come
something mid,
every
they would have
year.
heard it. Then they had 3 players over on the B side. Astralis
So,
need
yeah.
to think more about middle. Yeah, or
Just
just
keep
go
it
for
in
full B attacks.
mind
That's
and
also
don't stress
valid.
too much and
Interesting
focus
one. We've got this
first
solo
on
op on
papers.
the field. Let's see what 𝙍
Then you have a
can
lot
do.
of time to play.
Throw a wrench in the works, maybe.
After that you have time
Smoked off
and time.
won't help, but
Wave-
okay, go
wave
for the
it.
boost. Maybe he finds this player trying
Just
to...
for that I'm studying right now, yeah.
Hey, where'd my chair go?
Luckily, he's got another teammate to stand on. Ooh. Looking
Bye,
extra
bye, bye.
tall.
Best of luck here for remaining papers.
But 𝙂's positioning going to keep players safely tucked into the cave instead.
Well, I think they fully heard this boost, so I don't know if they'll simply swing into this.
Yeah, you should know better than to take this Pete, Spinks. You can do it with a flash if you want to.
Ooh, nice flash.
Challenge here for 𝙍. He can jump spot, though. That's a nice way to get back into it. But obviously, Astralis aware that clearly 𝙂's having ideas to what's up, so odds are he won't give you a second chance to pull that trigger on him. 𝙍 using this as an invitation to try to find different angles, different positions. And right now, CT is doing an excellent job of dodging him, but that does allow him to get ever closer, and that means the pistols are going to follow him up this ramp. Again, at a moment's notice, CTs could swing and everybody could die here, but 𝙍 finds that one critical
Contact
first
play.
shot. Jimpak gets the wall bang, dies right after, and that op changes hands. Now 𝙬𝙗 has it, and 𝘾𝙤𝙗's got the deagle up to try to give cover. Again, comfortable for 𝙂's, but this looks doable. If not for 𝙁, who brings it back, surely not with just the deagle. 𝙬𝙗's got the cover, but they're able to swarm
nice
back around it. 𝙂's tie this game at 5.
Hey, Astralis always make it scary with these pistols sometimes, and it's a good opener from 𝙍 as well. Like you said, there's a certain point where he's got so much space, he's going to set up a decent shot, and the pistols were right there on his heels. So the game goes 5-5. The Heineken Tower is complete.
Nah, they're just getting started.
Yeah, true. It's just the first one.
Second semifinals incoming. This is the appetizer. Don't fill up. Falcons versus FaZe next.
I think they're trying to make the Astralis logo. To the bars.
Ooh, into middle. Oh,
Yeah.
no, that one. Of all the rounds Astralis have given us on this D side, that one not so pretty.
Well, maybe that's why they haven't been trying middle.
To be fair, I feel like 𝙂𝙗 have leaned back slightly in comparison to this round. They thought maybe they'd get through that elbow smoke. They end up looking foolish. And I mean, a 2v5? Never, right? Stown able to get up from top ramp. He's got the bomb on his back, but blindsided. And now that's total control of round 11 here for 𝙂𝙗. So again, it's a half that could have started stronger if they were able to convert their pistol. But I hear Jimmy spamming dead bodies, folks.
Yeah. Well, we have 𝙂𝙀 here, and you remember that game, Spirit versus Na'Vi, and how much of that game came down to mid-control?
Yes, sir.
They just agreed that even if it gets extremely ugly inside of middle, this is what matters on Ancient right now. If you're the best team or you're better at taking this spot, you're going to fight for it no matter what. And here, as soon as Astralis decide to participate for the first time, they get crushed. They get stopped.
Big triple kill from Jimmy.
I don't think Astralis can avoid this problem. Like, if they could go again for the straight sight hit in the beginning of the rounds, if they full commit, but the rotation's back without mid-control, I don't know.
Here we go.
Hit.
Gonna fall back, drops the utility. He hears Stairs stomping towards him. Smoking Donut makes it weird, but the Opera rotates over. Nice line from 𝙁𝙯.
Oh.
We've got an opening attempt at the B side, but there's no bomb behind this. Sure, you kill 𝙁𝙗, but what does that draw back?
Wait, this is kind of wild. I mean, this is a full commit with these two rifles while the pistols are on the other side of the map with a bomb. I mean, this will at least elicit a bomb plant.
Yeah, it's kind of working.
Yeah.
You'd think that 𝙍𝙬 is never really going to get a chance to get all the way back over, but
the CTs are still retaking B,
They're
guys.
taking its
Nobody
B.
has noticed.
Oh no.
Now they have. They're starting to double back.
They don't know it's
Katie,
A.
if he throws a mulligan.
no.
Oh.
𝙍𝙬 actually still able to offer some kind of helping hand. And they're going to go. They're already running past Donut.
They don't even see the shadow.
We've got that gun back sight and device. He's got to offer a distraction. Cadian's able to hit the back of the head. What more can he do here? His teammate needs him. Device was trying to buy time. There's a frag for the diffuser. There's damage on 𝙬𝙗. He's still got 48 health, and he's on the diffusal. They've got that.
Okay.
𝙂𝙗's able to recover a half after Astralis posted 5 quickly.
Maybe if Cadian took the fight on the first one, I mean, but either way, it's a hard decision because he's probably only going to get one in that spot.
Also, Smoke's covering it.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing. 𝙬𝙗 has cover to go hit sight.
True.
Hell, I mean, I'll give Astralis props for even getting that bomb down.
You almost never see a fake like that because again, it's the bomb is there with one other pistol. The B walk up with 2 rifles at least gets kills. 𝙍𝙬 does a good job of grabbing a second. They made it confusing, but 𝙂𝙗 still get their 7th. Just like that, the half's done. All things considered, I feel like if that half played out, and again, this is because Astralis are doing a great job of either winning the pistol or converting. Their first half always looks solid. 𝙂𝙗 were clearly the better team there.
We saw some solid looks from Astralis with that force buy round win. I think making the most of some weird moments too, right? Getting bombs down when it was just that one op on device, for example. But it is very clear that 𝙂𝙗 won middle.
They won middle. Spinks was the better B player. They had a great sight holds. And yeah, a couple of awkward moments. And as it all pans out, we've got 𝙂𝙗 7-5 in the lead.
Final half of this matchup. And it's going to be a slow start out of the B gate. Look at this lean back from Astralis. Cadian is going to have his hands full. Now, he does have the kit, so if he dies, that's good for the retake. You know, my one concern is Cadian was being praised by the analysts coming in and showing good performances in the semifinals. He's sitting 6-12. How clean's that USP going to look? Not so much. That's him to drop the kit inside of the smoke. And of course, with the T-smoke down at his feet, it's going to be a difficult retake for them to try to push through. Look at the way 𝙂𝙗 have leaned forward onto this retake attempt. They're still just going to try to burst their way through, but they're met by another smoke. And Astralis never even given a chance at this retake. Again, you've got the kit. If you really want to push, they're going to try their chances, but they are just met by resistance.
It's like the gambling inside the game, like
to win both pistols
they are thinking that they will come in.
Okay. 𝙁𝙯 helps as 𝙬𝙗 sends their head spinning.
They're trying to predict.
The FAZE.
They thought.
All right, so here's the moment.
They will come A, but they came
We're 6
B.
pistols deep. 𝙂𝙗 have never won a pistol and a conversion.
Yeah.
They broke the curse by winning a pistol.
Sometimes this works in their favor, sometimes it doesn't.
Then it's going to be
So
3
it
back for
looks
Astralis.
foolish. Like
Here's where we
in
find
this
out
round,
if
it looks
𝙂𝙗 can win
foolish
their first
why they are playing 4A.
anti-eco.
Can whole team be cleared by a kill again? No, no, no.
What kind of challenge do Astralis throw out? Well, it's one that features a single MP9.
Full HP, you can't. If the whole team is having like 50 HP and the nade lands
lane or even takes a fight out middle, this is
near them
Astralis
and
just
they are
leaning
all
back for a
playing
moment.
grouped up, they are all playing
It feels
together,
to me like 𝙂𝙗 have
then
been able to kind
they
of
might.
power up.
But the nade needs to be at the perfect
Contrast
position.
to the first half of this semifinals when they were
Don't
just
you
timid in their
welcome,
bomb
what's up,
sites.
welcome. Is it possible? No, no. There's one channel if you want to check these things, these type
really
of
thick
challenges.
wood.
Nade
Nice
King,
oak.
he does these type of
Angle
challenges.
inside of the cave.
So you can check that out.
I mean, the pieces are in the right position. Astralis, they're getting their defense into the stack.
Ooh, nice
Flashbang
flash.
into cave could be
Could be big.
disastrous here for 𝙂𝙗.
Jimmy's playing anti.
Oh, Stan misses the first shot. Deagle on the doorway.
Bad
MP9
flash.
behind him.
No, they are
Device,
flash,
do you
but
sweep all the way in? He'll go trying to jump forward.
No commitment from 𝘾𝙤.
Looks a little awkward. Spinks comes up from ramp. He'll find one while jumping, and they do indeed vacate this bomb site of Astralis players. There's a challenge put
Like
forward,
this time
but
in
it's
this round they
𝙂𝙗 on 9.
gambled all B.
It's their first
They
pistol
all
and
were playing
conversion
B.
of the entire
And they
series,
came
and
B,
what a
but
time
they
to do it.
didn't have guns to hold the site.
All right, buddy, you start it.
Yeah, you got to start it.
So it's at this
Good luck.
𝘾𝙤 could probably start it while he's playing. That's
what do you call it? At this level of competition, the
well, this is a
teams
bad sign for Astralis,
predict,
isn't it? First pistol and
try to
conversion,
predict what the
scoring a
opponent is
lead
going
here
to
for
do.
𝙂𝙗. This is the scariest it's been here for
14
Astralis, and the
coming,
wave
yeah.
is officially going, folks.
Yeah, the wave of
Astralis
𝙂𝙗's
is
round
looking good.
wins.
They can win, but looks
Red
like
room
10
popped
confirmed.
open. You got 4 players up in there.
For mouse.
𝙬𝙗 ready to challenge through.
No chips and gun available like I'm. No chips.
It's not pretty, but he gets there.
What kind of chips?
Couple taps out.
I don't know what chips are there in FIFA. So
You guys got to keep this going
need to
until the
elaborate
round's
that.
over, so everyone at home can see. You've committed now.
crowd is going
Entertain
crazy.
yourselves as this unexciting anti-eco comes to a close. Keep the
I've got surround sound right now.
clean as can be.
There we go.
Level of guns, nah.
You know some people's styles
There's
are getting
no
tired.
such thing in
Counter-Strike
Counter-Strike.
craving a decade in the making. A return to a city that once held a Counter-Strike major.
They are like doing
Gotta
that
say,
wave
well
thing,
received.
Yes.
like they do in football.
Everyone's been fantastic.
I should
Back to the
introduce
gun
it.
rounds, 3 away. This one looks a little weird. Looks like a tech.
Yeah,
at a
crowd
spawn.
is good, Sudhanshu bro.
I just wanted to watch the wave.
Crowd is amazing, actually. What is what the key for silencers in game? Silencers or silencer?
This crowd today is
Crowd is
Jimmy
going
versus
crazy.
Astralis.
Yeah, it is.
There are only 2 guns
Who
which
will
have
win?
silencer in
Well,
CS. They are already
Jimmy's tied
equipped
for first in terms
on
of
the gun. But you
kills
can
at the
remove
top.
it using your right
one
click.
more round restart here.
I think it's quite a
Pressing right click, you can
contrasting
unequip it,
difference
but
to
it
what
is
Astralis
already
first walked
equipped
out
on the
to, but
weapon.
it's got to be said, the quality of
On
Counter-Strike they've
USB
brought to
and
the
M2
stage,
even.
looking better than quite some time.
No. Not every gun.
Everybody loves
As I
a
said, only
showman.
2 guns have silencers.
It's been a long
One
time
is
since
USP,
𝘾𝙤 has really
one
had
is
results
M4,
that he
even
could be
S.
truly proud of.
Yeah, that's true.
Talked about 𝙑𝙍 not
Dude,
being in a grand finals
you know,
since 2021. 𝘾𝙤 not being in one since 2023.
I mean, for Astralis as an org, that they won. They started out winning 4 out of 5 majors. Now they've missed 4 in a row. That is, a crazy thing to have to say, especially considering they are the premier Danish organization. They're the team that everyone recognizes the reason that you walk down the street in Copenhagen, people might know Astralis before they even know esports. That's how, big this team is, and their history, storied their history is as well. They're trying to get back there. That's pretty much the only bar they have. They've stuck to Danish players all these years.
I mean, Mohan,
they've tried it. Everyone that you can think of, really, like in terms of, it's Config, BlameF, every upcoming star, even Stare. They paid a lot of money for him. They've tried to create a situation where they can get the most out of the current best Danish players, bring them in the... They have 𝘾𝙤𝙤 on this team. That is the last player that you would expect to ever see wearing an Astralis jersey. They want to win again, and they are willing to try anything.
Crazy.
I'll add to that bleakness. The last time Astralis, as an organization, were in a big event LAN Grand Finals, was with that all-time winning team, 2019 in Bahrain. The last trophy they lifted. We haven't seen them in there since.
The World Final in 2019. Unbelievable.
Big events have not featured this logo in a Grand Finals. It is as simple as that. And it didn't feel like coming into the playoffs, this was gonna be their chance. But seizing the day yesterday versus Mongols, a massive win. Had a chance to do it versus 𝙗, but again, you've got to find some kind of an uptick because recently 𝙗 are the more winning team. And on an individual level, they are tapping back into that. 𝙍𝙑 has disappeared, 𝘾𝙤𝙤 gone, down, non-existent. The reason they were able to beat the Mongols is because individually, Astralis started shooting back.
Oh man, 𝘾𝙤𝙤's walking away. They're taking the A site. There's this window lurk. They didn't come back to take over middle control. At least 𝘾𝙤𝙤 gets a kill. That one's so important. That one is so important.
𝘾𝙤𝙤 stuck between 3 separate fights, doesn't have tempo, doesn't have red room. His donut player and device is just holding off on middle. No fight for him to be into.
Looks like
so it's a comfortable moment here for 𝙗 early on the T side too.
Just for a moment though, 𝙬𝙗 has to play his cards right, and he does come out for the peak. Doesn't die, however. 4 HP.
Stare gonna try to join up with 𝘾𝙤𝙤, and if you can dodge that red room fight, then there's still room for Astralis to pull this retake off. Bomb at the halfway point, 𝙁 peeks out, and 𝙬𝙗 ends up getting that kill to Donut. Stare, a bit of an X factor. He's got to go for the frag while that bomb burns. 𝙬𝙗 sees it coming.
Incredible.
Rips the head off, and 𝙬𝙗 putting forward a performance on a big stage. That is what 𝙗's need.
𝙬𝙗's the kind of player, doesn't matter how much HP he has, he doesn't get scared. He still plays his percentages perfectly. In fact, he's got different ways of playing at different stages of health, and he knows how to use his HP to his advantage. They got him close to dying every single peak, but they never took him out, and he kept advancing his position.
That Inferno and
one of the
should have
most
won it
annoying
2-0
players to play
Astralis
against when
if
he's
they
on
wanted to
form, and he
win
is
it.
right now. Astralis don't have a single rifle to defend against series point. Grand Finals point.
Let's see.
Spinks, fast fight. Oh, MP9.
Should be likely.
Team
kill.
As if that's what Astralis can afford at the moment. It was a 5v4 in hand. An awkward move back from Stare, but at least grabbing the AK off of the dead body. And he'll peel back from Stown. I mean, it feels like Astralis in this kind of a position, trailing by 6 rounds, still have to make proactive moves. They attempt that. Fights. And so 𝙗 will skate through this CT side like it.
F internet.
Control in the first half.
For a while.
Now they're running into so many money problems.
We are back.
And it's very possible that they go out of this game in a whimper.
Should be a GG.
Astralis with the full investment, get this single kill on Spinks as they listen to the bomb tick, and 𝙗's hit 12.
It's a bleak feeling when you're down at the bottom of the scoreboard. 4 kills to Stown's name, and his team trailing by 7 elimination points. 𝙗's obviously just breezing through this third one. The only time that there was any kind of success for Astralis. Forced by win in round 2. They had 5 of the first 7 rounds in this map, and they have not won one since.
Elimination looms.
Silver lining for the Danes, working with guns, full-blown rifle round, and a chance for 𝙁𝙗 to come in to smooth things over.
At least they've got an op for this. Device can put up a final stand. We haven't been saying his name too much.
What happened to those Astralis chants? Things have gotten quiet as the Danes fizzle out in Cluj, exceeding expectations, earning a big win versus Mongols. That one shocked the world.
What do you think ISL is on?
It's been a roller coaster of a weekend for @𝙑12.
Indian Super League.
7 consecutive
I think
needed.
I don't watch football, but I think it's
not able to put a dent in mid-control throughout the first 12. They chuck out a few grenades to try to stop 𝙬𝙬, but I mean, this guy is a boulder when it comes to rolling forward with momentum. Doesn't actually follow through, and that's going to create a question mark for the Danes to have to deal with.
The hype also died after.
Mouse take one look into mid, see no one there. They said, hey, we'll show
after
up for
the
the scrap.
first
We'll
2
meet
or
you in
3
the schoolyard.
seasons.
𝙑𝙑 coming in late
Like the hype
to get
was
some info back.
really good back when it started. ISL started.
To rotate
it was
over to the B
crazy.
side. They
Like
still
everyone
have
watched the
confirmation.
ad.
And 𝘾𝙤𝙧 gets spotted. Now he's in danger of getting mollied.
ISL, yeah.
Battle of the Oppers.
So awkward because he allowed
Kolkata, yeah,
to see him
Kolkata has
too.
got
I mean, that's
some
numbers
good
confirmed at least, I
football
suppose, for
fans.
𝙑𝑒𝑠.
Kolkata is.
You understand what the Mao's opening move would have been?
Yeah,
but do they really realize how many bodies are behind that boost? Because it wasn't just the Opper and his one booster.
Welcome,
Spinks is going to take some tag damages.
They don't
below
know
100, are we that?
𝙑𝑒𝑠 are trying to get a bit more aggressive.
We are just not that good in football. That's plain and simple. Like we are not that good in esports.
He sniffed that out.
𝙬𝙬 with deep control into this A-bomb site. 𝙑𝑒𝑠 will come scrambling over.
If we become good, we will get recognition.
Find a foothold throughout this critical third map. MOUZ with a late roster change, the most criticized move of the off-season, and they prove that Brolin can call. They step forth in a mighty MOUZ moment for grand finals.
It's a beautiful moment here for MOUZ because they crushed on map 3. They showed some inconsistency, but within this series, it could have been a 2-0 for 𝙑𝑒𝑠, and we never get to see this map. But a wonderfully called comeback from Brolin allows for this moment to take place. In his inauguration tournament as an IGL, of course there will be some consistency, but at least we already see some upside. And he fragged just as well as he called. His teammate operated well. Spinks looks comfortable with this lineup.
It's a team that was brought forth in form, shaped and molded by 𝙬𝙬, an individual that they grew up alongside with in the server, and they have all said that each and every one of them needs to step it up if they are truly going to keep themselves at similar heights. And Spinks did what he did. Firepower at an all-time high, and another grand finals for MOUZ.
Other leagues won't take it. I don't know about that. Is it true?
I think 𝙬𝙬 said it best when he said it's the mighty MOUZ, but it's also the mighty Spinks in this one. Spinks, just talk me through this game, because this was hard from start to finish for you guys.
If we can have some veterans from the European leagues, then
and then Brolin calls this amazing T side.
Then it can improve our
through to it all.
Like we can get some.
What was going on in this first map?
You know.
So
some tips.
We definitely fucked up the city side, but we didn't even think about the win. We just said let's grind some rounds.
Some experienced
so we have momentum for nuke, and I think Brolin just
come to India.
Amazing T side as an IGL.
And teach.
Every call he did was the perfect call, and yeah, I'm proud of him.
And you should probably be proud of yourself, though, because you really lit it up on that second half, right? You started dominating throw. Did you want to take some more space? Did you call a bit of your own game?
Yeah, just taking some duels, and I also think I need to help the guys a bit, because, of course, they're not the most experienced on Arena. So I thought the best way to show them is to do it
next
yourself,
match, just after this, it was scheduled.
You said about having this momentum and carrying it through. Didn't kind of work out.
It was scheduled to take place at 10:30.
Yeah, I think we did a good side, but
of course this match
we were afraid of winning in a way. We were afraid of winning, and
now it will start around 12:30 or 12:15 maybe.
I'm happy we won.
12:30 it will take.
Because it's the first time
you're
playing in the MOUZ jersey, the first event, and you make the grand final. Did you just like bring this together and think this was possible from the start?
We were really good on practice. I think we all.
I mean, you need to run in that game, so.
But we are
you
still
need stamina
checking how we
and
play on officials.
yeah, phase matters a lot.
Practice doesn't show how we play on officials. So far, we are doing a pretty good job, but it's still the first tournament, so much more to see.
I think you're doing more than a good job
scheduled
right
to
now.
start
Anything
at
you want to say to all the
10:30.
fans out
So
here?
why did
Thank
this
you,
match
everyone.
ended
It's been amazing.
faster?
So
But it didn't end faster. It ended late, so
thank you for the support, guys. It's really
that's the
enjoying to
reason
play
it's
here.
starting late.
And thank you. That's it.
And with that,
If Astralis
our first team through to the
didn't
grand
feel
final.
Inferno,
It's
they would have won
Miles!
it 2-0. They would have won the series 2-0.
It certainly
But
is,
they
James. And
throw
with
it
each game, we
Inferno.
get closer to answering the riddle of the Sphinx. Namely,
Passion and energy
can he fit
Ronaldo
into this
is
team?
gone.
Can they get to finals? Is it going to work with 𝙁𝙗𝙗 over 𝙍𝙀𝙗? So
I mean,
far, they have passed every test that has been put in front of them.
He has achieved
And
a
I love
lot.
it. I love what the team's doing because every
If he
time
wants
they're
to win
doing
a World
interviews,
Cup,
they're bigging up their guy.
I think he
They're
needs a
bigging up
good team.
𝙁𝙗𝙗. They're saying-
And
they
I
are
don't know
saying,
about
we're proud of him.
Portugal.
We love what he's doing. There's so much, like, it's a
Is
vibes
the
thing
team
going on right
capable?
now.
Listen, there's no conclusion to be made already, but I think you're right in saying that every single step we've seen so
Because
far has been a step
Argentina's
in the right
team was
direction.
good. Like
Every single
Messi
indication we've seen so far has
performed
been a
really
good
good in
indication for
2022
𝙁𝙗𝙗 and
World
𝙂𝙗
Cup,
and 𝙂𝙗 as a
but
whole.
he got a good
We
team
all kind of
as
feared that
well.
when you got rid of 𝙍𝙗𝙗, there was a
Like
big
he-
identity of the team, you know, a big in-game leading
He
talent.
got
We're
a
talking about
team
him
which
potentially
supported
taking over
him,
for 𝘾𝙤𝙗 in FAZE
which
one
had
day, maybe going to G2. So
players
it was a big capacity that they let go, and it was their own decision.
that even
Now,
played
this is
better
not a
than him
major. This
at
is not
some point
𝘾𝙤𝙗, but it's
in
as
some
close as we
matches.
get to it outside of those big tournaments.
yeah.
And to be in a grand final where you already guaranteed yourself
Ronaldo
a shit
needs
ton of
that
VIS
type of
points,
a team
$187,000
if he wants to win World Cup.
as well, and a chance to win the
The
grand
fans make
final.
excuse
That
that
is
he
the
got.
best possible start you could wish
Yeah,
for
that
if you're
is
𝙑𝙬𝙗
true.
Sphinx.
We're going to come back
That
and
is
break it down in more
like
detail. Now we're over to James
70%
Banks,
true,
who's with
in my
Katie.
opinion.
Thank
70,
you very much,
80%.
Richard. I've got Katie standing by with me here.
If you look at the
That's right. Come
2022
on, Cluj.
Argentina team, it was really strong.
Now, Katie, and this was... They might boo you at the start, but they
Portugal
still
is
love you no
too good
matter
team.
what. Okay, this game, it was tough. It was not an easy
I mean,
one. You're up 12-4 on this first
in
map,
2022
and
they
it
were
slips away
not
the way
looking
it
good,
did.
but
But you
I
didn't
don't know
break
about
after this.
present.
I just want to
Okay.
start by looking at this Inferno. What do you feel was the problem for you guys
There's
there?
a
Because
tough
it was in your
class,
hands.
it's a few that are not got.
James, I have to address the crowd first. I have to. I want to say a big thank you to all the Romanian fans. You guys have showed that PGL made a great decision to come here. You should. You guys showed two important things. That you come, even though there's no Romanian teams or Romanian players.
If they were way too good, then they should have won that match.
But
They lost in quarters, right?
You also showed up in the
Should have gone
for 𝙂𝙀𝙗. I
to
saw
at
the
least
video
to
and the queue was
semifinals.
unbelievable. So let's give some love for 𝙂𝙀𝙗 if he's sitting and watching somewhere.
They lost like, they didn't even score a goal, right? As far as I remember. Did they score a goal in quarterfinals?
Yeah, and I just want to say thank you
Every
guys.
player in
You
top
created
leagues
an
in
amazing
Europe.
atmosphere. Cluj has been amazing. Bucharest was amazing for the group stage. We definitely want to come back, so thank you so much for the support. And now I can answer your questions, James.
So yeah, you got to talk to me about this Inferno because it was yours, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's no denying that the Inferno was. I mean, we had
Like Argentina had a good, I would say,
and the series would
excellent
have been very different if we
goalkeeper,
would have won that one.
excellent
But I think also in the
attacker.
end, they changed
What
up the
was his
pace. They
name?
played insanely well. We didn't make major mistakes, but
I
we made a
forgot.
lot of small ones, and they capitalized on that.
Di
But it
Maria?
didn't
What
affect
is
you
his
going
name? I
into
don't
Nuke, and it
remember.
seemed like you guys were
Anyone
ready
can
to fight
dominate
the
in
whole
football,
way of it.
yeah.
But I just felt like we got too many different sides of Astralis because then we come on to Ancient and we don't seem to seem level. This seems to be a problem that continues to be haunting you
I
at the
mean,
moment.
cricket
Why
is
do
being
you think that
dominated
is?
by Australia
I mean, I
from
think
a
we've
long
grown a
time.
lot throughout this tournament and throughout the last few
Australia
weeks.
is like
so even
the
though we lost
final
today,
boss
I'm actually
every
insanely
time
proud of the guys.
for every team.
We have endured a long month with both online qualifiers, Blast Bounty, Katowice, you name it, and we weren't sure that we were going to make the playoffs here, but we've shown great CS. So I think overall the takeaway is that there's still plenty of work to be done, but also that we've shown great progress.
I'd agree with that. The progress has been shown, but obviously tomorrow you'll play the third place decider as well. We don't know who you're facing yet, but it's incredibly important for you guys.
There are not many countries which play
cricket,
cricket, so we can't.
How confident do you feel to be able to just reset, get ready, and make sure you deliver them?
And it doesn't look like
the third game
the game will get popularity,
which should be a good thing.
gain popularity in other
yeah,
countries anytime soon.
I'm sure you will. Thank
it
you
is
very
not
much
looking
for your
great
time,
for cricket.
Richard, back to you.
It is mostly around, but it is generating revenue for the broadcasters, so they don't even care about any other countries. But they surely wanted to grow, wanted to
in Counter-Strike in the
grow
sense
more,
that
but
what he's doing there, when he does these theatrics, he is doing it, as you said, Dust, to be that lightning rod. When you're talking about 𝘾𝙤𝙗 and how frustrated he makes you, or how angry he makes you, or his over-the-top reactions, you're not talking about Stown missing a shot. You're not talking about Jabby costing $1 million and then not playing potentially well. You're not talking about Device not being quite the player he used to be. You're talking about 𝘾𝙤𝙗, and when he is front and center, that is good for those players. They get room to breathe.
We can see FAZE
he did
in the
the same
background.
thing with him in Heroic.
The
It's
rest of
baked into
formality,
being part of his style. So I love seeing that. I love seeing players with personality,
Asian
and players
region,
that take risks.
India
they take
is
risks
the best.
with trying to get that extra edge with the mind games.
Only-
And so look, I
only
think
teams
he's
which
given
can
so
give
much to this tournament here in
competition to
Cluj,
India
and it's great to see the
consistently
fans give back to him.
Australia,
It's also a
India,
great way of, as you said, alleviating the pressure from the teammates, because you're spot on. All we talk about right now, all
New
you talk
Zealand.
about is 𝘾𝙤𝙗. You know, he's taking away the pressure from
Only these
Device, who
three
didn't have a great game, from Stown, who never showed up. So that's what a great leader does. You know, he's almost like a Jose Mourinho sometimes, in the sense that he's always center of the attention, whether you're winning or losing. And for that makes a great leader too.
Indeed, yeah, he definitely is a great leader of men, someone who will go out there and call it what it is. You know, if he played well, he'll obviously be up there to tell you about it, but when something goes wrong, he'll be the first person to tell you, yeah, these are things that we still need to work on. I feel like in this game, when you look at how 𝙬𝙬 played out, there was two things that really kind of stuck out to me, Pimpin. One was that we didn't really see Astralis utilize mid hardly at all on their T side. They really struggled to be able to use that, which is normally a good outlet for them to kind of build from. It really wasn't there. And part of it was because they just chose not to go for it sometimes. But tip your hat to 𝙬𝙬. They did a great job being aggressive there and kind of denying that space. And then when Spinks was called upon the anchor on the B-bomb side, which is the topic we kind of discussed eventually would come to fruition, he delivered on a couple of occasions and also helped really get them some big trade and injuries to help close out the game. So tip your hat to a guy who was never playing this map before. This is a whole new experience for him, whole new pressure on top of him, and he was delivered.
And I think that's exactly
all went
what
downhill
Astralis
after
banked
those
on, right?
2-3
We said it coming
seasons.
into the game that they have to test Spinks, they have to test Brolan, Spinks.
Everyone talked
combination over
about
that bomb side, two player who hasn't played
the
together for a
teams,
long time.
the
Spinks even
tournament
told us in an interview coming
at
into
the start,
this
but
playoff that he
right
doesn't feel
now
comfortable over
nobody
there.
watches.
And as you said, the first two times they walk up to his bomb side, he gets a quad kill, a triple kill, and that's
There
it. You know,
used to
shut
be
down. We also called upon
talks
Toshi,
about
who
the
didn't have a great game up until this point.
teams
His T side on Inferno was okay. Apart from that, a little bit lackluster. He found impact.
in my
He
friend
was
circle
at the very least
about
installing a
Kabaddi.
fear in Astralis with
But
the
now-
it wasn't
now
always
nobody
as
cares.
impactful as you have seen Toshi before, but just
Why
the
the
fact
hype
that
died,
he
I
had
don't
a
know.
presence on the server. He kind of
Maybe it
ran
was
circuits around Astralis, and for that he got to get credit
like
as well.
And also just look at 𝙬𝙬. We talked about how much of an impact he can have on the game as the
They
mid player on the
didn't
T side. He
advertise
got
it
at least
properly,
one
or I
kill
don't know.
every single round in that second half. And look at that heat map. They're all coming up
Early
middle,
hype, yeah.
putting the pressure
Pro
on Red
Kabaddi
Room,
had a
putting the pressure
really
on
good
Meta,
hype. Everyone
opening
was
up
talking
space
about
for
Pro
𝙬𝙬 to
Kabaddi when it
thrive.
started.
And man, oh man, did they.
And
ISL was
crucially,
same.
It's happening in the
Same
semi-final
happened
of a
with
tournament
ISL.
in a stadium.
Yeah.
Because
Only
that
thing
is
is
historically
popular
where
right now
𝙬𝙬
is
hasn't done his best
IPL.
work. You know, there's jokes online.
Domestic
They call
league
him the ghost
in
of the
any game.
stadium because he's
And
always
with
missing,
this other
floating
league, it's
around
popular
ephemeral.
at,
This was a legit performance
IPL
that put
and
his team into a final.
is there
I
any
don't want to
other
take
league
anything away from 𝙬𝙬 because I
which
think he was
is
fantastic
as
yesterday. He's been great for 𝙬𝙬 today, but he
popular
has
as
one final
IPL?
boss to do it against, and that's the
Or
top
maybe a
echelon
little
of teams now.
bit
He's
less
never been in a better position to do
than
it. You have
IPL
two
in
arena
India.
games in a row where you farm confidence, you know you're the difference maker for your team.
There
So
are
heading
none.
into the grand final tomorrow,
People
hopefully
watch
we get to see
Olympic
more
like
of that exertion.
people
Because you're
watch
right, that's the one
Neeraj
thing we can still hold
Chopra's
against him in terms of the critique. Is he
attempt
showing
to
up
get
in the
a gold
biggest of
medal.
big
It was the
games?
most
So
hyped
far he's done it, but he got to
in
prove it once more
Olympics.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
Everyone
this-
watched
again,
that.
Huge credit to 𝙬𝙬 Sports for being able to put together
But
a 7-round
other
CT
than
map,
that,
despite some of
nobody
the
cares, really.
trials that they're trying to go through with Spinks getting and learning.
People cared about that medal,
actually
yeah,
dealing with a
which
team that's very
that-
hard to contain. They did contain
that
them, and they
girl
did it
got
very well. Then in the second
in,
half,
in
Brolan,
shooting,
knowing
right?
that, hey, this is
After
our
after
chance to
she
close
won
down this
2
third map and
medals.
move on to the grand finals yet again.
So unless you make an
Again,
achievement
obviously
in
we saw 𝙬𝙯 controlled middle very well,
some
but even
different game,
Jimmy, again, getting more
nobody
active,
cares
getting more
really in
trade
India.
frags. Spinks, he was swinging off a BK. He was
It's
cutting
like
off people
if
trying
any
to push middle
Indian
defensively. So
team
you
wins
really did see a lot of different people step up at different moments from Mouse Sports, and that's what
a
gives me
football
hope
league
that
out,
this is actually a pretty
like
nice little spot that they find themselves in right now.
they win,
I'll end
let's say they
the
win
segment talking about Astralis. Just some final thoughts.
some
there.
football
Obviously,
league
we're gonna
of,
see them tomorrow in the
outside
place,
India.
Playoff.
So
But
people
I
will
do
care
want to just talk a
and
little
pay
bit
heed
once again. We've had
only
another
then.
Down
They
incident
don't
where,
care
he's
about
like not performed in a big game. Really poor
anyone
performance by
trying
him on
or
a map
anyone
where you would
doing
expect a player of his
any
caliber
kind
and
of
experience to be able to
hard
put up
work.
numbers and understand what he's doing. And right now, it's a bit of a cruel
in
term,
the
but
end,
we're going to talk about it anyway.
we
I've said
all
probably
care about
in terms
results.
of all of the star players, the theoretical star players, I don't think there's
Global
one that goes
sports,
as
yeah.
missing as often as he does. And I don't know how you can fix that moving forward,
I
but
will
I
only
know
nation nobody
that is
cares and no
key
one what the
to
heck, yeah.
Astralis
Only in
ever
Asia.
doing well and having aspirations of lifting a trophy.
Doesn't happen often, but I 100% agree with you, Richard, in that regard. I also do think 𝙬𝙬 is not the player he was 2 years ago. 𝙬𝙬 is not the player that he was in Heroic. We haven't seen that kind of consistency. We haven't seen that kind of individual output for quite some time. I even said it here, the first 2 games in the group stage were lackluster from 𝙬𝙬. Then he stepped up. He had a good couple of maps. Even in the quarterfinal, he did okay. And then he goes missing in the semifinal as well. It was a player that was in the conversation to be a top 10, top 15 player in the entire world of Counter-Strike. He's nowhere near that conversation right now. Can he come back to the level? I hope so for the sake of Astralis, because you're right, without 𝙬𝙬, they lack a bit of firepower in the rifling department.
He's just a wild card player, right? I mean, he's a guy who usually used to be a playmaker on the extremities, a great trade
Let's see
factor
who
behind
wins
𝘾𝙤 and
tomorrow.
𝙬𝙬, a guy who could
Will be a
be
great
impactful
game.
on the CT side with aggression, but as you said, it kind of comes and goes right now, but they need him more than ever in this third place decider to keep Astralis on the right path VRS-wise.
Yep. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. We are going to have a quick break. When we come back, we've got a banger. It's going to be Nico
Quick break?
versus Karrigan.
I don't think
when
it's gonna
FaZe
be a
take
quick
on
break.
FALCONS in the second semi-final. We'll see you soon.
At least 20-30 minutes.
She loves
Minimum
you.
30 minutes.
She can't love me.
But I love you.
I need to change the title. Wait, I'll change the title. YouTube.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. Play your role.
FaZe versus FALCONS. Done that. People have like for what? Bro, do you extend stream? Extend? I mean, extend in what way? Like, I'm not ending it right now. We'll watch this series.
We're bringing back
FaZe
how
versus
to become a
FALCONS.
professional player, and someone who can definitely talk us through this is Frozen from FaZe Slam, because your journey is very unique
Yeah, I'm
in how you
streaming.
did it, especially with how young you started, even entering into teams. So I guess for you, you grew up in Slovakia.
We'll watch the series, then we'll go.
You were grinding a lot of CS, but when did you first touch CS? When did it start for you?
I think the first time I touched CS was when I was like 8 or 9 years old.
Okay.
I remember, you know, it was a chill evening. We went to see my dad's friends.
Yep.
His friends, they have a son, 2 sons actually. Don't want to listen to adult conversations, so you know, we would just bounce to the room and
You should
I mean, to
have
see the guy
break.
playing some weird shooting game, you know. And I know from that day,
I took a
my
break,
my
like I
brother
went
asked for
to eat.
it's illegal, but CD, you know, like he had to, I don't know what's the English word for it, but he put a game for like to.
Oh, the CD key.
Exactly.
Yeah, the old school way of doing it.
The old school way,
not
right?
just buying a game anymore.
Exactly.
CD keys.
So that's how we got the CS first time.
You have to
I
wake
mean,
up early for
at
India
the
versus
start, I was just
Pakistan
watching my
match.
brother play because
It's
if
gonna
you
start
have
at
an older
1:30
brother-
or 2:30.
He's bullying you out of the seat. You're
We'll
not
wake up
playing.
Exactly. We had
around
only one PC, so most of the
around
time I would just spend my
10:30
time
or
watching my
10.
brother play.
Okay.
And once he had a
We'll
mood
go
to let
to
me
sleep
play,
at
I
2.
would
Most
have
likely
my
it's gonna
20
end
minutes of
around
fame and you know, play a
the
bit here and there.
series.
But yeah, this
This
was
is about to start. It's gonna end
So
around
let me look at this then. You're playing on these
2 a.m.
It's 1.6, right?
and we'll go to sleep. 8 hours sleep.
You're grinding this out.
We'll wake up
Yeah,
at
so you got a
10:30.
team, he remembers well. But then
10:15,
obviously there's a time, I'm guessing, where you
10:30.
started to play maybe more than what your brother did.
1:30
so when
match,
did this
yeah.
change happen?
Well, there was a...
Should
So
be
after
fine,
we had
no
CS,
issues.
maybe like 1 or 2 years after that, I was begging my parents to give me my own PC, you know. I really wanted to have my own setup, and I just didn't want to wait for my brother to be done playing so I can play. And I mean, my first PC was I got my dad's old notebook. It was like an Acer or something. It was.
Oh, so you were playing on a laptop then?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I was a laptop player at the start. Yeah, I mean that's all I could have back then.
Yeah,
That was great.
Hey, you don't complain. You
I
just
don't
take
complain.
That, yeah?
I have my own laptop, so I'm boss now. You know, I'm playing in the
He
living room
was
table. You know,
also
sitting down,
laptop
you know.
player.
Was it a laptop when you're playing? You start hearing the fans go because you're trying to run it real deep.
It was overheating. Yeah, and I remember having this little it was like a little Logitech mouse. It was so small. It was like I think it was like this.
Oh my.
It was so small. It was so small.
You have to like claw grip the whole thing.
Yep. I mean, I think that's how I kept my claw until now. You know. But you know, I think at this time is also when I started to like search a little bit more about CS.
Okay.
You know, I would go to YouTube and see like there is tournaments in CS as well. You know.
So this is how you saw like more of the competitive scene by looking
Yeah,
on YouTube.
yeah. That's
Okay.
how I started to figure out like there is actually more to the game than just public servers, right? And then I came across some frag movies. One that sticks out till this day is Annihilation.
Yes,
Right?
No one's watched Annihilation. That is epic. There's 1 and 2, and both of them are crazy good.
Yep. And in one of those, there was a Slovakian player featuring called Devi. He had this insane clip in lower towns with it was a USB silencer 4K.
Yep.
If you know, if you played 1.6, silencer was fucking useless. So, but
you just always took it off as soon as you spawned.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But he made it like crazy highlight. And you know, I just remember going through this and I see a Slovakian flag down in the corner.
Yeah, but just so people to know as well, if they haven't seen the movie, it was like his name and then the circle, and it was the flag.
Exactly.
You can see
And I'm like, is that a Slovakian flag in there? You know, and I mean that's how I was like, we actually have some Slovakian players like playing at a high level.
Yeah.
And I mean that's like slowly how I started to feel different about the game. You know, like there could be more about this. I mean, obviously I had to keep good grades. I think, you know, behave good and everything like that. But I remember there was one Christmas, I think it was 2011. I say I would really love a PC for next Christmas, you know, so I had to wait the whole another...
Oh, wow, you waited a whole year?
Yeah, I waited the whole another year to actually get the PC.
You've got the PC, you've got the setup.
I was that.
Competitive scene. So then
He's trying to
where did you
speak
take
English
your
these
next
days.
steps into maybe
He's
joining
doing a
a
lot
team
of
or playing with
English
friends?
interviews.
How did we
I've
get
seen that on
into you
Instagram.
wanting to go competitive?
So there were like these...
I mean, at least he's
websites
trying, so we
with their own
should...
servers.
Yes.
Whatever was the name, I can say, but I'm not
We
gonna.
should appreciate that.
They also provided their own TeamSpeak, so you know, if you play.
After all, it's just a way to
they
communicate.
had, like, 6
Language is
public
just a way
servers,
to
So they
communicate.
had a different channel for every server, right, and every mode. And
To express
I
yourselves.
remember somehow.
It doesn't matter.
I joined the room, and there were people talking about a thing called gutter.
Ah, yes.
So now I started to not play public servers.
Even
anymore. I
Ronaldo's...
started to grind gutters.
Okay.
Even Ronaldo cannot
Which,
speak
you
English
know,
that
it was
fluently,
basically
but
10 people on TeamSpeak. Two
people
were
do
the
not
captains,
mock
and
him
they were basically
because
choosing the players until the very last one.
he's loved by everyone.
What team you end up with, you end
Baat
up
to
playing,
see,
right?
bola.
You have to keep in
Yes.
mind that at this time I'm.
In 2012, you would have been 10, right?
I'm very young,
Yeah.
so my voice is very tiny. So most of the people they didn't really want to play with me.
Oh no.
So I had to make my voice a little bit older, you know.
You just try to talk a bit like this, yeah.
Of course.
Not about English, he's not good in cricket too.
Nothing helps.
It doesn't matter, man. It's like there was always gonna be people who's gonna say that.
Let's see,
they're not gonna
bro.
play with the
We
kid.
should not say anything
I'm just
right
glad there were
now
some people
because
who actually
tomorrow
gave
is
me
the
a chance,
match.
yeah, he picked me into the team,
And,
there were people
and
calling me
Pakistan
people, you know.
play their best game against
Yeah,
India.
I mean,
It's
I
just
went through
like
this gather for like 1 or 2 years.
4
This is
teams
what
play
I
their
played.
A game against each other, so let's
Two
see.
years later into this.
Even if
these
the past
gathers, I
results
meet
for
some
Pakistan
players
are not looking
actually
that good,
had some
but
sort of connection to like actual professional players, like
let's see.
OG professional players on like in 1.6.
Nice.
Like the teams that were on the top in
I've never seen
Czechoslovakia,
Valorant as one
which
performing.
for me was
That's huge.
I have seen that.
this is the
I've
people
seen
that I
them
see in the finals,
performing.
you know, like Oscar back then,
If
you
you
know.
remember that T20 World Cup,
He was my idol for a very long time, you know.
Okay.
where they
I just remember
single-handedly
somehow,
won
like,
against
meeting
us.
these people, and There was a guy who
I have
don't
seen
know,
some
I think he
defeats
deleted me, and I got the
in
chance
India
to
versus
join
Pakistan
the team
matches.
when I was maybe like 12.
But going from public servers to playing in a team is very different thing.
Completely.
So how
That
did
was
you
one
kind of go
defeat
your way through
and
that? Just trial and error? Did you have someone that kind of guided you through this?
So the guy who I met on these
let's see the head-to-head
he was one of my first like
on Google.
you could say like mentors, you know. Like he really took me under his
see
wing
the
at the start.
head-to-head.
I was so young and he gave me a chance to actually play.
India
and,
versus Pakistan.
You know, he wasn't making fun of me because I'm young. He took me
Head-to-head
seriously for
all time.
what I was back then, and you know, I really took my time and tried to understand like what they were doing.
All-time
Like,
statistics.
if I'm doing something wrong, I try to understand it. And I mean, this is a transition already where like CSGO is kind of starting.
Yep.
And 1.6 is
Bro,
coming
show
to,
me all matches.
like,
Why
the
are you
end,
showing
know?
this?
Exactly. So now CSGO is starting. We are discussing if, you know, we should move to the other game or what. But again, I'm so young. I don't have money to come to a different game with my PC, you know, because
Recent
I waited
ODI
so long for
matches,
this PC
okay.
to be able
We
to
won
play
against
1.6,
them
and now a
on
new game is coming.
14
And
October.
it was hard to play.
It was hard to play.
That was a big jump up.
India won
First half of the year
here.
in CSGO, I
No
was playing
result here.
only D train against bots. It was the first train version.
2019.
With the two ladders at both sides. I got a little bit
I think
tired,
last
you know,
time
just
in
playing
ODI we
against bots,
lost in
and
Champions Trophy
I was
final.
playing the lowest resolution.
Yeah,
there is, like
I
same as
remember
1.6,
that Champions Trophy final.
640 by 480.
Exactly. This is the
T20.
resolution I played at the start of in CSGO.
India won by
Your
6 runs.
consoles and all the
India won
buttons
by
must have looked so
4.
big.
Bro, it was so ugly. It was
Pakistan
so
won
ugly.
by 5
But again,
wickets.
the 1.6 was dying.
I don't remember this match, but
there were
yeah.
suddenly less and less of them. You know, on these websites, suddenly a new CSGO.
I
thing
think
kept
I have
popping
watched
out
it, but I don't
since
remember.
CSGO was
I
growing so much. So I mean, the only future I really
I remember
had in
this
gaming was
match.
to,
Like
well, beg my
this
parents
match
to
was
get me a better PC again.
Again as well, right? Because you're too young to work.
really a
There's
crushing
no
defeat for
anything
India.
like that.
So okay, coming back to the one
This
of the
match
websites
was
I played the
also
tournaments
good.
on.
Bumrah saved
I
India.
stumbled on,
Let's
so
see
they were
Bumrah
having,
is not
weekly
with
tournaments.
us tomorrow.
And
Let's see.
occasionally I would see a LAN popping out there as well.
Let's see
which was
what
in
happens.
𝙬𝙬.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah. And I think this LAN
But
would
I will
happen
read
every
the
month.
chat now.
Yep.
And you know, I would still appear on the like.
Why
playing the
head-to-head
gathers and
comparison? I'm
everything,
talking
and,
about
like,
current
most of these
Pakistan
people
team.
that I played
I'm
with, the
just
gathers,
seeing.
they
I
knew
just
about
wanted
this
to
website, so
see
it's
head-to-head.
Czechoslovakia is a small community in CSGO, especially back then. So
Yeah.
I
there
just
wasn't much
wanted.
to
I
do,
was
and
just
people knew
curious.
about everything in a
Everything was
way.
happening, yeah.
Exactly. And
I was
I
just
don't remember
curious.
how
I
or
wanted to
with
see
whom,
the head-to-head.
but I remember signing up to this LAN.
Let's see.
in
Bumrah is
𝙬𝙬,
not there to save us tomorrow.
coming with like whatever lineup. I
He
don't-
saved
like,
us
there was
in the
some-
recent
I mean,
T20 World Cup.
People not gonna know the names that I played with, you know. But
Let's see who's
I'm
gonna
13
save
at
us
this point.
tomorrow.
I'm going to my first LAN, which is.
Is it
it's
going
like
to
a
be
small
Xiaomi?
cyber
Is it
cafe in
going to
𝙬𝙬.
be
The pieces are probably
Rohit Sharma
worth a
with
lot
his
at home.
batting?
Coming back, I'm going
You've
to a
gone on a
LAN.
downgrade.
Bro, I'm going to a LAN, bro, and it's like.
Is it
70
going to
FPS,
be?
You know? I don't care. I'm now.
You're all on the same PC.
Virat
so I guess
Kohli
it's
with his
exactly
clutch
You know,
like
some
he
pieces were
did
better
in
than the
Oh
other
no,
players.
they were like mixed in. Oh.
Exactly.
2023
Some were
or
better, some were
2022
worse,
World
but
Cup,
Let's try to get
which
the
was that
It didn't
match.
matter to me. I know I got an ace on the first LAN. In the first game, I got an ace. Yeah.
First game on LAN. They got
Let's
an
see.
ace.
Yeah.
Oh, they can't be calling you a cheater anymore then. That's got, yeah,
Nope.
you legit straight away.
Yeah, that was my
Will
first
be a
LAN when I was
interesting
13. Fun
match.
fact, I mean, I jumped on the train. I mean, first of all, I had to beg my parents to actually let me go to the 𝙬𝙬 because it is, you know, across half of the country.
Yeah, it's all the way to the east, right? Slovakia.
Exactly. And I mean, I hopped on the train myself, went to 𝙬𝙬.
That young, they let you just go on the train and
Yeah.
go.
I mean, my parents
They
must
should
have
involve
crazy
me in
faith in
Pakistan
me
team.
to-
I would have
Yeah,
played better
you got a lot
strike
of
rate
trust.
than them.
Yeah, to just let me go.
Did you
And
used to have like,
I
had
mean,
forms, like waivers.
Strike rate is criticized a lot, but
No,
of
you didn't have that?
some
No.
players
On
on
the Czechoslovakia
Pakistani
way, it's
team,
like,
but
yeah, it'll be fine. Let him go.
yeah, I mean,
He can do what he wants.
I'm glad they gave me the chance.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember pulling up to
there are
𝙬𝙬,
players
you know, a teammate waiting for me at the
like
at
you
the
need
train
to play.
station, you know, black smoke already, like 3 packs of
Sometimes
cigarettes.
you need to play
You
slow
know,
also.
we go from a train station to the
If
cafeteria.
you
and
say
I come,
that,
he was already full drunk because it's like, you know,
Yeah, they're just
that-
chilling, they're
that-
enjoying
they're like, this
themselves.
is what the LAN our part
if
is
you
about,
see in 2023 World Cup final,
these guys were like above 20 and I'm 30.
𝙍𝙬𝙗𝙗 and which was the other player with him, they also played slow.
I mean, without them, I don't know where I would be. To this Kushiza tournament, I would
Sometimes
go with different lineups, and you
you
know,
need to
later
play
on,
slow.
these people, like, they would obviously be way more familiar with the whole scene, so
Sometimes pressure gets to
they
you.
would, you know, tell me about the, you know,
Maybe it
there
was that
Czech
factor.
championship. There was this land called Landkrat.
How would they not be able to get players on?
It was one
get
of
better
it was
players
the
on
biggest
national
IOC
team.
tournament that was in Czech Republic, and
There
that
should
in my eyes
be
was
there
like,
should be enough talent in
that was
Pakistan. Just
yes,
it's
I
just
I
that
need to go there, you know.
there are
Now I need to
teams
get myself
which are
from
better
Slovakia
at scouting
to Czech
talents,
Republic with my
like New
PC,
Zealand
my
and
monitor, my
Australia.
full gear. My
These
parents
teams are
actually they since I had to carry so many
these
things,
countries
they
are really good
they
at
offered that they
scouting
would drive me
talents.
there.
I'm sure
That's a very big win.
That's a
they
big
would
win,
be
and on top of it, they took
good
plus
talent
2 of my teammates.
in
Okay,
Pakistan.
your parents are amazing. This
Yeah.
is dreams.
Yeah.
As a kid doing this, you can't ask for much better than that.
Yeah. So my parents, they took me, my 2 teammates, with our full setup.
It's just that talent
drove us
scouting needs to be
Ostrava.
good.
The best team that there is Neophyte.
Oh,
With
yeah,
Stiko,
yeah,
Oscar. This is the #1 team at this point in
We might
in
we
Czechoslovakia.
might have
just clean up
more
on that.
talented
I just wanna see them go around.
batsmen than
I'll be
Virat
shaking, you know.
Kohli might be
Do you
possible
know, I fully
in
understand.
India,
I fully
but
agree.
he's not
This
just
is where I
yet
wanna play
scouted
now, you
or
know? So somehow, some way, we set up. We go into different games.
he
every
might
day, we
he
play
might
like,
not
I don't
he
even
might not be
remember how
able
many
to
games.
And you like probably start
get to
really
that
early,
level
finish
yet
really late. There's delays
I
and all
due
remember
to some
playing at
politics.
Like 2
There are
a.m. the
there are
doctor
various
calling me
reasons
because
in
they
these
obviously were there,
countries,
right? They booked themselves a hotel.
like in
and they're
India,
like,
there is
"Are you guys
politics.
done? You wanna come sleep to the hotel?" I'm like, "Yeah, we're done, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna sleep here next to
So
my PC on
system
the chairs."
and
So I line up 3 chairs.
things
I
like
lay
that
down,
affect a
have
lot.
like 4
You're
hour,
sorted, you're happy.
4 hour of sleep. Wake up, pop a monster, go play again. Yeah, we beat Cyber Factory. I was performing pretty well at this game, which later on helped me to actually get a spot.
You're getting picked because of that.
Yeah, so we ended up, I think it wasn't crazy, but we ended up on 6
Stanship
to
bro,
8
9 minutes. It's showing 9
position.
minutes, but I
Considering
think
how
it's
highly
gonna
you
be
put that
start at
event
around
in your mind
12:30.
as
I
well.
don't think
It's
it's
not
going
bad.
to start in 10
It's
minutes.
It's not bad.
But
And
let's
I
hope
see,
if
like,
it starts in
places
9
back
minutes,
with
then
Neophytes,
it's
you know, and
that's good.
Esuba and all these
Let's
things.
see.
Like back then, like competing.
But I
for,
feel like
#1
it's gonna
spot, you know.
start
So for
at
me,
least
it's-
around 12:20 or
It's very
12:25.
motivational to see my name.
12:30, I
our
think.
team
I
very
might
close
take
to
is
them, right?
12:30. I will say
And I
match
get
will start on
a friend
12:30.
request on the Steam from a guy that I played
Let's
against
see.
at the Langstraat before.
Do you think
He
that
was playing for
Kohli is
Cyber
finished?
Factory.
25 minutes.
And yeah, no, he asked me like, what's up,
Kohli
if I would
is
like to try out for the
making
team.
the same
He
mistake,
obviously
but
knew how
yeah,
young I
let's
am,
see.
and he was at that
Time will
time, I
tell.
say 28.
Okay.
As I said,
By the
there
way,
is
he is my best friend till this
there
day.
is a system in India, like we back the
Yeah, so
players
he gave
too
me a
much.
chance. I
Sometimes
know
we
he
make
told me
them
the story later on that, you know, when he was writing me, in his head he was like, "There's no way
we
he's gonna
make them
play with a
superstars,
13-year-old
so
kid,
you
know?
can't remove the player
So they
because
tried
of
me
the
out. I remember
fan
first game he
base.
plays in
So
Mirage.
it's like the
I
same
think
case
I had
with
close to third
Virat
comp
Kohli.
on
Even
the-
if he's
on the first
performing
practice.
not
You
that
dominated,
up to
yeah.
that level,
Communication was alright, you know, for a
up to or not even up to a
13-year-old.
decent level,
After
then
the first game, well, I get a
in other
message
countries,
that, I'm in.
if a player
And now,
performed
well,
like this
I'm making my entry to
in so many
the
matches,
biggest Czechoslovakian tournaments where
he
actually
would have
I get to play on
he
the
would have got
stages. I get to
removed
play in front of the crowds, you
till
know,
now. But
and actually
he's playing due
making
to
a little bit of money for myself.
his fan
So would you
base
consider this your first
and
like
some
professional team?
Well,
backing
I mean,
inside the
if
team.
you
So
consider something
as I said, the
professional,
system.
you are living, you're making a living out of it, right?
Yeah.
At this point, I'm not making a living out of it.
Well,
I'm
let's
going to a
see.
tournament, I'm going from
He's a
tournament to
generational player,
tournament,
not
getting a little bit of a money from
saying
prize
that
pool,
he's bad,
stacking it
but
up,
So you just
and
split the
right
prize
now,
pool and
if
exactly,
looking
yeah.
at his
I'm
form,
just
it is
stacking my
not
money
good.
and trying to
Recent form,
upgrade my setup, you know,
not
from
good.
Cyber Factory. We later on we went to Neophyte because now Oscar
Turf
and Steve are getting
tournament.
picked up to
National
everyone else
Season
around.
they're
5
going to
2027, which is way
Hellraisers,
too
so
late.
now there's a
Yeah,
chance
looks
for a
looks
new
like
guy to
it's
come
gonna
in.
be last
At that point, seemed like way
for
more
Rohit
serious
Sharma at least, due to his
organization, right?
fitness
Because,
reasons.
well, back then they were
I
playing
mean,
against Flipside. They
Kohli,
were,
Virat
like, they
Kohli
were
can
making a good
play
name for themselves in the international CS.
because
Neophyte
he's
went to
he's
biggest
got
tournament in Czech Championship.
good
We won that.
physique.
Ooh.
Let's see if his
14
form
or 13. I don't remember. I'm definitely the youngest to win.
His form can be achieved back by him in this tournament.
And yeah, I mean, from neophyte,
if he gets his form back, then he can play it.
Way to 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗.
He can play next World Cup. I think 𝙁𝙀𝙗𝙗 can at least play.
You know, telling us about, you know, getting all these sponsors, maybe potentially even having some money to.
He's the fittest, I think, fittest cricketer in India.
And you're still at school.
I'm still going to school.
And by
so
a
my
huge
first
margin.
salary joining 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 was €80 per month.
The guy is like, in terms of fitness, he's like Ronaldo.
I'm able to buy whatever I want, you know, like I'm able
At that point, you feel like a millionaire as a kid.
I'm good, you know, like I'm getting my money from gaming now. Later on, he actually got a bigger sponsor. which is one of the biggest, electronic stores in Czechoslovakia, which is pretty huge at that point, because
I'm hoping they hooked you up with some gear.
I'm getting PC. We have a 𝙂𝙀 as a
Yes, he
sponsor.
can play, yeah.
I'm getting mouse. I'm getting mousepad. I remember buying myself a 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙧 headset, the red one.
But Rohit cannot,
It
yeah.
was red and black, so I had to. My 𝙂𝙗 was my idol, so 𝙂𝙗 mousepad had to be there as well. But now,
If Rohit works on his physique, but I don't think
more
so.
money on top of it. So now,
He can work that hard. Of course, he can work on his physique, but
around 600 to 700
to
euros
get a
this
physique
point.
like
I think 800
Virat
maybe, but-
Kohli,
And then you'd be what?
you need to be
This is 15,
disciplined. You
15
need to
years old, I think,
control
14, 15 years
your
old.
tongue a lot. You need to
Wow.
eat
Yeah.
good. You need
So
to
now,
sleep good. You
well,
need
we are
to
playing here. We are also close
go
being
to
like
the
what, 40,
gym
30
or
people.
you
So we
know,
already
whatever
go
he
to all these
performs,
online tournaments on
exercises.
FPL
You
TV,
need to
maybe,
do that
picking up a win here
You
and
did
there.
sort of
at
qualify for
regular
the majors as
basis.
well.
For
Yeah,
sure.
that's why the first one I
And
saw.
be
Yeah.
disciplined with that.
So when I was like 15, I told my parents that I would
Because
really like
Sachin
to
had
move to
retired, then who the hell
Bratislava, to
he
go to a high
is?
school there. And since I was earning money from CS, and my good friend
Sachin
picked me up to Cyber
retired.
Factory, Kenwo, shout out.
Sachin, when did Sachin
He was-
retire?
He is
Actually,
my very good friend, and
what
at this
age
time
he
I
had
asked him if I could live with
when
him.
he retired?
FPL at this time was just the top teams in the world getting invited. Like
I don't
you
remember.
play good tournaments, you getting into FPL. So now FPL Challenger
Check that out.
is a thing, which in my eyes is pretty close to FPL already, right?
That's pretty damn good.
Fans,
especially the players would have been in the
Exactly, but now as well,
retired.
I have a chance to earn more money on top of
Oh.
my professional salary. I can earn money from FACE as well.
Yeah.
And later,
What
as
was
the FPL challenges, improving,
Sachin's
FPL qualifiers are popping up.
age
So
when
yeah,
he
this is
retired?
basically my start to.
40
Did you qualify
years.
first time?
No,
Mm.
I
Oh,
think-
really?
No. I think it was like to the second or third time.
Okay.
I think I even beat Robs in the qualifier.
Was Sachin's form
That's not
good
bad at all.
Hey man, these qualifiers.
when he was
like the pressure I
when he
felt there
retired?
to make it there, and the relief I had once
Let's
I
start
actually
that,
made it. I think I almost cried that day
Wow.
because now I'm in a.
That's how much it means to you, man.
Bro,
Yeah.
I'm in a league with the best players in the world, and I'm so young, and it means so fucking much to me.
Do you think you were the youngest?
the
in at that
answer
time?
is
Yeah,
no.
sure.
Yeah.
The ODI's answer is no. And was
man,
the master
yeah,
class.
yeah,
actually.
yeah.
you did. Oh,
45,
man.
46
So yeah, now
percent.
I'm in status, playing FPL with the,
Chasing a huge
the best players in
total.
the world.
Yeah.
So now I'm
Status
really
representative
seeing
team,
where my level
hmm.
can be. I think
I
won
mean,
it
yeah,
one time.
Dhoni
But I was
wanted a
thinking
young
With the
team,
guys
right?
who are full time,
Yep.
best in the world.
So, yeah.
fighting at, like
Yep.
the top majors.
That was the
Yeah,
main-
this is the elite.
And
Main
at this point,
reason.
my first big money was like what 5.5k I think I earned from FPL.
Let's see.
Hey, I'm 15 years old.
That's
getting-
a lot.
That's a jackpot, brother.
Damn. And you already had the PC, so you didn't even need to upgrade. You're good.
Now I'm good. Yeah. Now I'm just stacking.
You've got a bank.
Now I'm just stacking up my money. Yeah, from the get-go, and this is also the time where now I'm starting to think about what do I want to do with my future,
Yeah.
because I feel like if I want to, do something with a career, I should move in a different direction, because it's obviously nice to collect all these land wins in Czechoslovakia,
Yeah.
but that wasn't it for me, that wasn't my end goal. So, there was a
he
time
was
where
good.
I took my chance. It was very hard to say to the guys that I'm going to leave, because
Imagine
they're
Sachin
basically
was
the guys who
also.
took me under
Sachin
their
is
wing when I
considered
was
the
so
god
young.
of
They're more than
cricket,
friends at
but
that
even
point.
Exactly, and
you need to retire
yeah,
at some point,
it was
even
very hard
if
to
you
make
are
the
playing
decision
good.
to actually leave.
Just,
But
it's just destiny for
Crystal Rodney,
a sportsman,
shout out Kevin.
sports
He had Devil
person.
Walker's
It's a
coach, right?
destiny. You need to
Devil
retire
Walker's
one day.
coach, man. Michael Ella there was,
That must have been. Is it crazy for you though, when you
Cannot
think of the
play.
names you were joining that
yeah,
team with?
that's like
Because that's like
this is
you got a major champion coach.
Till your
and player.
50s or
Like, for me now,
60s.
I'm like, I'm
Even
getting
if you
close
are
to
able
somewhere,
to,
maybe
you can't.
maybe okay. What was the downside was that the team maybe didn't have an organization.
Yeah.
It was a mixed team, but the players that are there, I thought to myself that I can learn so much now, because Kevin gave me so much, Crystal gave me so much
And
at the
he's
start.
so smart.
I'm so young at that point that and he has so much knowledge.
And you're just soaking it up.
I'm
right?
just like I'm a sponge, I'm just absorbing everything he's saying, and well, that was my basically, you could say, a breakthrough to international scene, because we were struggling for a long time to find an org, and I'm making my name, and suddenly, a few months later, I get a message from Kerrigan that Mouse is building a new
He's seen
lineup,
you.
and yeah, he gave me a chance to play in Mouse.
And then the rest is history, and we know what happened from there, because Mouse Sports was huge for you. Then you're on a real professional team. So is that where you became a pro? You think Mouse? Yeah,
Mouse,
in your eyes,
definitely.
So Mouse is where he became the pro. Then Kerrigan kept his promise to you and took you over there to FAZE. And now you're still making history. And it's crazy, bro. When I look at this and I look at your career and why I wanted to do this with you, you're still 22 now. Like, you're very experienced. I'm not going to say like you're young, but if I'm comparing it, you're still such a young player with so much more ahead of you. Are you content where you are now? Are you more motivated than ever before? Like, tell me your feelings now you're going into all this.
Well, the motivation is, I mean, always the highest, right? Always the highest goals. You know, Katowice, Cologne, all the majors. I want to win it all. I want to win it all multiple times. I'm not going to say we're going to win it this year, but, you know, we are definitely on the right track. Yeah. At least with how we're starting at the moment. And, yeah, I mean, I'll make sure to put everything in my power to get my hands on those trophies one day.
And you always have, by the looks of it. This is a very interesting story, eye-opening for me. Thank you very much for sharing it with us all, Frozen.
Thank you.
This was how to become a professional Counter-Strike player with Frozen, and this is a crazy blueprint that if you can copy it, well then you could be a professional player later on in your career as well.
Ooh.
Welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. Yes, make some noise. We're about to have the second semi-final. We're going to be chopping it up on the desk, but we have swapped out the analysts. We have next to me, of course, the fantastic, the fabulous Blair, and joining him is Maui Snake. So, guys, I know you're excited for this one. FaZe versus Falcons. This should shape up to be a banger.
Listen, Richard, any day when you have FaZe and Nico in an arena, it's a good day in the office.
I'm just excited to see who's going to be working in the Turda salt mines after this one.
Well, I'm going to interrupt you because James Banks is on the stage with a couple of special guests.
Yeah. Just some Romanian royalty, I think, Richard. This is a true home crowd advantage. How does that sound for you, mate?
Crazy as fuck.
Crowd, though, I think you're missing someone here. What about 𝙑𝙬𝙖? 𝙑𝙬𝙖. Now, 𝙑𝙬𝙖, you've been commentating the games from here inside the arena. It's home soil for you. Just describe to me that feeling, mate.
It's insane. I have no words. I can describe my feelings right now. This crowd is really, really insane, and I think we deserve a major here.
And for you, just imagine having a major that you can come back to, be a home crowd, second major for Na'Vi, or that's going to be just Austin?
I mean, speaking about major in Romania would be crazy, but we need to see if it's going to happen or not. But until that, we're going to try to have another major in Austin, like you said.
Oh, yes, that's what it's about, challenging for that major once again. For you right now, though, you're also commentating with 𝙑𝙬𝙖. How's the commentary life going? Is that what you're going to do when you retire?
I think it's too much to say that we comment basically nothing. We just watch the game and see, maybe this guy can do this and that and that. It's like full watch party, you can say. It's more a watch party than commenting the games and stuff like this.
Two friends having fun. All right, give me your opinion on this game that's coming up. Who's going to make it to the grand final, Falcons or FaZe?
To be honest, I think I'll go slightly towards FaZe, but I think it's going to be a banger of the game.
The king's spoken, so the crowd must listen.
Yes, but all I want to see is 3 maps, intense maps, and to have some fun.
Oh, yes. There's a lot of fun happening in this arena. And 𝙑𝙬𝙖, lastly, what words do you want to say to all the fans out there who also aren't Romanian, just to kind of hype us up and get us ready for all of this? Because so far it's been crazy, and you're a big part of that, man.
Thank you. For all fans out there, please, I mean, my community wants to hear something. Yeah, for sure. And also, we should prepare for this game, because this game is going to be fire!
For sure, it's going to be too much fire in this game. Our Romanian legends are doing a fantastic job. The crowd is doing a fantastic job. And our desk, well, they're just amazing.
Thanks very much, James. Nice of you to say so. So a couple of things. I do want to say, do it on the desk. The growth of 𝙑𝙬𝙖 and what he's done for kind of Romanian Counter-Strike has just been an amazing story. He's actually working alongside us. We get to see him work. He's been so passionate, had so much growth, and has been a big part of hyping up the crowd. Great to see. And Imma as well. Listen, I'll get a bit spicy with this. I think it's a shame he was denied the opportunity to play in front of this crowd. And I'm glad he was here to see you all and to make his feelings known about how we should have a major in Cluj again, maybe. So, anyway. The
crowd loves that. They love that.
Yeah, they love that. All right, no, hey. It's been great, but let's now dial in and start talking about the game. FaZe versus Falcons. It is going to be an absolute banger. I have no doubt about that. We're talking about a much improved Falcons, but before we do, we're going to talk about the tournament favorites of FaZe. A new look FaZe. Karrigan again, rebuilding a roster. This time doing it with the Bald Eagle, the greatest player that NA's produced. 𝙁🫏 in that FaZe lineup now. Guys, tell me how you see this one.
I think if you're talking about the favorites of this particular tournament, Maui, we had FaZe, we had Eternal Fire, and we had the Mongols. Where's Eternal Fire and Mongols right now? Nowhere here, right? They're out of it. But FaZe, they have delivered. They've proven they're coming in here to win this. They're coming in here with that championship mentality. And what a way to do it with 𝙁🫏. By the way, for 𝙁𝙧, the last time he played in the S-tier arena was back in fall, in the Blast Ball Finals at the end of 2023, where he lost to FaZe. So it's kind of interesting that now he's in the FaZe jersey and back in the arena as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at FaZe, they are without a doubt my tournament favorites. The 𝙁🫏 for ropz move didn't bear fruit in the very beginning, but at this point, we're seeing that the pieces, they're starting to connect, that Karrigan is making sense of this constellation of players, and that 𝙁🫏 is finding his form. But on top of it, Frozen has been given a new lease on life. He has been fantastic in this tournament.
And speaking of constellation, you'd have to talk about stars, right? And
Yeah.
I'm looking at Frozen. I'm looking at the side of Brokey, and I'm looking at 𝙁𝙧 as well. Now that they've had a few reps in a couple of official tournaments thus far, it seems to be kind of coalescing together right now. They've been looking fantastic. Albeit, I'll just say, they haven't had to play too many games so far because of how dominant they've been. But at the moment, the three Musketeers, they are shining first, third, and fourth so far at the event.
Yeah, I mean, they're all Frozen there, but that's actually because Frozen's doing so well. He has been incredible, a revelation. Obviously, we've talked a lot about him, and maybe his stats are a little bit inflated because, you know, you play Sora a couple of times, dead team buff, etc. But I just love seeing this version of Frozen. He seemed to be in a really bad place coming out of Shanghai. A lot of fans were putting the blame on him, saying, you know, maybe it's time to cut him, look at someone else. He's answered that in 2025 with such grace and fire, and he looks like, I don't know, he looks integral to FaZe's plans.
Anybody that said that doesn't know what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah,
that's trash. That's just a trash opinion, okay? I'm known for trash opinions. I can recognize it when I see it, okay?
That's a trash take.
The devil knows his own.
No, I mean, the thing is that when you have 𝙁𝙧 and Frozen, they are so complementary. That is what I love about the move. Sure, you could say ropz, in terms of just pure ability, might be a side grade with 𝙁𝙧, but overall, 𝙁𝙧 taking the point, going in first, allowing Frozen to be the trade fragger behind him. That is a match made in heaven because Frozen wants to be a mid-round player. He wants to be a late-round player. 𝙁𝙧 welcomes those opening duels. So to see them be the 1-2 punch of FaZe, and then Brokey almost just feels like a luxury at that point, it's a perfect trio.
Frozen might be statistically the best player at this tournament, but we are talking about a generational talent is in the building. We have to talk about 𝙂𝙀. He's been playing lights out. The fans have been so far behind him. They were chanting his name when we were on a break. They are absolutely amped up to see him play. Tell me why.
I mean, 𝙂𝙀, speaking of aura, this is the guy. This is the guy. Second highest rated player in the tournament. And listen, man, this Falcons team so far, Maui, despite a few stumbles, despite a few struggles early on, this guy continues to deliver. The impact he has on whatever team he joins cannot be understated.
Pure blockbuster. 𝙂𝙀 is everything you want from high-octane Counter-Strike, and he can do absolutely everything. Early round, mid-round, late round, one of the comprehensively best riflers that we have in the space, bar none. Whereas Donk is phenomenal in the beginning, 𝙂𝙀 matches that. Whereas ropz is great in the late round, 𝙂𝙀 can match that. He can do absolutely everything, and he's been a one-man wrecking crew, a guy that, in some ways, is saving this Falcons project game to game.
Well, look, we saw the three Musketeers. Now we need to talk about, is 𝙂𝙀 going to get a wingman? Is Maverick going to have Goose? Because 𝙍𝙗 has obviously had one or two good maps, but it hasn't been consistent.
I think that's the biggest problem with this Falcons lineup is we've seen some great stuff coming out from a lot of the players, but it's been inconsistent. And I think the one player we have to highlight has to be 𝙍𝙗, right? This is a guy in the group stage who completely was so quiet. His impact was nowhere to be found. And I was critical of his performance, but we saw him under the lights yesterday, Maui. He came alive, and he was so pivotal in Falcons getting the win over Eternal Fire.
Dexter just never embarrasses himself on stage. That's what's so impressive about him. That's why he's created a lore around him that so many people were awaiting his return to Tier 1 CS, even on OG, on Spirit. These kind of rosters that in some ways have no business being as good as they are in arenas, it's because Dexter elevates them. When the lights are the brightest, that's when he shines the brightest. So Dexter overall, it's good to see him back on this kind of stage because, yeah, in group stages, in online play, I've been wanting a lot more from him. Unfortunately, we just had the cans fall and
that's a disaster before this.
We need to get a cameraman on that. Yeah, they love that stuff.
We'll try and fix that. Just some thoughts about Dexter, Blair?
I think Dexter, I agree with Maui right there, and I feel like his impact, when he's on form, when he's on, that's when I can see this Falcons making that deep run. That's when I can potentially see an upset taking place. But again, man, just the sample size of just one game, I'm not fully sold yet.
Yeah, well, look, we're going to introduce these two fantastic teams with James Banks on the stage.
Ordile. Looks like it's about to start.
That's right. For our second semi-final, we have an
5 minutes.
absolutely incredible game. Cluj, are you ready? Oh, I'm sure you are, and you sound so good. You have impressed from start to finish, much like this team that's coming to the stage first. They bring a new player in, they cruise through the group stage, and yesterday was relatively easy for them. This is a team that powers up in the arenas. This is the team that knows how to get it done in playoffs. It's FaZe Clan!
Let's go.
Looking to make it to their first grand final is their opponent. And we said yesterday how they've taken flight. Well, Nico is a big fan favorite, but it's going to take a lot more than him in order to get there. There's no easy fight for these guys, but they've shown up and even beat a team yesterday who they struggled against already in the early parts of this year. It's the Falcons!
Here comes a generational talent, Nico.
They're laughing around right now. Rain, come join me up here. Magisk, 𝙂𝙀𝙼𝙧, you come join me as well, my dude. You having a little laugh before the game?
Yeah, they don't know how to work on stage, you know?
It's been a while, right, for them, but for you guys, you're very used to this. But I want to talk about some changes for you, Rain. New positions, new way of playing, new style. How much are you enjoying this?
I'm enjoying it a lot. You know, I get to see Counter-Strike in a completely different way. So it's definitely been a fun change so far.
And how confident are you guys feeling right now? Because obviously back on the stage, it's the first playoff game with Elise. We say all the time how you guys play better when it gets to this moment. And everyone seems to think that this trophy's in your hands.
Yeah, I mean, we feel very confident. There's, of course, a lot of things we have to change with the new positions and everything, and things to get used to, but we feel very comfortable and very confident coming into this.
And obviously you've never played Falcons, right? So this is the first time you get to go head-to-head with them like this. Do you feel like this is a team that's comfortable for you potentially, just in the way they play, what they have to offer?
I don't know, we're going to have to wait and see, but I have a good feeling.
Ooh, he has a good feeling with a smile on his face as well.
I am Dallas.
It's been a long journey for you in the Falcons jersey already, but this is positive signs. How good does it feel for you to sit in this position right now?
Check that out right here, right now.
I mean, it's better than going home, so that's a good start. Yeah, so it's a good feeling.
And in terms of it being a good feeling, we're seeing you guys improve. We're seeing what it means to you guys after every win. For you still, someone who has done it and achieved it all, how badly do you want to be in this grand final beating FaZe to get there?
I mean, every tournament is important and it's part of your legacy whenever you are done. So, you know, every tournament has a meaning, and for me it's also important to redeem myself from last year. So yeah, it has a lot of meaning for me.
And for getting this win over FaZe and making it through to the grand final. Obviously, you haven't faced them yet. You've seen you struggle against maybe opposition, not up to the same caliber of them. But do you feel like you've improved enough to get it and be in that grand final?
I think we have been improving game from game and playing better all the time. So I definitely believe that we have the players and also the team to beat FaZe today. I mean, it's 2025, so it would be embarrassing for them to lose.
Tournament first STR will be ESL Pro League.
Well, let's see what happens when we get the server. Fist bump, shake hands, whatever you want to do, boys. And take your seats.
Bucharest, which is going to be an STR, like Cluj.
Cluj! Are you still with me?
Again in Romania. And then Melbourne, STR.
All right, we're going to do this again. This side!
Then Austin Major. Then we'll have Dallas.
Over here! This side!
We will have Astana. Oh, this is also STR.
But which way are we going? Because I know there's some FaZe fans in the house. And what about Falcons? FaZe? Falcons? All right, let's give this semi-final match what it deserves. One last time, make some noise!
Let's go.
Yes, indeed, it is time. You saw two stalwarts of the scene there on stage talking about their competition, their legacy. But one thing that stood out for me was what Major said.
If you want.
Redemption. It is about that. Falcons had a terrible 2024. He needs this now. This is a winnable tournament for them. They've looked good here, Mal.
In the last 6 months of the previous season, the best team that the Falcons defeated on LAN was Virtus Pro. They beat Eternal Fire, the #4 ranked team in the world, yesterday in an arena. Falcons are already on the right trajectory. This is already the best version of Falcons we have seen. This is the best 5-man lineup that have donned the green jerseys. And there is a chance, Richard. My favorites are FaZe in this matchup, but to say Falcons don't have a chance, that would
be refresh.
But this is going to be
so to make sure we are watching the latest
for this particular lineup thus far. You're talking about a FaZe clan in the arena. That is the boss you have to go up against. We're going to jump straight into the videos here right now, Maui. The usual bands coming out. What do Falcons go for? Is it Dust2?
I'm thinking Dust2. Dust2's been the pick that they've been outlining for the last month or so. Second pick, I mean, for FaZe, they've been I think it's got to be Ancient. Kerrigan's known for a curveball here and there, but there they go. Okay, straightforward so far. In terms of second band vetoes, I'm thinking it's going to end on probably Mirage, maybe Inferno.
FaZe banning out Nuke, that's a usual second ban for them. They're not super comfortable on Mirage. And it is going to be Falcons saying, you know what, Mirage, we're going to duke it out if we ever get to it on a map which could get very brawly, Richard.
Oh, absolutely. But let's start by talking about the one that we've got, which is obviously Falcons. We've seen what they can do on it. I believe you've got something for me.
Now, a couple of quick things. Dust2 has been the first pick every single time with this iteration of this particular lineup. And they've been looking great on it. But Maui, here's a problem against Eternal Fire. Fire yesterday against Mouse in the group stage. They got smacked around in this particular map, and a couple of players we have to point the fingers to has been the Spray Lord, that's been Tessa's. He's been struggling a little bit on the CT side, on the T side, looking at the upper dark position, and he's been having a bit of a rough time. You can see his position, Tessa's towards upper dark. Whenever they're going for this mid to B hits, it does feel like he's not really in sync with the hits coming in. And that for me is going to be something that FaZe are going to take advantage of.
It is something to worry about
right
because
now.
Tessa's for the first couple times that they played 𝙍𝙗, in my opinion, the reason they started picking 𝙍𝙗 is that Tessa's was the wild card. He was the guy that you could let him off the leash. He would just go for the entries, find his own timings on those picks into the bomb site. With first bullet accuracy, that was bewildering. But on stage,
I mean,
this is where,
Falcons, I don't know
unfortunately,
why
we've
they
seen Tessa's
picked
do some of his
𝙍𝙗.
worst work, especially
should
in the
have picked
heroic jersey.
Nuke.
So he's going to have to take some of the energy from these vetted stage
Because
players
FaZe
next to him.
Nuke is a
Dexter,
little bit
Nico,
shaky
they
right
may have
now.
to pay
And
for it.
Dexter, again, I don't want to point fingers, especially with a game of this caliber right now for Dexter.
FaZe
But
can
the
win
last
this
3 𝙍𝙗s
2-0.
he's played, the CT side, where you expect the primary operative team to pop off, he's been miserable, Rich. So right now, it's time to step up to the plate.
Well,
Yesterday
we're about to
lost.
see. I now hand
Falcons
you
lost.
over to two of Counter-Strike's greatest
Just
storytellers who never
in
get
a really
phased.
bad
It's
fashion. So
Sponge and Machine.
Sponge and Machine, let's go.
He's a sweetheart, he really is.
Nico better on you, yeah.
Could be a bit of a banger.
I think they should have
FaZe
picked Nuke,
favourite,
but
a
I don't
first
know why they
clash,
picked
but
𝙍𝙗.
how far do the Falcons soar?
Look, new year, new rosters, first final for one of the two of them. So let's get this one underway. Some good maps to highlight what these two teams bring to the table. Got some instinct-based, high-octane Counter-Strike on the table this evening. It's a Saturday night.
And Cluj is having a great time. Good energy. T-start, Nico P250 spotting out for the cross. And there is a lot of bodies in middle. 2 surge forward, 2 towards the lower tunnels. A lot of aggression on the menu from FaZe. They want to hit them with some disrespect early. 𝙑𝙫 spotted by the jumps of Nico. But you know, there is a wide open bomb site and a wide open skull. Bullet finds 𝙍𝙗. Bomb site access granted. Their aggressions have been thwarted.
Tough retake right now. Sure, they have tunnels, but there's 2 loose pieces that can come in late. 3v5.
Oh, they just lost 𝐾𝙤𝙗 as well. Yeah, okay, spotted. Kixon, he's playing it safe,
Aggressive,
playing it conservative. And they've still got Magisk with a molly all the way as spawn. Now spotted out. Dexter does stick around. 𝙁𝙁𝙁𝙁. Things are flowing very nicely for the Falcons start on their home turf of 𝙍𝙗. Rain and Frozen on the way back in. Sure, you've gotten a couple. Time the main factor against them here, as well as the 3 players sticking around. Tessus in the window, in trouble. He's on the bomb, guys. Do we get nervous? We don't need to get nervous, right? I mean, I know he's still on the defuse. I know that, like, that bomb is still being defused.
What?
The Falcons fumble.
What?
The smile on Frozen's
What?
face says it all. They cheekily got away with that one.
What? How
And
can you
ask yourself
throw that
how?
round? How can you throw that round?
They had the side, they had the loose pieces, the opening kills, the man advantage.
What
And if you're
the?
looking for frustrations early, there's one for Falcons.
How
Check out
can
how it
you lose
started.
that
It's crispy.
round?
Desperation from Carrigan. Dexter takes the window
10
fight.
second
This is a
defuse.
2v5 situation.
How?
Okay, well that's not the start they were hoping for.
Casters are also amazed.
Bomb goes down. Nico into an
How can
AK-47.
you lose that?
Upper tunnels called completely clear.
Clear aggression to start their CT side off, huh?
What the?
Fight middle. We'll need a likely flash. So the M4 on cat coming up.
Okay, so 𝙍𝙗, he gets a freebie. An important trade from Tessus, just rocking that dig and down, double digs. Kixon, now Nico clears out the lower tunnels, but are they expecting rain
Doesn't
as well?
matter if we don't
He's
convert
gonna be
this
flanking.
round.
Carrigan abandons his post on long, going for the
FaZe
long
doesn't
wrap
win this
around
then.
and into the side.
Doesn't matter, the pistol win
Nico
doesn't
and
matter.
Dexter partner up to try and rectify a fumbled pistol round.
Now, Carrigan couldn't retake through long with that MP9. Wants to group up with Rain as well. Let's see if they can trade off of one another. Carrigan to go first, Rain to trade.
Yeah, it's just a flashbang, a single flashbang on Rain to set up that Carrigan swing.
Tough fights ahead.
Yeah, especially with Nico on the other side of things with an AK-47. He has designed Counter-Strike's most precise weapon! Lovely tap to the skull, but Rain can still do one better. It's Dexter cowering in fear. Here's him coming, stampeding feet. He's on the reload! Dexter just in time! Force by converted, pistol shortcomings rectified.
Important they got away with that one. This is exactly what we said on the way in. These two teams, they like to play a similar style of Counter-Strike, and or stage fright when you have an Eternal Fire, when you have a Mongols. These two very experienced in a battle like this. Now, maybe not for the Falcons roster, but for the players, for sure. Dexter fortunate to stay alive and sticks the landing on that one.
I want to know how many bullets he had. Why is he reloading? Crazy.
I'll force my back, scout out for 𝙁𝙗𝘼. He's only the 1400 loss bonus coming into this, and 𝙁𝙗𝘼 putting his deagle on display.
Easy right up, top of the head from 𝙂𝙀 spotted, but he continues to advance, stubborn in his aggressions. Door smoke lands, freedom to activate.
That's a head-to-head we need to keep our eyes on. 𝙁𝙗 versus 𝙂𝙀 throughout. He's playing the same roles on the CT and the T sides.
They tried to set up 𝙁𝙗𝘼, but nothing on the clear.
Giving the map control, and all 5 of them through the mid corridor. A late piece of Magis just to deal with any long pushes. Sinja toes, short, kicks in game leader. The front of the pack calling the shots, so smoked off. And a disaster in the crowd as more cans hit the deck.
Guys, put your cans in the air,
yeah, you
not
missed
on the floor.
Well, as we wait for this smoke, so do Falcons.
Rain is alone.
Enough utility for the execute if the Molly lands sight. Rain's going to be thrust into the open.
Feels like he's destined for nothing here.
He's on his own.
Yeah. It would be amazing to see him actually manage to make something out of this. Just one man crouched out behind the boxes and a chance onto 𝙬𝙬. He makes good use of it, spammed away. 1 point of health for him. Finally felled, and the round should be converted comfortably from there.
Tough retake for FaZe. So if they can get past Magisk, 𝙁𝙗 will have to hit quite the shot. Mantle's up, spotted now, and Magisk continues to take the duel, able to convert a double. The Dane just delivering. Magic from the man to deal with the force. Okay. Just one to find. Beautiful work. Okay, they get the eco up now. That's a great round. And that's really important that they reset from that pistol loss. Right, you lose to the defuse. You know you should have won that round. It could have really spiraled out of control. Great news that they win their force by back. Nico's AK in play, and then they deal with it. And there's a man under a lot of pressure in recent years. Popular individuals. A very popular team in FaZe. As far as the big names concerned, they've rocked up. And they're the front runners as far as favorites of the tournament go now that Mongols and Eternal Fire have been eliminated.
I love this proactivity from 𝙤𝙤. I mean, he's just playing, he knows it's an eco. And already he's dumped some util, claimed B's site for the boys. Now, last time this happened, of course, was in the pistol.
Could take this moment on the eco right now to reiterate the nice little graphic that the desk brings up with these positions. So both of these teams are going to have in-game leaders playing long. So for the first half of play, we'll be focusing on Karrigan as the long anchor. 𝙁𝙗𝘼 is the AWPer. He'll be rotating here, there, and everywhere. 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 is the A rifler, taking that away from Rain. Rain heads over to be the B anchor, and then Frozen your mid to B player. And that's a big talking point with this FaZe roster, is just how many preferential positions, as Nico's going to farm up some eeks. It's his time this time. But yeah, for 𝙁𝙗𝙗, he's been given everything. And Rain did it before as well. When Frozen came in, sacrificed some of his positions, gave them, not all of them, but gave some of them to Frozen.
Do you see his answer?
𝙁𝙗𝙗,
like when James asked him about it, he seemed genuinely like...
Well, you want to put a positive spin on it.
Yeah, but no, it didn't look like he was kind of faking it. He had a smile on his face, maybe he's just a good actor, but he was kind of saying he's seeing Counter-Strike in new positions.
The way that I frame it is, if you're going to give these spots over to 𝙁𝙗𝙗, he has to deliver in these positions.
Yes.
And the same to be said for Frozen. If these are your 2 stars, the players of the future for FaZe, and then Rain becomes more supportive, more of an anchor player, well, the others need to deliver. Dexter's going for a long pick.
𝙁𝙗𝙗 to receive him. Can 𝙁𝙗𝙗 get on the board? No frags from him yet. Dexter braves the smoke, pokes his nose, and wipes off 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗. Oh, and a leg shot too. That's not bad. Aggressive AWPing out of Dexter.
I can't believe he's transitioned back there. 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 isn't the long anchor, right? So he wants to set up Karrigan, but they knew the extinguish came in. They heard that.
Really cheeky. And despite that man advantage, Nico goes probing. Lurk smoke dropped. CT smoke as well. There's a lot of pressure from the Falcon side right now.
Yeah, and there's no AWP in play. So they know that they likely have the defense split 2-2. The mid to B pressure draws back one of those A players. So right now, as FaZe, you have to gamble. Do we play for long? Do we worry about the mid to B? Do we focus short? You have to give up something. You can't hold it all. Don't have enough resources. Just going through the moves to clear out close long.
Call is looking good.
They're going flash over, and he will concede. Karrigan, look, the fact he's already so low, what's he meant to do?
And he knows long was occupied, heard the shots. He's alone.
I think if Karrigan goes down without anything, it's likely a save. 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 can't help him from CT. And there it is. Now, do you let the dogs off the leash, 𝙬𝙬𝙗? Do you send them out for the hunt? Do you try and wipe the board? Simple as that. And not really simple, right? They head the good spawn of 𝙍𝙬 towards long. They go for the extinguish, so the molly doesn't count. Able to take the pick to corner, gets another shot off, does a lot of damage. And right now, these three cowering over towards the B bomb site. 𝙁𝙀𝙗, Rain, and Frozen really want to hold on to these rifles. With the lost bonus building, they should be able to get a gun round out into the next, but it'll be a while before we see 𝙁𝙀𝙗's AWP. Now having a look, but 10 seconds left on that bomb. Shift key still held, being very diligent about this. Residual cash built on all the members of Falcons for one more buy. And looks like they'll get to hold on to all of it. So now the question, do you want to take a timeout? Do you want to bring Neo into the conversation? Because you could buy back in. You could drop some M4s, it's fine. Or you could use these 3 M4s, just go for some pistol upgrades, and into the next get another buy round. I think we'll likely see that. And it has been a counter-terrorist tactical timeout. So FaZe will bring Neo into the conversation. And likely just to settle things. But smiles on the faces of Falcons is a worrying sign early.
Right, and they did lose a 2v5 in the first round of play.
Yeah, which felt unforgivable, but they've already made good on that. So wiped away the concerns. But for these two teams, right, you come into this year, you're not looking at a lot of officials, are you? Never had a head-to-head between the two of them. This is only the 3rd event. FaZe with the 𝙁𝙗 plugin only had 25 official maps under their belt. For Falcons, it's 28.
Yeah, and you know, we've used the word like vindication.
First shot was good,
Falcons,
and the second shot was...
as a roster in general. 𝙁𝙗 with frustrations there visible. Yeah. From 𝙍𝙬's aggressive AWPing. But you know, from Magisk, he was talking about personally. He wants to kind of redeem himself from a rough year last year. Different pieces though for Magisk and 𝙍𝙗 into this 2025
It's been pretty good for 𝙍𝙗, hasn't it? You get Device in Astralis, you get 𝙍𝙬 in Vitality, now you've got Nico on Falcons.
Yeah, he works well with a Hall of Famer.
Right now, the rifles on shore of Rain and 𝙁𝙀𝙗 have my interest the most. It's the pistol starting over towards B and 3 rifles over towards A. As Nico's spreading his wings, taking mid control. Tessa's probing out the other side of the map, forces block utility. These 3 are the difference makers.
Flash, swing, Frozen and Rain.
Nice
Take
setup.
out Nico.
Magisk is starting to investigate long, so he's got a lot of room. Could work on an A split with this type of space. You need Tessas to come and deal with the mid to B push, and a re-aggression from Rain. Yeah. It's on the way. He's got support from Frozen.
Rain does go loudly, brazen on the clear. Magisk
cat now.
unable to close. They're accelerating short. That's the distraction they needed. Kixon unable to convert, but it's good from 𝙍𝙬's AWP. Removes the car player. Frozen gone.
Tessas needs a kill.
And Tessas stays active. 𝙁𝙗 tucked. Oh, not a jumping. Again, FaZe does 2 and people jumping on that ace site. 𝙍𝙬 puts 𝙁𝙀𝙗 down.
Tessas on the way.
Is there a conversation to be had here? Not if you're caught jumping. Okay, Tessas. Let's see what you've got. Mantles up, catches, catches hot lead to the face. 𝙁𝙗 quick with that one. That's his first kill, and it's a banger.
Okay, well, Nico goes down first, and then they play out their number advantage. The exchange at long between Magisk and Rain. Hopefully that's not permanent. That's a big first kill, right? And those two out of position. So the way that they've called this, let's send all the rifles over towards A. We'll just get the pistols over towards the B site, likely force them into searching into shore, and they do that. Some lovely shooting. Oh my giddy
That's for lovely shooting.
𝙍𝙬's on one. Does better in the spotlight, doesn't he?
He certainly does. Maui said it best. The playoffs, he just becomes a different breed of AWP. Rain, not used to that feeling, huh? How does B-side anchoring feel now?
Caught mid doors. That's one of the worst deaths you can give over.
Brutal.
Just feel absolutely helpless. It's even with the change, right? You can't just stand and spawn anymore. You got to drop into suicide. Still hitting a couple of those.
So Maui said to me, hot tip, don't jump. Is that the strat?
Well, look, if you cross close doors, it's hard for them to hit that shot, isn't it?
It was good on complexity too, bro. I've watched this.
The jump is problematic.
Games on complexity, he was really
a couple
good.
of steps towards the doors and then like knife out, swap, gets across.
That's why you still see teams using the
His
HEs,
decision making
smokes as well.
needs some more
Such a useful
refinement.
resource. Now we have
But his aim and mechanics overall, they were great on complexity too, and now they are looking great on FaZe also.
That's on Frozen, and he's miles away.
Okay, significant little bit of info there from 𝙑𝙬𝙑. Don't know how much he saw, but he certainly did chip away at them. And oh wow, smoke vision.
Molly to delay. Oh,
yeah, it's
missed it.
Not going to serve its purpose. And this Molotov, yeah, Dexter's got it's 𝙁𝙗𝘼𝙍, excuse me, got a decision to make. He drops off instead. Oh, the boost. Yeah, this could work out to deny the plant. Kicks and spotted. Can't hit the shot. Can't hit the shot.
Could have got that kill.
Just too deep to find that high advantage.
I don't think they were on the traditional elevation.
Yeah.
They're a little bit low on that ramp, so couldn't get the height he was looking for. Now they'll back off for the save. The fact that they won the previous round while retaining money is all good in the hood for FaZe. They can buy into the next, but 𝙁𝙗𝘼 really wants to hold on to the AWP.
Yeah,
Falcons extending the lead, 5-2. The run so far for FaZe has been a bit of a walk in the park. Opening match against a dead team, took down Saw 2-0. Dealt with 𝙂𝙗, their little brother, 2-0 as well. EF took a map off of them. It's a team that's been putting them under some pressure, but that was to qualify for the arena. And then took on Saw again in the quarterfinal.
And the Karrigan has improved, yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, do correct me if I'm wrong.
His individual decision making needs some refinement. Like
favorites for the trophy.
Yeah, and I think coming in, they would have been the
one or two rounds he overextends a bit. Like in one round on Nuke against Vitality, it was he overextended, and that costed the series to FaZe.
I think they have a lot of players.
It was on match point. We could have closed that round, but yeah, no issues here.
In his cabinet, so 3 players who on the stage in a pressure match, especially with the type of Counter-Strike we see between these two names. Talking explosive, instinct-based, heavy-hitting, high-octane.
Yeah, well, you know, NiKo in that.
There are some moments where he can like get a kill and he can just
that's something you can, you know, maybe you can learn a thing or two.
Hold and go back.
They
pass him, but he sometimes overextends.
Still, it's early on in the season.
That's the only
issue. To show your intent.
I mean, that's not the issue. That's like he's thinking he needs to do too much like he used to think in complexity, but now in FaZe he doesn't need to do that.
Far enough shots, good chip damage from the 𝙂𝙬𝙑. It's back, do nothing.
Which can handle the pressure.
But the block smoke will probably channel him into
complexity.
This default. He needed to do that because he was the heavy lifter on
no
that
support, no flashes available. And again, the head-to-heads against NiKo going through lower tunnels to take this map control. I'm going to stress the mid to B by the looks of things and then still try and finish towards the B site. Falcons' current positioning, very telling that they already have picked the finish. So this is a direct call from spawn. Sure, it's not a rush.
Ooh, can he see anything over the top of that? Lovely toggle of the X-ray just to see what Rain's actually working with. And it wasn't much, but Tessus, it was enough. He takes down Rain, Frozen under a lot of scrutiny now. Nade exposed, but yeah, NiKo finds the head of 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗. It's a NiKo double. Such precision, Magic still lingering short. 𝙁𝙗𝘼 once again finds himself resided to the save. No other options really available for 𝙁𝙗𝘼. Knows what he's up against, knows how much territory has been lost. NiKo's already stepping CT, jumping around, doing parkour.
Taking too many
holds on
risks.
to this, we can start doing a bit of quick maths. So into the next round, 2,900 is the loss bonus. Don't think it's going to be enough to justify a full buy. Maybe there can be a hero M4 behind this, and that's if he gets to hold on to it. 𝙁𝙗𝘼 does find NiKo. Now it's just the game of saving. But this is a great start. 6 rounds already. Oh, entertaining. But not the round. Falcons convert. And they're looking to snap their losing streak. They played this map 8 times. They've lost the last 2 on the trot, but still picking into it. And that's what you like to see. This veto between the two seemed very cut and dry.
Yeah, I mean, from the outside looking in, this T side does look like it's well-rounded. Admittedly helps when Dexter's on T side does
for
too.
Sure.
Like,
yeah, and you heard Blair pointing out as well that he has a tough time on the CT side of Dust too.
Right.
Which is where your 𝙁𝙗𝘼 can put on a bit of a clinic from time to time. Now 𝙬𝙗𝘼, he has become a secret agent. No kills just yet, and 𝙑𝙑𝙫 with the pivotal rotating position towards A, only 2 frags as well.
Kicks him, taking that spawn to have a little look, see if anyone overextends. 𝙬𝙗𝘼 gonna wait for the smoke, so diligence there.
NiKo into lower.
Yeah, he could be caught by 𝙁𝙗𝘼, and he caught a glimpse of him, but well aware of 𝙑𝙑𝙫, and here's that retreat.
Oh, he heard him.
So lower control garnered.
Going back. Frozen is playing close. He might not expect
AKB
this.
FAMAS, but has 𝙁𝙗𝙗 in support. Do we get an AWP clash here? We do, and Dexter was posted. Just a comfortable collection. Dispatches 𝙁𝙗𝙗.
Dexter's third opening so far. Doing very well.
Yeah, and that was the most valuable asset. That whole save, all for naught. Perhaps it can be retrieved. Yeah, 𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗.
Well, when you consider the type of rounds they've
Rolling
won,
back the years. Let's go, Carrigan up. Rolling back the years.
with a couple of digs.
Let's go, Carrigan up.
AWP. And now there's the dig. Can't get two. An important frag. 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗's patience does overcome Frozen. And that's a rain. Straight to the skull of Tessus.
So two old boys.
Yeah, 𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗. I think he knows what's up. He has to try and isolate 𝘋𝑘𝑠n. He knows the bomb is coming this way. Oh, 𝘋𝑘𝑠n gets the info though, and now 𝙂𝙀𝑗 𝑠winging. 𝙂𝙀𝑗's rapping. He's on a timer here. 𝘋𝑘𝑠n's just playing to live. Knows he has to round this corner just to survive. And from behind, 𝙂𝙀𝑗 strikes. Bomb's on its way.
Rain's still got a chance and knows he can accelerate into the AK.
Rain got the AK.
Good with the taps himself.
Got the Kalashnikov.
Could be timing. Nice timing.
Time for a head-to-head with 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝑗. Can't nail it. Does so in the third.
Safe plan.
Yeah, 𝘋𝑘𝑠n, what have you got? Rain ready. Ooh, doesn't hit the first. Turns the flash, progressing in. 𝘋𝑘𝑠n now faking him out. He's ready for this angle. Oh,
nice.
Phenomenal.
Ice cold, man.
He twists, ice
Why?
shouts.
How can he be so calm?
Rain even
His
goes back to
aim.
pick up the AWP. Got more than enough time. And good with the taps, right? This is
It
the
looks
player
like
who can
he's
do
playing
absolutely
with
everything.
5 alive.
Aim on point.
Like, he's not the last one alive. He's like playing with all 5 teammates alive. That aim is so calm.
All 3 rounds
Rain.
that FaZe have so far are not in the full buy variety. It's
How
the
can
pistol
you
round
remain
short
so
that was
calm?
crazy. And then it's rounds with
So
saved guns. So 𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗 gets one back, throws the round into disarray.
See the
Time
same.
to connect. And this one, it looks wobbly, doesn't it? But 𝘋𝑘𝑠n plays for the fight. And Rain sits him on his ass. He even gives him a teabag for good measure.
We are teabagging now.
You could have gone towards short.
You backed yourself.
Exactly, right. So in that situation, he had the timing to get away. He took the fight against Rain.
And he wants him to know that that was the wrong decision.
𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗's into the AUG.
He liked the way that scope felt.
Yeah, well, got his first kill in the round, and an important one, wasn't it?
Most definitely. So long control gained.
𝘀𝑘𝑠n's in trouble.
Can say that again. 22 points of health, backs away.
That's very treacherous, right? Heading back with the crouch key. Wasn't swarmed upon, so just going through the map control. Our Falcons. I wonder if they want to try and return late long and isolate 𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗. Well, we're not worried about that right now. 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗, 13 kills, but an audible 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 out mid will be denied for now. And they are rerouting, trying to isolate 𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗's position at long. Well, he's not home, it's 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗.
Yeah, it's a perfect weapon for the job, but such low HP. We'll have to get away after that one. Position noted, an important frag. Opens up the account for FaZe Clan's 4th. Dexter posted on the corner, Tuck's car.
He should be mollied here.
Rather divided now.
Have to go A.
37 seconds remaining.
3 guys on there.
Cross smoke available. 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 posted on this cross back long side. Smoke fades. 𝙂𝙧 spots him out a head-to-head duel. Some of Counter-Strike's finest. 𝙂𝙧 the one to put 𝙂𝙀𝑗 down on short side. Dexter, the only man that can change the script of this one. Round 10, it is FaZe's 4th. Dexter just trying to claw something back, but Rain through the smoke. A smile creeping onto 𝙂𝙧's face. It's got to feel good to be winning these head-to-heads versus 𝙂𝙀𝙗. And there he is, the young gun, North America's finest. In the FaZe Clan jersey. I'm still adjusting to it.
Yeah, it looks a little bit strange.
It's been a long time.
But he was in purgatory with complexity, wasn't he?
Yeah.
A man who knows what it's like to be winning, or at least in the grand finals. Unfortunately, the bridesmaid to Astralis throughout their era. I'm sure that would be another nice little victory against Magisk on the other side of the server, wouldn't it?
Do you know what's going on with all these crowd guys showing their cats?
I mean, the half
maybe they're like
is
cats.
already looking good for Falcons.
Yeah, they're just showing the pussy pics.
What?
Tactical timeout from Falcons.
What did he just say?
Cash has been a little bit stunted. Still an AWP available. Mac 10 in the hands of 𝘋𝑘𝑠n. Maybe we'll see some pace behind that. Taking a look, a couple of long spawns possible. 𝙂𝙀𝙗's having a bit of a coughing fit right there. Let's hope he's ready to go for the round. We got 7 seconds till we're back underway. But that previous was all to do with 𝙁𝙀𝙗 playing the long corner. The fact it was contact, the perfect weapon for the job. Are they going to go out long? Let's go. 𝙍𝙗 looking to take a peek.
𝙁 is throwing out the long smoke, but there will be a window of opportunity for them to push through. The extinguish there. The smoke will block his vision eventually. Flash pull the trigger, but one across on the blue bit, and there's a layering. 𝙂𝙀🙗 with the flash. 𝑇eSeS tucks Karrigan in tight, and now 𝙁 has got a reaction. So much focus on the long side from that T side. Maybe the timing of this will catch them off guard. A flash, perhaps an indicator as to his presence. Thinks twice about committing.
This is a wild position for 𝙂𝙀𝙗 to have found himself in, isn't it? Well, I guess they know that the map has to get an awful lot smaller. The bomb is starting to reroute. So on 𝙑𝙑𝙑𝙑, the man to find the entry, he's backing out. They're aware that they left this gap. I don't know if we'll catch it in the replay, but that's an unforced error there that caused Karrigan's death. He missed the molly. Most likely was meant to land blue bin as well. This is the next head-to-head.
Please
Rain's
don't
up.
pick this rain. Please,
yeah,
yes.
can he put 3 of them down? Highly unlikely.
Perfect weapon for the job, though.
Yeah, you're right. 30 bullets, and
he's
just started to move. He's not to know.
It's crossed into
𝙂𝙀𝙗 getting across on A.
One man.
They've sold it. Oh, they've absolutely owned it.
What do you do now if you're FaZe? You're in a rock and a hard place.
I mean, you look at Reigns on the minimap. He's heading up mid. He doesn't really know what's going on. It's too quiet.
Penny's dropped now.
Yeah, but
he's here quick.
I don't know, man. They're in. The bomb's
But there's only
planted.
3 on B.
Yeah, you're right. 𝙂𝙀𝙗's still long side. 𝙍𝙗, however, this is an interesting one. Yeah, he seems to know. He's caught wind of him. Has he? Yep. Now he has. 𝙁𝙀𝙗 onto
now 4v4.
𝙍𝙗.
This one's back on.
But 𝙂𝙀𝙗's still long, and 𝙁 can't believe it. That's got to be a frustrating death.
What is
Look
this
at the
round?
save. Okay. Felt like they were going to give it a look, in a position to at least start pressuring through tunnels, but doors smoked. You wonder how much more utility they have.
Wow, faking out FaZe is an accomplishment to 𝙂𝙀𝙗 and co.
And they ran out mid. It looked really weird for a moment there. 𝙂𝙀𝙗 tucked it over towards the backyard of B. Aware that the mid space was given up, they pivot back silently. They waltz on in. Rain's timing. He gets called over. He was the only piece of information they had on the other side of the map. Bomb goes off. 7 rounds for Falcons. Putting a stop to the spree. FaZe finally put 2 consecutive together. Now we go into the final round of the half. And here it is. So that molly right there.
Yeah, I see
So
it.
likely if you're doing the doors smoke that 𝙁 is throwing, he knows. You need to make sure you're hitting the blue bin molly. Because then they're thrust into the open. They can par in front of the blue bin, sure. But that is a big error for Karrigan to make in that situation.
Yeah, it's rough. He's actually called for extra backup here. 𝙂𝙀🙗 taking his spawn once more. Oh, this shot. Golden opportunity to remove Karrigan.
In again.
He goes for a second dip. The double dip is ambitious.
But lots of information being called on long. 𝙂𝙀𝙗's liberated in middle, and okay, 𝙑𝙑𝙑 just got caught.
Yeah, they blocked. Okay, I thought Rain might hoover up that info, but not to know.
But you know that the AWP was on B. That's good information to just team out Cap. You know there'll be no AWP car.
And no way to block. Frozen, that's a nice quick 1-2 punch onto 𝙂𝙀𝙗. 𝙁 support gets there just in time. No longer looking too promising for Falcons to end with 8. 𝙁 trying to set up Frozen for an engagement. The flash does connect. The incendiary is going to make life awkward for them. Delay that cross. Turns the flasher head-to-head with Magisk. And he's done well
nice
there. The nade to finish off the job. On your end. Oh, 𝙂𝙀𝙗. They clear it. Frozen again.
This roster in 2025.
Sorry, yes.
1 at 3, lost at 1. So not a bad record for them either. Comfortable map pool for both of the teams. Ancient up next. We keep it brawly, and then Mirage is the third and decider if we need to get there.
You're back. Sorry.
The Falcons, they're in search of their first big event grand final.
FaZe
I mean,
that
certainly
round,
would be a very good way to start your season after making such a big signing.
Wow, 2 years back-to-back, you've taken cores of top teams. And this time around, you've got 𝙂𝙀𝙗, your franchise player, absolute superstar. And he has been delivering throughout.
Well, if Falcons can convert Dust too, that certainly would be more likely.
Yeah, for sure. I think this one could go either way. Could be a 2-0 for either team. You could find yourself in a 3-map affair.
Oh, look at this pistol strat. Okay, so it's only one man here. What's 𝙑𝙑𝙑 supposed to do with Kevlar and a whole team running at him on long?
Feels like he needs to definitely do a whole lot of that. Back pivoting.
Okay.
Just playing for information, 𝙂𝙀𝙗's lead out middle, sees nobody top home cat or low up. Kixon rotating over. He's got a flash to try and enable 𝙑𝙑 on the fight. Late smoke from 𝐾𝙤𝙗. So they've taken long control. They're going to park Frozen. Everybody else looking to reroute. It's a second smoke on Rain to work with. So is this maybe a short play or a mid to B split? Well, up Cat with the bomb.
Oh, but look. Kixon can set up NiKo, and he's got the aim, and he puts one into the brain of Rain, and now 𝙑𝙫 trying to trade, hungry for it, could do some damage, more than that, it can take them both.
Nice.
Combines with 𝙁𝙗𝑆 Glock, Kixon tucked, he threw the flash, Frozen spots him out, hard shots to hit, can't find it. Magisk fast on the flank though, and there's 𝐾𝙤𝙗, good enough, gets the job done, round going the way,
Nice
once
split.
more a FaZe.
Well, Dexter has to concede this. Hold on, the Jill Berettas keep that Kevlar. Could have gone very wrong there for a moment. Opening kill against Rain, bomb spills out, but the trade works there. 𝐾𝙤𝙗 getting his second frag.
And presumably a second round conversion a whole lot harder without a bomb plant and that extra cash. Falcons managed to do it the first time, but doing it here, maybe the Kevlar can help.
Well, that's the thing. You're likely to see Dexter go into a scout right now.
Yeah.
See if he can stay alive. Probably gets it out regardless, but 𝙑𝙫 doesn't know how close he is to this duel. When the bomb goes off, does he round that corner? Bit of a standoff. There you have it. 7-6, just a one-round game. Both pistols.
Oh, sounded good, but loses it last second.
Well, Dexter is into the scout. Magisk has bought one as well. Very strong on a map like Dust 2 if the T's aren't diligent with their utility. HE for Magisk, he can go for a smoke break, kicks in with one as well. Or are they going to throw them long? Well, Dexter posts up, sees nothing. Long corner smoke lands. A nade in, but nobody home. So avoiding early damage. Our FaZe. Information on two players starting towards long.
No mid smoke. That can
Still
be
an abundance of utility available to FaZe. No rush here.
Pretty rifle heavy as well.
Oh, Kixon would have liked to have had the element of surprise there. 𝐾𝙤𝙗 spots him out, bit of damage onto Frozen, but no support network available for this 5-7. Lots of pressure applied. They're really limiting his options. He's been forced in. Goes down. There's Magisk. Hits a no-scope through the smoke. NiKo's dig empty-handed, and Magisk overlooking the progression 𝙑𝙫 could have made. So that's very comfortable.
Yeah, pretty easy round, all things considered. Now will be the eco phase in a position to take the lead.
Absolute cinema.
Seen Kixon on Dust 2 throughout this tournament also have tough times over towards long. It's not an easy position, but one of the in-game leader gets tasked with. They have the Danish duo on the B side, Magisk and Kixon, Magisk and 𝙑𝙑 to lock that down. Dexter, obviously the desk talking about his lack of success on the CT side of this map. We'll see if he can turn it on.
𝙁𝙗𝑚 to swing off 𝙑𝙫's contact, ready for an aggress, playing anti-flash. 𝙁𝙗𝑚 just two. Magisk, that deagle delivers.
Good damage.
Not bad at all. Sure, the round is highly unlikely unless you can take down Frozen, scoop up the AK. And yeah, not going to happen. He's lovely work from Frozen. Read them well, anticipated the retrieval, even snatches away the deagle, despite Magisk getting a couple of good shots.
Okay, well, broke into his AWP, the same for Dexter. First rifle round, second half.
Crowd is good, man. If the tournament had more hype, then I think could have been a bigger arena and could have been a much more bigger event.
Masks the cross. Dexter was
It's
flying
still
with
a big event, right?
Thwarts him now. This aggression from 𝙑𝙑 will be punished. He needs support. The 𝙑𝙬 forces him back, but back turn is 𝐾𝙤𝙗. Nice opening. NiKo to try and take a head-to-head. 𝙑𝙫 once again puts him down low. Look at 𝐾𝙤𝙗. I can't believe he's already there. 1 minute 30 on the... Oh! 𝐾𝙤𝙗 rolls back the years with a swift one tap to Kixon's face. It's Dexter, just has vision in time.
We are playing deathmatch.
He considered dropping into CT to try and bring that fight.
Just going to chase him, take this away.
Hello? Oh, missed no scope. It's a 𝐾𝙤𝙗 4K.
Okay,
Big
well,
round.
Biggest round so far from Mr. Finn Anderson.
Let's go.
The entertainer.
𝐾𝙤𝙗.
That round was over at 1 minute 30. So check this. Here's the opener. TeSeS has to push, has no option. 𝘾𝙗 gets out mid to peak, grabs that kill. At that point, bang. A minute 30 on the clock. Stop it right there. See you later, alligator.
The conviction he had after getting that QSIM knife run through the door smoke.
That round was just full of confidence.
Yes.
And here he is again. The nade to cover his aggress. It's 𝙁𝙗 this time towards green box.
Okay, well.
Know that they're not up against anything too hefty on the other side.
It's far from pretty. A partial investment. Falcons trying to have a chance to avoid FaZe running away with this T side.
To try and read the situation so these upgrades can be in the right position to clamp down in the chaos. As FaZe is setting up the nades round, they're trying to take some territory. You need to snap into action. They don't have a flash to assist this. But 3 around the mid doors, 1 short. Smoke starting to fade.
Ahead of this, TeSeS sees that smoke as an invitation, but it was to his funeral. Lovely double from 𝙁𝙗. It was 𝘋𝑧𝑚 on short, just forced and trapped by the flames. You can see
Man,
this diligence to
𝙁𝙗 is
FaZe
looking
clan.
sharp.
Comfortable into the double digits, just 2 more to find.
That's a good word for it.
And Rain is reading this.
Comfortable. Magisk's probably uncomfortable knowing Rain is just around that corner. The round is theirs though. Bomb on the back of 𝙗𝙗. I say that NiKo is alive, and he has his Desert Eagle, so I'm not one to write him out until 𝙁𝙗 takes that head-on fight.
$30 seconds.
Yeah, it gets a little bit uncomfortable.
Well, if they just go together, it's 1v5 on either side of the map right now.
And just an MP9 in Magisk's
He
hands.
should
They
be
are
good.
heading his way. This is horrible.
Noise bag.
Drops off. 1 insufficient.
All right, well, NiKo can have a look, see if he can get a kill or 2, see if he can grab an AK, do some damage. Loss bonus is there. Rifles will come out into the next.
Yeah, there's nothing particularly retrievable.
Must feel nice for 𝙁𝙗. 12-12, doesn't need a carry. It's not complexity. Not looking left at Grim and right at Floppy.
I'm sure it's an incredible feeling for someone that has had his fair share of woes.
Yeah, look, you look at the Liquid era, and again, they were the bridesmaids to that of Astralis, but still, they're also Grand Slam winners.
Internet is
They
toying
had their
with me.
time in the spotlight. And it is a pretty good damn time for a tactical timeout to bring Zonic on the mic. Look, this is the rifle round where the comeback needs to begin. Yet to post anything in this second half of play. FaZe have managed 5 consecutive, 6 if you consider the tail end of last half.
Okay, so
Well,
full
you
buy on
mentioned Dexter's
Falcons
CT
now.
side troubles with his AWP and lacking contributions. He was crucial to the 7 they managed to find on the attack. It is going to be coming out round 18.
Yeah, and you just have to take a look at what the first rifle round, or the only real rifle round of this second half has been. It was aggressive. It was straight out. It was actually TeSeS who took the first fight. They wanted to be aggressive. They pushed out Cat. So Falcons' game plan within that round was to be the aggressors, was to not sit on their haunches. I wonder if we just see them play it more of a standard round right now. Right, lock down the long control, make sure they can't go through B, and then post the AWP up towards car. Just some standard Counter-Strike on this one. No need to do anything too crazy.
Instant long corner smoke, but no good spawns for FaZe to start long aggressive.
So their turn to be quite heavy over towards B. 𝙁𝙗 in through lower dark without any issues. Magisk to anchor down the site. Support of TeSeS dealing with middle right now. Good nade. Decent damage. But the execute set up.
Smokes in the sky. CT smoke and a lurk.
Bit to B as well.
Yeah, there's Dexter's AWP. There it is, removing 𝙁𝙗. Magisk. A lot of bodies heading his way. How does he approach this? Oh, he swings out lovely from Magisk. He's got bullets to spare as well. 𝙗𝙗 could be his next challenger. Edges the smoke, catches a nice little opportunity. Trade is there, it's Magisk. You test my sight. He sends you to spawn. First CT round delivered by Magisk's defensive prowess.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Love to see that, don't you? They're under a lot of pressure. You pointed it out, Dexter. The fact he gets that first
Why
kill
are
mid
we
to
not
B
going?
alleviates a lot of pressure.
I mean, we were going mid, but
He takes down 𝙁𝙗.
mid
Coming
guy
out
has
mid doors,
died.
gets the trade, but Magisk with the multi, that's a difference maker. Even has the opportunity to pivot. NiKo coming
Okay,
through.
fair enough.
Holes in the smoke. And they go both ways. Money there for both teams. Back into the buys. 𝙗𝙗 going to pick long.
How does he handle this one? Kicks in. Just the elbow visible. Flashes and connects and smoked off for now. The break to set him up for another chance, but kicks in twice to their tricks. Stays tucked. Good nade onto
We were ready
𝙁𝙗's
for the
face.
break.
Lines up for the door smoke.
feel like you're under a lot of pressure if you're Falcons in these rifle rounds. They're getting the mid control, they're applying pressure long. You're having to do everything by the book. You can't trip up if you're Falcons. Can't leer out and go, oh, he got me on that timing.
Right.
To account for everything. Karrigan with early space. Let's see if he throws out a bridge smoke just to apply a bit more pressure towards his A defense.
Yeah, it's Nico on the other side of things, though. He's fairly flustered.
You want to pull the swing player, which at the moment is 𝙍𝙗, back. But when Nico drops out a molly and plays a little bit more aggressively behind it, I think 𝙍𝙗 feels comfortable to keep his position. With the X-ray, you can see a whole lot more bodies starting to congregate on catwalk now for what could be a set piece. Rain to lurk late mid doors. We've got two smokes, could be towards the elevator boxes as well as bridge. And molly on 𝙁𝙗. Okay, well, they're going to put pressure mid to B.
𝙍𝙗, good timing on the incendiary. And Rain pushes through. He heard that, but the smoke lands. He's got the break opportunity left by his teammates. Rain aware to it. Sub-optimal break. Flash is flying in. 𝙍𝙗, hard shots to hit. He's not in the right position. This is a great call from FaZe. Oh, but there's Nico. That's a good catch. Onto 𝙁𝙧 on the cross. Now 𝙁𝙗 as well. 3 bullets. He can't hit the headshot. Does he have the time for the reload? He certainly does now. 𝙍𝙗 removes Karrigan and Frozen onto 𝙍𝙗.
Time.
Yeah, he has to plant. Can Nico mantle up and disrupt in time? Climbing up and does it. They test Nico and he passes with flying colours to keep Falcons in the conversation.
Class round from Nico. 𝙍𝙗 does well to get a kill as well there.
Yeah, really.
And that, again, you pointed it out in that situation, 𝙍𝙗 being out of position. Once he breaks and takes that shot and they know he's in CT, it's the right call again from FaZe to be running out, but you're dealing with Nico. Makes that rifle look like an AWP, just deleting them.
Can we talk about the audacity to have 2 kills and have 3 bullets and then still be looking for...
Hey, look, he's going to back himself no matter what, isn't he?
Fair play, fair play.
Well, there's still so much cash to work with for FaZe. Should be a drop available into 𝙁𝙗's hands, but everybody should be looking good for rifles at the very least.
8 bullets, 3, and he goes looking for that tap as well. That's the one you were talking about from 𝙍𝙗. Important catch onto Karrigan, belated trade. But yeah, 10-9. Okay, the CT side has got legs.
Let's see.
And 𝙁𝙗. 𝙍𝙗, you tempted fate there. Across his back.
Just
5v5.
You want to keep the comps a little bit crazy in that moment because they started 3 rifles A. So if it was, you know, I don't know exactly how many crossed, it can just slow down the B lurk from looking to try and isolate that fight against 𝙍𝙗, who started on his own. And this early util again just speaks to that pressure. Nico want to try and take back some territory. It can be very risky. He's feeling that they're already up short, but their timing is a little bit slower this time round. So as they continue to avoid a lot of this, look at that, all dumped. What's that, of over 1K worth of nades and really no damage. They're going to try short again. Well, now they've put 𝙍𝙗's AWP over towards Car. This is more of the traditional setup. Nico gets to be that flex rifler.
I think those were deliberate footsteps from Karrigan. Kixon would have heard that. 𝙁𝙧 is on his way.
𝙁𝙧 is looking.
And Nico spotted. Ooh, gets away with it on the mantle. And a reposition audible. Uses that waterfall for his benefit.
I'm going to try and go mid to B.
Seems like that's the plan. Karrigan just drops down. Nico can't believe his luck. A free frag. Hard spray. 𝙍𝙗 spots out their attempts out mid B. Oh, and that flank from Kixon's worked out eventually. Just gets the tap, but 𝙁𝙧 is going to punish. I say with bated breath, they slip away.
They might want to save.
Yeah, at this point. Ooh, 𝙁𝙗 gets 1. Does that change the plan? They're so low. And Bomb's going straight to its demise. 𝙍𝙗 ready. 14 seconds. Yeah, there's nothing for him here. Combat save, though, with 1 bullet in the AWP.
Yeah, worst case, you go down after time, so they want to try and back off safely.
I don't think this is safe. This is far from safe.
No, don't after time.
At least he's dead already. 𝙁𝙧 got a bit more distance there. Will preserve his goodies.
Okay. Nice round. That's 3 consecutive now. Falcons took that timeout and they've been able to tie things up. This is really good work. Before the stage, within the second half of play, they'd only had 1 rifle round. And now they've been able to string a bunch together. They've broken FaZe. They've actually put them under pressure. Take a look. Timeout 3 from 3. So 1 saved AK. Loss bonus starting to build. Going into the next, they'll be getting 2,900, so there can be some lighter investments behind 𝙁𝙧 to try and facilitate the fight. You need to take a look if he has a good spawn, and that's not the case whatsoever. More over towards B. Couldn't use him to head out long and try and open up things, so might allow the round to come to them. Definitely just some partial investments. There's a scout in the hands of 𝘾𝙗𝙗, he can afford that.
Carrigan scout.
He sold it back, okay. Keeping a little bit more conservative. Well, eyes on 𝙑𝙫. Saved AK, what can he do with it?
Dexter.
Great start.
Opening.
Let's say we have more events than last year. Yeah, we have a lot of events, bro.
Another one for Dexter. He's been
It's crazy.
very good with the openings. 5-1 in that department at the
So
moment.
many events. Non-stop events without
This is all going to be a conversation of
without any
No
delay.
one's near him. There's no trade potential. No one to pick up the AK. He's just searching on his own.
Yeah, and the same kind of nade cycling from Nico. You know, he is ahead of this one. So 𝙑𝙫, there's a conversation to be had about this. Rather cheeky, starts to worm his way out.
Got a timing.
He certainly has got one of those. Now, at any time, Dexter can have a little premonition and post up on that angle for the cross. 𝘾𝙗𝙗 is actually using it as a space 𝙑𝙫's hoovered up to facilitate a cross. And oh, hello and goodbye to the bomb. But wait.
He needs more than one.
He certainly does. He will engage onto the AWP, controls the spray nicely. Reaction quick. Nico's coming in from short fast. Spots and deletes 𝙑𝙫. Never mind. Playtime cancelled. Nico strikes twice. Oh, and Brokey can't transfer.
Nice try.
Valid attempt, but you got to account for Nico.
You're actually looking at these gun rounds, and you'd say that Falcons have done a better job. I understand that was just up against a saved AK there, but throughout this map so far, it was the pistol that FaZe got away with. Then it was some scrappy rounds with saved guns and deagles. They had two of those. One of them was the rain clutch in the 1v2 situation against Nico and 𝘾𝙗𝙗. They win the pistol round, they deal with the force, they get the eco, they win the first rifle, they deal with the partial. As far as full guns are going, I think the Falcons might have them edged.
They seize the lead, 2 away from taking their map pick in a semi-final.
There's only one player with anything close to the long swan right now, and that's 𝘾𝙗𝙗. That's not even a great one of those, so they're probably just going to go into more of a default round, and or maybe even just letting Brokey search with this AWP. Tessa's starting B on his own.
Could have a lot of work to do if he overextends into that AWP, but Tessa's,
they're going.
Got plenty of experience. The smoke might change plans.
Okay, looked like they wanted to contact in if the smoke didn't come.
Yeah, but the door smoke implies there was a commitment on its way. Does that lead to CTs reacting with some space taking?
Yeah, they have to. They've just crossed back over. They've actually used one of their own smokes to block the mid doors. You can see this here on board with Magisk. Now, going a nade through for the progressions for the default. Need to apply some pressure short phase to make this look like a normal round, but it does look like they want to head over towards B again. No more util to block on B.
Tessa's with support now from Magisk.
Dexter here again. Clear game plan from Falcons with his positioning in a lot of these rounds.
How does he approach this? The flash lands, so does the bullet through the door. 𝙑𝙫 lucky, saved by the bang.
He can't be the point man now.
Certainly not. 𝘾𝙗𝙗 and 𝘾𝙗𝙗, this leadership standoff. Late long from 𝘾𝙗𝙗, that's a big pick. A lot of pressure now onto the A players, and Dexter on the mantle up. Oh, frozen. Got caught out, pulling out the pin. 𝘾𝙗𝙗 dealt with. Pressure applied. Dexter last seen towards the boxes, sticks around there and jumps up. Missed shot. 𝙑𝙫 can't believe the AWP's peeking him again. It's too easy for Dexter. Lovely work. Combat open on the CT side.
Brother is invisible. Nobody is killing
Pressure
him.
from Nico. They're looking at Nico. They're worried about Long, and it's Dexter looking and getting G'd up by the boss man.
I think about Dexter in big games before. He does the best when the spotlight's on him. Spirit once upon a time stage match. That was an Antwerp versus a FaZe clan. And that was a spectacle. But how many chances did he get?
I don't understand, really. I mean, I presume it's because
If that
Nico...
shot gets missed, you're thinking,
guys?
oh, 𝙑𝙫, he doesn't clock it. And the fights just keep coming.
Wow,
well, this could be the final round.
Yeah, it certainly could be.
𝙑𝙫 didn't react whatsoever.
Long the call from 𝘾𝙗𝙗.
Why?
𝘾𝙗𝙗, he hears those flashes. The smoke will block, but they're coming for the second wave. Oh, 𝘾𝙗𝙗 realizes he'll swing out. Catches 𝘾𝙗𝙗 clearing blue. 𝙑𝙫 is spotted and now can fall back, facilitated by that AWP hold. The smoke actually now working against them to try and hunt them down.
And look at the util that you have to work with for FaZe. Just a molly and 2 smokes.
Ooh, maybe Rain can slip up short. That would make things awkward for these two. He's not to know. Or posted, flash is good. Nico dips into the smoke. Dexter misses his chance as well. Pressure remains. Pincer movement. 𝙂𝙀 versus Rain. And it's comfortable for Rain in the first engagement, but Dexter's there, doesn't hit his shot either. 4 versus 4, 60 seconds, but Rain wants more. And flanking on the flank, it's nice
TK.
shot. Dexter's just shot, kicks it in the head.
3v3.
Bomb goes down, sure. Retake on.
Safe plan.
They're grouped up. Dexter coming in from the nice side. Good nade lands, but so does the bullet from 𝙑𝙫𝙍's AK. Magic swings through, same result. Clean taps out of FaZe. They will not go down quietly. We will see every single round of regulation.
Well, that round had it all, didn't it? But important for 𝙑𝙫𝙍 to hit some shots there. Falcons will use their final timeout just to talk through how they can get this done in regulation. I started with a kicks and an opener, his first opener in this map so far. It felt like it was the nail in the coffin. Rain getting that space, it was all his timing that caused the chaos. They couldn't stay in the side, they gave up the cross, they were all burrowed in towards CT, then the accidental TK. So this one right here, that put so much pressure on the other two A defenders. They feel boxed, takes the shot, kicks and just backpedals into it.
Why the hell will you kill your own team?
Yeah, an unforced error, whether it's Kixon, whether it's Dexter.
Long spawns this time for FaZe. Haven't seen a lot of them to work with in the rifle rounds. Let's see if they just push the issue and try and run out, take that fight, and how Falcons want to deal with it. Remember, this is for all the marbles, round number 24.
Red gloves, green knife. 𝙂𝙀 has the long spawn. Supported by Kixon. A head-on collision. Frozen. Rain coming out. And it's a hail of bullets from 𝙂𝙀 that finds him. Opening frag and getting away. Never mind getting away. Puts Frozen on notice. It's Karrigan and Tessus with an uncomfortable exchange at different elevations. The nades will chip away.
Poor guys, eh?
Man advantage for Falcons to close it out in regulation. Can FaZe rectify the absence of Rain? The low HP on Frozen. Brokey, Bogdan's puts the AWP onto Frozen. And it's 𝙑𝙫𝙍 leading the pack. He's going to try and be the spearhead to claw them back in and take us to overtime. Kixon not ready for this, doesn't expecting anyone to have crossed, and so 𝙑𝙫𝙍 successful. Brokey gets the bomb down, masked by that CT smoke. It's looking like it's falling through their fingers, but 𝙂𝙀's still alive and kicking.
Overextending again,
down,
not needed in that spot, overextension.
Already 2 kills from 𝙂𝙀 in this round. It gets uncomfortable for Brokey. His support
That's what I'm saying,
miles
Sudhanshu.
away.
That is overextension in some situations. He's overextending when it's not needed.
Enable a defuse regardless.
Now that will cost them the round.
Back and forth, spinning around and from behind, 𝙂𝙀 strikes. Falcons
Like,
take
you can play with
in the semifinals.
your teammates.
That's gotta feel good for the Falcons. FaZe back foot.
No trade potential.
A new year, new roster.
Yeah, that's what I said. In some situations he overextends, like he has to do everything. It is not like that. I mean, he is good. I'm not going to say that he's bad. We should not go for fights, but at the match point, need to play a bit carefully.
Can't love me.
But I love you.
And match point is online.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
In complexity, he has to do everything. Yeah, that's what he's habitual of. So that is one thing he needs to work on. If he improves that, then we are unstoppable. The opening was good. But the second frag, second fight he took was not needed. Yeah, sometime after sometime, yeah.
play. It's not going to catch them off, not at all. The Lich goes deep.
FaZe Clan have cruised through the opening games without
The last round
facing
fight
their
was
usual
also
group
not
stage
ready. Yeah,
problems.
that's what I
Frozen
said.
can just park the bus here, and Mutura swings in, handled. Kerrigan's flanking. There's so many moving
Let's
pieces.
watch that round
Frozen
back
is the
where
best
he
player of the tournament
extended.
so far, and 𝙑is looking great in his new team colors. Will it be FaZe up?
Let's see.
The FaZe. Haven't seen a lot of them to work with them.
NiKo the fine putting frag and getting away. Never mind getting away. It will chip on that FaZe. Leisurely.
He gets the opener now, right here.
𝙬𝙬 not ready for this. Doesn't expecting
Good.
anyone to have
Now he
crossed, and so
smokes
𝙑
it.
successful. 𝘀𝑘𝑖 gets the bomb down, masked by that CT smoke. It's looking like it's falling through their fingers,
No.
but NiKo's still alive.
No, I know he wants to go goose. Might be he was trying to go goose, but it is too risky at this point of time. Could have played a bit safe. Could have played with 𝘀𝑘𝑖. Could have traded.
Kicking, puts 𝙑 down, keeps him humble.
Now the thing is, all the remaining two guys are on long, so they can't support 𝘀𝑘𝑖 at all. They're stuck.
Already 2 kills from NiKo.
Show that Dust 2 is their domain, taking their map against FaZe. The atmosphere absolutely electric for this one, an advantage to Falcons, the underdogs.
Oh, absolutely. And what a hell of a game. What a hell of an opener as well. It did look like, I won't lie, Falcons, they seem to be in cruise control in the first half. But again, FaZe, they never make it easy, except this time around, NiKo. He was a difference maker.
NiKo was
𝘀𝑘𝑖, could have swung
unbelievable
together
on that A bomb site. Every single time they were going into him, it was a multi-frag. He had 8 multi-kills on the map, which is just exceptional stuff. You can see exactly why 𝙍𝙗 wanted this guy for so long.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not like it's a secret that he's a really, really good player. The question is all teams to have around him, and people thought this was going to be one of those when he made the move across. There was all talk of a super team. When it didn't happen, there was jubilation that it wasn't going to happen, and that NiKo was kind of going to get his comeuppance for having the temerity to go and pursue the bag, right? Which is crazy. But now, I think that this roster looks to me like they've accepted, actually, no, we are doing a full season like this. It's time to, dial down and get into it. And they're looking.
What the hell is happening?
What's most impressive for me about Falcons is that even
Let me refresh the stream.
bomb site, it was actually the supporting cast that were able to deliver so much impact. Magisk towards the B bomb site, Dexter with multiple highlight rounds, like doing just despicable things, by the way. Like Dexter was doing some stuff that you should not get away with, you should not be allowed to do, but if you hit every shot, that's what an AWPer can do.
And he was basically killing everyone, even his IG at some point or the other, right? And that's the thing with Dexter. You can still be critical of some of his decision-making when it comes to re-peaking time and time again, continuing to take fights. But man, if you're going to be hitting shots like that, screw it, just go for it. So he was absolutely finding a lot of impact. Rich, as a prelude to this game, I did say on the CT side, he's been struggling quite a bit. We saw him again, delivering opening kills after opening kills on the T side. But what I loved was the moment he got the AWP in his hands, he didn't play cowed, he didn't play scared. He was in their face, and absolutely the supporting cast, and also 𝙬𝙬. Shout out to 𝙬𝙬. Low fragging in the game, but some incredible mid-round calls from him on the T side.
But we must continue to talk about this player. NiKo really has stepped it up here in Cluj, and I've just got to say it. I mean, when he plays like this, it's unplayable. You are going to lose. There's not really anything you can do. He's just inevitable when he's going to put up these kind of numbers.
The game planning that Kerrigan had, it felt like they were trying to just throw him for a loop. They were trying to do all these different types of plays, splits from long, from cat, splits from mid to B, but every time it feels like NiKo's just going to get the better of you. Even if you try to avoid him, even if you try to tailor a game plan, that's going to throw him for a whirl. He's just going to hit so many shots. He's going to be able to position himself so well. T side, of course, on top of that, really one of the benefactors of a great system that 𝙬𝙬 put together. Overall, NiKo, he is a phenomenal rifler. It got to be right there, up there with Donk last year for the best in the world, and this year he is obviously continuing that campaign.
Oh, absolutely. And again, if you're looking at all this frag highlight right now from NiKo, right, it's almost like every time he sees this person on his screen, if it's not blinded, he is winning that duel. He's 100% going to deliver 1 kill, and most of the times he's just not getting caught off guard, right? And by the way, this is against FaZe. This is against 𝙑𝙫. This is against Rain, who's also having a great game, by the way. You have 𝙑𝙀𝙗 as well, and yet NiKo just able to trump them every single time. Class is permanent, and that's NiKo.
Yeah, and I really like the relationship he's starting to form with Dexter. I kind of talked about this a little bit in the green room. I don't mind bringing it to the desk at all. Just watching the way they sit next to each other, how they interact with each other in the mid-rounds, Dexter turning to NiKo immediately. You know, by the way, what you didn't see on camera, or maybe you did, but it didn't look like it was going out on our monitors, Dexter was pointing at him while the crowd was chanting his name. You know, NiKo's like lifting his arms. Like, they're forming like a pretty good relationship right now, and I really like that. Like, I think Dexter has been adrift. I've got a tweet somewhere in my history, it's one of the good ones, where I said, like, we're getting to a stage in his career where it's like we're going to be talking about what if. Right, and that's like the saddest two words about in any sport about someone's career. And Dexter was knocking on that door. It was looking really bleak. He'd been on mediocre lineups. He was having visa problems. Didn't know if he was going to get into a good team. Heroic rumors circling that they were going to maybe cut him loose, and now he's here playing with one of the greatest riflers of all time, and that rifler is invested in him and trying to make him a better player.
The biggest development for me for Dexter is that he's just slapping hands a little lighter because he's sitting next to NiKo now. Yeah. He has to respect his arm. Like, he can't be slapping him too much. All in all, though,
that's $1 million arm, dude.
Exactly.
Amen.
Exactly. He knows how much it's worth now that he's on Falcons. So all in all, I do think that the duo between them has been really lighting things up. But overall, what I liked in this one also, the calling. I thought the calling was so great from Kixan. Round number 8, great example of just the way that they like to pincer bomb sites together. I was highlighting Testis in the pregame. He didn't necessarily have the best overall map, but in terms of the way he's able to poke and prod towards that B site, the way that they're able to take space so effectively and decisively, this is the great stuff that we get out of Kixan. Throws the left side smoke, corridor smokes on middle there, and then you know that FaZe want to get something back, and Testis spots that fight out, good crouch swing on that, good entry, and NiKo from the top rope. Like, look at these shots. He's just raining death from above on this bomb site.
And then just to close it out, nothing being saved, right? I think 𝙑𝙀𝙗, the only one to save the AWP. And then it's not just an anomaly this one round. We can jump straight into round number 11. Again, a different style. Kixan's mid-rounding is so good.
It's beautiful,
You got to give him credit where it's due.
Actually
and
beautiful.
This is going to be a round where it's going to be an opening kill. A bit of a failure by Karrigan, as Chad pointed out, the Molotov not finding its way towards blue, allowing Testis to tuck on in. The flash comes out. Karrigan, the second phase of utility, by the way, gets caught by Testis. Now what do Falcons do? They start grouping up to outside of B, and you can see FaZe uncomfortable. 𝙑𝙫 pushing up towards mid. The flash is a tell, he can't commit to it, and then Kixan by himself selling this A fake. Rain was holding towards tunnels, by the way. He could potentially have caught all the plays from the Falcons, but a perfectly timed fake by Kixan. They run into an empty bomb site, and that's about it.
This is just the advantage you get when you're in a 5v4. The world is your oyster at that point. The playbook opens up completely. You're allowed to toy with your opponent, understanding the likely rotations that are going to come next. It's a reason that we've been rating Kixan so highly. It's that the pullback all the way from long to just send the single player out himself, as a matter of fact, while controlling the troops to send them towards B to an empty bomb site. It's just beautiful stuff. It's why this is their perma pick.
And even if you look at a couple of rounds that FaZe were able to steal away, right? It's just a difference in style, so to speak. For FaZe, it's so FaZe-esque. The first pistol round at 2v5, classic FaZe BS. Then we saw Karrigan running mid, getting 3 kills with a one-tap, just rolling back the years as well. So FaZe were winning in their style, and it did feel like it was going to be enough. But Falcons, again, credit to Kixan for just calling a great game in the CD side. They did not choke.
Yeah, it was actually really, really fun to watch. Just a quick thought, Maui, before we move on to the next map. In terms of Karrigan's calling, it looked to me like they were calling a good game. I really do think it just came down to individual performances, you know, most NiKo is who we're talking about there.
I'm not upset about Karrigan's calling whatsoever. It did feel like he wanted to just have those great splits onto bomb sites, generally speaking. It's with only 20/20 hindsight that you could say that maybe they should have just 5-man grouped a little bit more and just swung everybody off Cat, because that, unfortunately, is the only way you're going to deal with NiKo. If you only have 3 guys swinging off Cat, he kills 2 of them. And so you do need the more bodies, and unfortunately, like, he wasn't able to piece it together, and I do think the game plan was good overall.
Let's just also quickly remind ourselves of the stakes of this game, the brave new world of the VRS that we keep talking about, a kind of a unified tour across all tournament operators, and it dictates whether or not you're going to be at that major. So we've said historically, Falcons, are they really a top 10 team? Probably not. Is that inflated? It's very hard to gauge even based on this, but that doesn't matter. What the pundits say doesn't matter. It's the cold hard facts that if they win this, they're going to jump up to 7th.
That's huge.
pretty good to beat the major. I mean, it's beyond huge. It's beyond huge.
Yeah.
Falcons get into a major is wild for them.
And reminder for everybody at home that if you're in the top 10 in Europe, you're instantly birthed into stage 2 or stage 3 of the major. If you're 7th, that's a lot of buffer room, okay? You have to fall pretty far at that point to get out of that.
And also, you don't want to play MRQ, especially when you are in EU.
So many gnarly teams out there that you just don't want to be playing. Anyway, let's talk about Ancient. This is FaZe's pick, obviously. We've got to stress Falcons did win their map pick. So I'm tempering expectations because we know FaZe, they are absolutely amazing on this map.
The mid-control between 𝙁and Frozen is just phenomenal. I mean, the way that they're dynamic off of each other, it's exactly what you wanted when you saw 𝙁 being signed to this roster. I mean, they're both usually fighting for it, both on the T side and the CT side. And really, NiKo, he's been having some trouble at middle. He was actually battered by Astralis. That's not the kind of matchup that you want. Does seem like he's, you know, he sometimes does move positions around, sometimes towards that A-bomb side as well, though, Ble.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, something we have to point out, and this is something we were discussing earlier, was 𝘃𝑠𝑖𝑛 and Testis on the B-bomb side, right? This is something where, when they've been absolutely tested, they have struggled quite a bit.
Yes, and we do have, this is a crazy stat I found on Skybox Edge. Like, this is just insane. Their bomb site hold rate at this tournament is 25% on B.
That's untenable.
And the retake rate is horrendous. They only had one successful B retake across the team at this tournament. So that is instrumental. That's going to be important. I want to see if 𝘃𝑒𝑟rigan game plans to just simply target those guys, because I'm going to say, on Dust 2, they were weak links. 8 kills apiece, under 100 ADR between the two of them.
I'm glad that's what you meant when you said you were off edging.
Also, one more thing which leads to this particular scenario, the fact that the B defense is so weak. We've seen Dexter cheat over early towards a B bomb side early on. So you know what that leaves? Mid is pretty much almost impossible to take if you're NiKo or Magisk alone. You have to kind of go for a gamble. And that's a difference between his FaZe CT side and the side of Falcons FaZe. You got 𝙁, baby. He's going to be just running in mid. He's going to be working in tandem with Frozen, just battling out towards mid early in the game. This is a tendency they do have, though. Later during the latter stages of the first half of the CT side, what they're going to do is they're going to hold back. Just going to give up mid, going to sort of usual utility, and then you're going to see Frozen start pushing up towards A main, just getting all the information, and then you have all the information in the world. It's such a solid CT side from FaZe, and I feel like that's what's given them the edge over Falcons.
This is a point, though, for Falcons where they're going to really, it's a litmus test for their roster. Can you defeat a FaZe clan who is working with a tried and tested core as you are trying to integrate two pieces, very strong pieces in Magisk and NiKo, but ones that really we are still learning about the chemistry day by day. Otherwise, I feel like 𝘃𝑒𝑟rigan, this should be a map for him. All in all, I do think it's going to 3.
100%. I think I believe in FaZe. I believe in their Ancient. I feel map number 3 is 100% on the cards here.
Yeah, I mean, we will see if you are correct. And now we're going back over to our commentators, Sponge and Machine.
They're suggesting 3, Chatty B. What's your instinct when you see these two clashing map 2?
I think if you look at the history for FaZe on this map, like they're bringing up to the table, as well as that weak B defense that we'll be keeping our eyes on, it should spell a 3rd map.
I'm totally up for it. The first one was very entertaining. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Just, you know, never mind casting, but watching that. But yeah, FaZe versus Falcons, and Falcons a map to the good. There is a world, there is a universe where Falcons could secure a grand final. At the conclusion of Ancient, FaZe favorites to take us the distance. Let's get this pistol started. T-side for FaZe clan.
Everybody over towards B. Dexter starting alongside of Testis and had a 𝘃𝑠𝑖𝑛. Dual Berettas for Dexter. Smoke and a flash for 𝘃𝑠𝑖𝑛 to block. Into cave quite quickly. Here they come.
Okay, Dexter, this is the perfect weapon for the job. All weapons. Oh, double trouble. And there's one back. Brokey, that's clean onto Testis, and awkward for 𝘃𝑠𝑖𝑛, getting spammed at. Pressure from the ramp. They've taken the site. Will they retake this? The stats desk we're discussing implies it's not going to happen. Every beep, every tick of the clock, making it further away. NiKo still smoked off for another 5 seconds. Brokey, though, overextends. 𝘃𝑠𝑖𝑛 double. What? Ready for Frozen.
𝘃𝑠𝑖𝑛
Take a look at the bomb. 𝘃𝑒𝑟rigan, do you call their bluff? You go to check, and oh my god, he could have hit NiKo one more time. One more bullet, it became attainable.
A nice try, nice
Falcons
try.
will leave with a CT pistol and a B-site retake.
Okay, well, that's their first pistol of the series so far. Probably should have been their second, but we'll forget again how Dust 2 started. They ended up winning that map, so it's all good in the hood. Desk also discussing the vibes between the two of them right there. A bit of an odd couple, in my opinion.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Look, as long as the vibes are high, some of the issues that I think we might come into for the Falcons CT side defense is 𝙂𝙀 being the mid defender and having to play around the smokes, mollies, and flashes.
Really nice sequence out of 𝘃𝑧𝙗, clean.
Yeah, beautiful work from him. But once we get into the rifles, I think it's better if we do see Falcons. Oh,
hang on.
Got a bit of a tech. Oh. Get this one sorted, not live. But yeah, once we do get underway with the rifle rounds, I think with the way we saw Falcons play in one of their more recent ancient games where they were playing off of middle. 𝙂𝙀 was staying behind the red smoke. They were jumping up to donut. They weren't just running in and taking that collision, right? And with that, you have to hope that the timing of the flashes is good, or you're turning them, or right, maybe they're not scaling out with all the players. So I think it takes away a bit of the risk. Now, sure, you don't get the territory. Tech issue sorted. It's not the all-in from FaZe. They've actually kept some residual cash even after the plant. Lurksmoke lands on B. If you're Falcons, you're probably expecting a full force.
Yeah, well, Frozen's going to show up, and you're going to assume it is when this AK-47.
Yeah, we'll have to give that one up. So Lurksmoke negated by one of the CT zone to block. Still got 3 to work with.
So realistically for FaZe, you know, they could be jumping up ledge, they could be getting info, they could be walking A main. There's so much commitment.
When you're against a force buy, it's very unlikely that the CTs are going to do the full press forward.
Right.
Unless they want to go all in mid and all in B lane and then just hope that they beat you right there and then. But anti-eco approach is something a little bit more like this.
And playing anti-eco successfully, 𝘃𝑧𝙗 gets the info, spots the AK and removes it. Okay, 𝘃𝑧𝙗, this is his cave. And 𝙁𝙧 just about puts him down. Immediate trade out of 𝙂𝙀. And a comfortable close bomb under his feet. And he's not reloading. He's got a USP and he wants the frag. The smoke actually says otherwise. He'd like the round.
Well,
that's what he'd like.
Might be going down regardless. The jump up from Magisk, the MP9 in hand, and 4 staying alive with an AK brought through.
Thank you for the gift, 𝙂𝙀 says.
Yeah, I think if you bring in the AK, you're hoping for maybe a little bit more than just 1 kill. But still, should see them into a rifle round now. 𝘃𝙀, the one who dropped the AK over towards Frozen, will have to work with something a little bit lighter. Broke into a 𝙁𝙗𝙗 to facilitate utility. So we'll call this one rifle round number 1. Still with a couple of omissions, so hardly a full buy. Falcons, though, strapped to the teeth. Let's see how they want to go with this CT mid defense. That's what I'm going to be keeping my eyes on. So yeah, Magisk out towards donut. 𝙂𝙀 out towards the cubby, tucked in for now.
Big opportunity for 𝙂𝙀. That's an important trade from Frozen, but 𝙁𝙧, his time is cut short in round 3. That's big. Wow, 𝘃𝑧𝙗, how's he done that immediately?
0
Pulls
to
them
how?
into a 4-man versus 3.
They lost the
even
pistol,
brought low.
then
𝘃𝑧𝙗 is just back in his aim
lost
in
the
this
second.
one. He believes he'll pull the trigger first, and well, Rain does onto 𝘃𝑧𝙗.
Nice find.
Is there a gap up to B? Yeah, it is a possibility. 𝘃𝑧𝙗 has to respect that.
Yeah, but look where the bomb is right now, so there's not going to be the full commitment from FaZe. Rain's the B extremity player. Frozen will be joining 𝙁𝙧 for some of these mid jaunts, depending on spawns. 𝙁𝙀 and 𝘃𝙀 to try and set them up. We settle in towards the mid round. swagisluv and a Molotov to work with, and looks like they want to try and edge over towards an A split. So Frozen likely to activate late. CT smoke lands. 𝙁𝙗𝙗 will look for some information. So it's all going to come down to timing. A block smoke of their own design from Falcons. They'd love to get some space. Unawares of what's around the corner because they gave up middle.
Yeah, undeterred by that A main smoke.
Time will become the biggest issue, 30 seconds.
And nade could have been an issue for Broke. He gets away with it on 18 points of health.
I feel like Frozen has to play early in this.
He is starting to move. 𝙁𝙗𝙗 acknowledges that potential, but with only 8 bullets in the mag, it feels like, yeah, if he goes on the reload, 𝘃𝑧𝙗 just walks on in, gets a jump scare. Frozen's in spawn, but 𝙁𝙗𝙗 delivers.
Round over.
What a double from 𝙁𝙗𝙗. There's actually a little bit of a conversation. He's got 7 bullets, 5 points. Oh, 𝙁𝙗𝙗's just running away. What are they doing? In his hands. An unwinnable round delivered to FaZe Clan's door. It's Frozen with a smirk on his face. And
why
4
he's not
kills
hiding?
in the round.
𝙁𝙗𝙗 is not hiding.
How's that one gotten out of control? Another one of these. You just have to wonder what's going through the comms. He's in CT spawn. He doesn't have any time to get into the site and get the bomb down. Literally just stay alive. Look, 16, 15. So you got a player tucked in temple. Why?
I don't know.
Look where the bomb is. It's towards the big box. So you could have just parked more passively in donut if you were Magisk. What's happened there?
𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 wants a brawl. He's not happy with the way that round was stolen from them. 𝘋𝙀🙗 does eat that flashbang. That's a full face. 𝙂𝙀𝙗, you have got 2 bullets, mate.
There's been a couple of these situations.
He loves
where,
it.
Yeah, look, I'll just go low ammo.
Yeah, you can make it work.
Well,
2 taps to the head.
advantage right now. You need to make up for this. You did on the first map. 𝘋𝙀🙗 will just get info on block, and
I'll do.
That's a little bit skew-it.
𝙂𝙀𝙗 worse for wear, 30 points of health. Rotation on its way. In fact, Magisk and Dexter scampering over, and it's the right call now because 𝙂𝙀𝙗 and 𝘋𝙀🙗 fall in unison. Dexter has arrived, as has Magisk, but still this conversation favors FaZe. Oh, only for a moment. Dexter's spam does change the dialogue. Edging the smoke, actually pushing the smoke. No way Magisk can handle that. But what about this from Tessus? Oh, whoa, wow. Wallbang works both ways.
Bell run.
Both ways.
He's going to give this a look.
He is. Yeah, he's definitely looking a bit raunchy for it, but realizes perhaps the better of the 2 decisions is to bring an AK into that CT side. With 𝙂𝙀𝙗 on your team?
I'm still trying to recover. Well, hey, look, we're not talking about that. I'm still trying to recover from the last round.
Yeah.
Frozen in spawn at 14 seconds. Sure, you can give Dexter over, right? Like, he's pinned in temple. He probably gets run down, but why don't they just play the bomb? I can't quite wrap my head around that. Maybe they get one funky round to map. So Dust 2 was the pistol round.
Yeah, okay. The Falcons guarantee.
This was, what, was it a 1v3 at the point that Frozen made that kill? Maybe it was a 2v3 before that kill came in, but either way.
Yeah, because Dexter got one main after.
Yeah, still having a tough time piecing that one together. So what could have been a nice little 3-0 start for Falcons is now a 2-2 tied scoreline. And what is just going to be that save to AK? I'm sure Tessus is going to hold on to that himself. Maybe a timeout into the next from Falcons just to settle in when the rifles come into their hands once more. But actually, hold up, there's a bit more of an investment than what I thought. This is interesting. Even players have bought all the way down to 0, so they are fighting for this. So this is just going to be some light investments around Tessus' saved AK, but MP9's utility, upgraded pistols. Falcons aren't giving this one up without a fight.
Well, a fight coming the way of Magisk. Does he block the smoke? Does he throw it too early? He's been very restrained.
2 guys on a read is good.
Miss Molly there. It will have to be cleared short.
Late cave smoke arrives.
Well, FaZe are just trying to feel this out, right? Because it likely, considering the finances, it should have just been the saved AK and maybe P250s. There's a bit more to deal with. So the more utility that they bait through, the picture that they're trying to piece together for Karrigan to be able to find a finish. So mid right now is the path of least resistance. They still have to molly the back, and they do.
Magisk has got a second smoke. That could prove very useful.
There's a H here for Karrigan to blow this open if he does block.
Blocked on Donut where there comes the pressure though. Magisk trying to tend to both fights simultaneously. It's so uncomfortable for Magisk. Oh, some damage, but no kills. Is that enough? Have they seen enough?
I think they should hold on to this. Look for exits, try and grab another AK if they can, but all in all, because of this weird investment from Falcons, should just be the save.
Yeah, Karrigan found the perfect finish there.
It was the HE to clear. Otherwise, they'll likely just get blocked, and if you're running through, it's
Nice
tougher.
call by Karrigan.
So the fact he had the
really good call.
answer to the block smoke, it does now get FaZe into the lead. Worst case for FaZe, you give over another weapon right now, so all in all, you're looking for safe exits. Still know that Tessus has the AK. Saw the MP9, so you're going to expect a few more upgrades. But you still go into the black box for the next round if you're FaZe. It's going to be more of the same of what we just saw. I don't think you should see anything too pacey. So go into a bit more of a default, feel them out, suss out the situation, look for the finish. So now it's 2,900 into the next. They can go for some extra bits and bobs of utility. Again, smokes to block. Again, they just have to hope to corral them. Might want to be more active with Tessus' AK this time. See if you can set him up for a fight. He's the cave player, but in a round like this, doesn't have to be starting there by any stretch of the imagination.
Straight out.
Nice line.
Well, no mollies or HEs. Why wouldn't you?
Stretching their legs, 𝙁𝙗𝙗 and Frozen. Partner up for mid-control. Rain makes his presence known with a nade into cave.
Also smoked Donut quite early, so they're going to apply pressure towards red. But I think you can be a bit more gambly, leave the gaps open. Oh, there you go.
Jinx.
That's the fight you're looking for.
Banging shot, takes down 𝐾𝙤𝙗. Okay, now it's going to be someone called upon to take this fight. From FaZe to equalize. Bomb going to get scooped up by 𝙁𝙗. Rain will have support.
So in a moment like this, you question, okay, does the rifle stay on the site where it just found the kill, or does it rotate around elsewhere looking for fights? And well, we can see the answer to that. Biggest problem with that frag. Oh, might catch a timing, 𝑇SSUS. No.
Oof, just slips away.
Well, grouped up now, and at the moment it is just 𝙍𝙗, but the quick rotation over the speedway, they're on their way. 𝑽2 lands on B, the support is coming. Good weapon for the job for 𝙍𝙗.
Yeah, I mean, going cave against what you know is likely some armored pistols.
5-7, no, please.
It could work out with the bait set. Trap, sprung, 𝙍𝙗 needs both! Oh, slips off the box, but there's 𝙍𝙗. 𝙁𝙗 spots out presence. The wallbang does not connect. A counter attempt from NiKo. Okay, comfortable. No one ready for NiKo's Degon alongside. Rain just about gets the first, but no bullets for the second. FALCONS, second time of asking, second bite of the cherry, and it's sweet.
Well, 𝙍𝙗, you're going to have to just look to him for the opener there, making things a little bit wobbly. And they used a lot of smokes if you're FaZe. They used one to extinguish because they're expecting a molly, so this wonky buy pattern the FALCONS have went for.
He had some time.
Actually cost them. There's the red smoke, there's the extinguish, and then they went for the donut smoke. That's 3. They only had one to cover short, so there were lots of options, and 𝙍𝙗 did well in the K position yet again. But both teams back in the buys.
Not sure.
This time it looks like it will be more direct from FaZe. Just 𝙁𝙍 selling something in mid.
Does look like a direct approach, and it is going to be a 𝙁𝙍 head-to-head with NiKo. Wins it out. Opening delivered by FaZe's new addition. 𝙍𝙗 retake B, playing short, was going to catch a timing, catch their cross. Rain, oh, he's so prepared, wins it out. Galil versus M4. 𝙍𝙗 has to play retake from cave side. He's going to maintain that control as the bomb is planted. Do they even look at this?
Well, 𝙁𝙍's already looking for the save.
Okay.
He's just patrolling middle at the moment, and once the penny drops that, hey, they aren't coming for this, there's no noise, there's no spam frozens. Work that out right now. He's just picked D. There you go. Boom. Trying to look for something. They've gone fishing. Now these two going to try and hold on to their goods. 𝙍𝙗 and 𝙍𝙗. 𝙍𝙗 has actually just bought them a bit of space by pushing in towards A main, so the two of them can burrow in there.
Would you say you're seeing discomfort in NiKo's mid right now?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he should be playing so forward, and he's not doing what you see from other mid players running in directly behind those mollies because the way the meta's adjusted right now.
Right, you see the run
There's 2 moments he's gotten caught in you know, that limbo period near the little cubby.
Yeah.
And that's only his first opening death, right? So that doesn't look ideal, especially because it was just 𝙁𝙍 there. His support, you know, wasn't 2 players in spawn throwing the flash. He didn't have someone behind him to trade. It was just 𝙁𝙍 on his own. Because of the round that they won in the previous, they're more than comfortable to get out another bite. Vidor smoke, elbow smoke in the sky.
More passive stance from NiKo this time, sticks to red room.
And no red smoke from the T's.
Yeah, interesting. You can just maintain info on that. Might get a head-to-head and a missed shot from 𝙁𝙗. 𝙍𝙗, lucky to be alive.
That was a hard shot.
They know he's pinned towards that side.
Yeah, good nade damage, chipping away 3 of the 5.
𝙍𝙗 can smoke that off from the long side, so when he does feel that there's a little bit of B pressure coming. But look at this, 𝙁𝙍 again just walking in the park of middle.
He's chilling.
No
and
donut
he actually
pressure.
has a lot of room, I think undetected. I think he caught a really nice timing on this.
So passive.
Yeah, 𝙍𝙗's tending to the potential red presence, and 𝐾𝙤𝙗 waltzing through A main. Is there a pivot here? Are they mid-rounding out of their lane?
I really don't think 𝙍𝙗 is aware of this.
No, I think this could be a bit of a jump scare for the AWP. Red Alum crouch. Okay, what? He gets a collateral. 𝙁𝙍. Can he redeem it? That was his responsibility onto red room, perhaps not communicated perfectly. 𝙍𝙗's AWP strikes. 1 bullet, 2 kills. 𝙍𝙗 holding on to A. 𝙁𝙍 trying to find him on that big box. He's ahead of the 𝘬𝙀. Good shot from 𝙁𝙍. Blocks out on the CT side. The bomb is on its way. Rain rushing to get that bomb planted. Fast flank in from 𝙍𝙗, 𝙍𝙗 to trade. Bomb to be planted, it's exposed. Rain can't get his gun out in time. Good supportive 𝘬𝙀. A chance for 𝙁𝙍 to be the hero. FaZe need him now. 2 remain, it's 𝙍𝙗 and NiKo. 𝙁𝙍's got him into the site. Can he get them out with a 5th round? Spots him out, but there's NiKo.
Nice try. Really nice try.
Ties us up 4 each.
Well, they didn't know about 𝙑𝙬𝙑, but they also didn't know about the 𝙑𝙑 double. The fact he gets the collat onto Frozen and 𝙑𝙑𝙑 right there. We were so focused on this man on the screen, and understandably so. The timing that he caught, they didn't smoke red. Nico rotates over to B. 𝙑𝙑 comes back to grab it, but in that time he was able to sneak out. So that gap actually worked against them because 𝙑𝙑 just posted up unawares. Ignorance is bliss in that situation.
Yeah, really. That's a perfect word to summarize it. He had no idea just how in trouble he was, and well, double kill. One pull of the trigger.
It's actually Falcons taking this.
They got lucky with the collateral on mid.
They're first to the map so far. There's still more than enough money for the buy, but likely just talking through this mid approach. And in the previous, as a holiday, they didn't smoke
FaZe has money, but...
So if Nico isn't playing aggressive, he's going to keep his nade, and he's going to hope to catch a timing by clearing that and taking the fight. So just removing it all together. There's a reason that AWP doesn't start in that position, because it's more smoked more often than not. It's the same as window on Mirage, right? So we'll have to see what FaZe open with this time round. Looks like an insta window is lined up from 𝙑𝙑𝙑. Cave window, elbow doors, standard opener.
Now they're fighting for mid.
Might even push this. Look how deep.
He's playing very close, very early. Tessus has some sort of vision. Yeah, late to react. Magisk, he's thinking about a fight. Ooh, okay, stays dynamic. And Tessus not ready for that angle. Great work from Rain. He's a master of his craft in that position. C or T. And hang on. Rain swings out. Magisk, despite being noted, will find a belated trade. Karrigan has 1 HP to work with as well. So an air of discomfort to both teams.
Witness play Kixon's fog on the site, so the rotation point needs to come back. Magisk is going to try and pick this up.
Yeah, Karrigan doesn't have the health, so comfortable collection.
It's one at a time right now.
Magisk's health, though, and blinded out. Wallbang connects. Frozen converts. The A side, or sorry, the B side is theirs. 𝙑𝙑 still on the A site, but Nico arrives just in time. We'll try and spam away behind that short smoke. Kixon confirms cave occupation.
Tough retake right now, but they've got a little bit of util for it. Kid in play, big fight now.
Oh, it's on to Kixon. They double him! Double swing, double headshot from Kixon. Okay! This is his cave once more. 3 rounds we've seen Kixon with multi-kills in that position. Zonic, understandably, giving him his moment. A little bit of spotlight on him for his holds and his frags.
Oh, that just tells you how uncomfortable FaZe are feeling in that situation. They're all on site. They don't have long control. They know that there's a player in cave, but that's one of the worst fights that you can possibly take. You're coming through a little doorway. So by trying to buy themselves some room into the post plan, they get thrust into an unfavorable duel. For that maybe they could have posted in cave and just held the doorway themselves. He would have had to have retaken at a certain moment, but 𝙑𝙑𝙑 and Frozen unable to get it done, and Kixon kicks it up a gear, puts Falcons in the lead, and also look at the money situation for FaZe. I'm going to have to just take a bit of a partial. Double mollies mid.
Yeah, missed elbow smoke. Nico has to throw out a second. And the flash is perfect. Magisk completely booked. Karrigan and 𝙑𝙑𝙑 combo. That's an important trade from the cave player. Tessus gets active, as does 𝙑𝙑, tested by a jump from Frozen. Shadow confirms a second body present. It's 𝙑𝙑𝙑's Deke. Swings out wide, baits the shot. 𝙑𝙑's not shy.
No need to get a move on, really, is there? Weapon advantage.
It was a nice kill in mid, but it's not looking like it's going to translate to much.
Yeah, if there was a push through heaven out of cave into what would have been a duel against Rain, then sure.
Can we get a timing on cave? Oh, we are going slow.
No, they actually aren't going to be aggressing. This could go one of two ways. They're faffing with nades, but Rain, one. Jump from the MP9 connects. It's Tessus active on the MP9. And 𝙑𝙑𝙑 spotted. It's fine from Tessus. He's so nimble.
Yeah, it looked frantic, didn't it? But beautiful work there from Tessus. 8 kills for him, 4 in the round. Doubles the kill total in what was one of the easier scenarios based off of the buy.
Still had its threat.
Yeah, and they all count, especially when you one map up. You're looking for that magic number.
This is not looking good.
Now 𝙑𝙑𝙑's reading his homework. Back underway with the rifles in hand. Harassing middle to make it look like a normal round.
Oh, now
Rain's not playing
A.
through the door smoke, so if there is aggressive lane presence from the likes of Falcons, they can get this info. So Kixon coming down, he's going to say nobody's home. His biggest worry is the pocket, and that puts a lot of pressure on A. So Magisk now rotating back over, will have the support of 𝙑𝙑𝙑. He blocks. Feels very telegraphed at the moment. FaZe aren't fighting middle. There's no spam over towards B.
𝘋𝙬 versus Rain having a bit of a standoff as well.
Rain given what he was looking for.
Yeah.
Rain is playing with the crowd.
Confirmed his presence. Still loses out, and now it's all kind of one direction.
This feels so flat. Look at the radar. Look how many bodies are there to deal with this.
Yeah, and they've just been blocked. It was an incendiary, then a smoke. Now they throw out their utility. 𝙂𝙀 going to be playing a passive position. It's unlikely he takes this fight unless the molly forces it. Oh, that's a bit too deep, the bounce. A second molly. Does 𝙂𝙀 still get to tuck in? Look at the spread. Look at the spread. 𝙂𝙀's unknown entity. There's no way they clear him. A golden opportunity for 𝙂𝙀 to go huge. The back's a turn. The spray connects. Falcons 7 with a map already in the bank. FaZe Clan falter.
You don't normally see such a telegraphed round coming out of FaZe. If I'm Neo, I'm taking the timeout just to let them think about that. That call.
What are we
A
playing?
little bit odd, and sure, you lose the opening death, the Rain over towards
Good
B,
night.
but you still commit to the A call.
Okay, good night.
You're going in blind. You know that they have the B lane.
Take care,
That's a really tough call that's been made from FaZe there. Sure, 4 rounds already, 5 they can definitely work with. So final round, first half about to get underway, but it's going to be pretty hodgepodge. I don't think we'll see an AK. Lots of Galils being invested upon right now. So Falcons. Strong showing from 𝘋𝙬, really propelling them at the moment. And then this was always done and dusted. 𝙂𝙀, it didn't even feel like it was that necessary. Everybody else was taking care of business. And 𝙍𝙬 getting fired up now. Another good map from him.
I don't know what is the idea behind that call. If it's not a fast
This time they're going to fight middle.
Flash is perfect. 𝙂𝙀 tries to extinguish, but yeah, completely booked.
Nice. Now we are playing
Every time
next
he's tried that
Wasteland.
position, he's been dealt with.
Just a little high. While blind, couldn't hit the smoke. Onto the flame.
Well, still, omissions for FaZe. How do they piece this one together?
Well, there's a good start. Tessus finds a lesion. 𝘾𝑎rrigan's going to lose the bomb here to the AWP. Bomb under 𝘋𝙬's control if he chooses to do so. The smoke implies he might try and fight for doors. 𝙍𝙬's got the line, though. That bomb is theirs, and despite the loss of 𝙂𝙀, looks pretty favorable for the Falcons.
Great line for 𝙍𝙬. Should be good for another. Smoke fading, that might change the dialogue. Need to shift back into something more passive.
Dexter will hit this.
The uncrouch from Brokey, and oh, it's a hard shot to hit, but not for 𝙍𝙬. Not with that playoff buff. And there's Magisk clean with it. 8, and it must feel good for Falcons. Touching distance now of their first grand final.
Yeah, you can tell he's a momentum-based player, can't you? Loves it on the stage, loves getting fired up, bringing the energy. 2 of them sitting down the end, 𝘋𝙬 in the middle, and then the Danish duo on the other side. But on the other side of the server, FaZe, only 4 rounds to boast. And one of them was after that absolute fumble where they gave Frozen the clutch.
It's the Falcons' move, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. We'll lull them into a false sense of security, and then we'll snap back.
I mean, we're talking like undisputed pundit favorite FaZe. Down a map, down 8-4 on the half as we swap sides.
And look, I want to point, I don't want to point fingers, but now that they flick on over, there is going to be a lot of conversations to be had about the defense. When I look at this team, if you're going to give Frozen and 𝙑𝙫 everything they want in the positions that they have,
yes,
then they are the 2 players that have to deliver. Right now, 𝙑𝙫 at the top of the scoreboard with 9, sure. Frozen had the clutch, okay. Well, now you need to be in that driver's seat. You need to be able to deliver some big moments.
Yeah, I mean, when you're kind of put in the discussion of one of the highest caliber players, a massive signing, a golden opportunity to do things that were never really obtainable. You're in that FaZe jersey now, 𝙑𝙫, and this, well, it starts now. A 4 rounds discrepancy and a smoke red to start their T-pistol off. 𝙂𝙀 leading the pack out mid.
There's only 1 player in donut. So if the finish is A, which as we can see with X-Ray, doesn't look to be the case.
Or B.
Fake mid presence and hope they walk up ramp. Magisk tries to spot them out. Does bait the shot out of range. He's lining up for the long molly. Ooh, gets away with just
𝘋𝙬's gonna go.
War wound. Progressing into cave. These dual Berettas are going to be tested. 𝙀𝙀 empty-handed, but Rain, good work for 1. 𝙍𝙬 in the feed. Rain only the 1 more extra onto 𝙍𝙬. It's still looking up for debate. Bomb plant's huge. 𝙂𝙀, well aware that he could get closed in on, has cover from 𝘋𝙀🙟. He's really scared to plant this bomb, has no info, and the answer's on Cave. And there's the shot, confirmation of presence, knows he can't get walked on now. Covered by 𝘋𝙀🙟, but closing the gap is 𝐾𝙤𝙗. Couple of shots hit into the buttocks. 4 bullets left, he can work with that, only 2 targets. And 𝐾𝙤𝙗, oh, nails him, out-aims 𝙂𝙀 for this retake. Compulsory pistol here for FaZe. It's Frozen and 𝐾𝙤𝙗 and 𝘋𝙀🙟 with just 1 point of health. Just everything screams that this is going to be a FaZe Clan round. The 10-second defuse being sat, and he's dead. Sat on his ass by 𝐾𝙤𝙗.
Stressful though. Smoke actually makes that feel a little bit more awkward, right? Sure, you can be on that defuse, but if he gets the kill, then he's away. Do you chase him? What do you do? Bomb goes down. It should see Falcons go into a force buy, but still sketchy stuff. Some good trade work. Didn't start great. Brokey couldn't connect the dots. Tessus gets that opening. Trade him back and forth.
Yeah, 𝐾𝙤𝙗 plays a big role there. 3 kills. Puts his total up to 5. He just got more kills in that pistol than he did in that whole first half.
Slow start from him on Dust 2 as well, but then in the second half started to get activated, having some pivotal moments. Here's the force for Falcons. 2 Galils, Deagle, Tech9 and a Scout. Shouldn't be in too much of a rush with this one. Want to allow the CTs to use their protocol utility. That's exactly what they're doing. Doors blocked. Hobo as well, and
desperately need the conversion, but no one is playing
their number in the fake department on Dust 2. Do you think if he can manipulate them once more?
That's the thing, as mentioned, the anti-force, anti-eco setup, you shouldn't play too far forward for information. So here comes the fake. Does it force the rotation from Frozen or a 𝙬𝙬?
Still stay 3B.
Pretty weak fake.
Frozen, yeah, he's not buying it. Not buying what 𝘋𝙀🙟's selling.
He spotted.
𝙬𝙬 though. Isaa's first, forced away. A dink has been hit. Galil puts him low. Access to the bomb site now. Tessus has that bomb. And Frozen, stubborn, doesn't expecting 𝙂𝙀𝙗's progression. Spam from 𝙬𝙬 doesn't connect, but the bullets from 𝙂𝙀𝙗 do. Swivels around. A walk on the smoke is crazy from 𝐾𝙤𝙗, thinking about it, thinks twice. Look at their health.
3v3, they can pause. Bomb needs to go down.
Fake, he's so terrified of this smoke push. He's right to do it. It's going to fade. 𝙬𝙬's going to be exposed, but oh my goodness, 𝘋𝙀🙟, that's a great find. Especially considering 𝙬𝙬 only has 10 points of health. Next Scout, essentially an AWP versus a 𝙬𝙬.
Yeah, Rain needs to go. Rain needs to go big.
𝘋𝙀🙟! Stunning work from 𝘋𝙀🙟 here on Ancient. He's making a statement in the semi-final.
They're not
rushing
budging.
this. 20 seconds. They will be having to hasten up now. Bomb on the back of 𝙂𝙀𝙗. And now Dexter. He goes down. It's up to 𝘋𝙀🙟.
Nice
it's all 𝘋𝙀🙟 in that one. Massive work from him. 𝙂𝙀🙗 short a couple of frags, but it's 𝘋𝙀🙟 with impact on the Galil.
I said a weak fake, but literally the backpedal from Frozen and just they come out A main and scale across. If he was going to stay over towards default, he would have had a stronger angle to work with behind the bomb boxes, but he transitions back to spawn, and as he does so, they make their way out of
now
A main.
Only a FaZe
So
magical comeback can save FaZe now.
Able to get them jittery, and understandably so.
We need that
in
FaZe
trouble.
magic.
And under pressure, you can tell by the second tactical timeout that's being caused. The money, well, that's the biggest of the problems, isn't it? You win the pistol,
no money,
you lose the follow-up,
you
get the 1,400 loss bonus, you're on the CT side. Doesn't give you much to work with whatsoever. You have to be a hell of a comeback into this game, or you're going to have to get fortunate in a round like this. So what type of opening? Because if you're Falcons, you don't need to go pedal to the metal. You can just set up, allow the initial CT gambit to come to you, and then finish the round with your util and weaponry advantage. Tessus does have a MAC-10 and postured over towards B. We want to see if he wants to take a duel early. Just standard mid-harass utility, nothing crazy.
Looks like the CTs are going to walk A main.
Walking A main, interesting call.
Oh, 𝐾𝙤𝙗. Actually, 𝙂𝙀𝙗 head-to-head with a 𝙬𝙬. He wins that one comfortably. There's the head-to-head in Cave. 𝙂𝙀𝙗, will he overlook this from the sound? Rain in Cave, signature move. 𝙂𝙀𝙗 ready for it.
And they know 𝐾𝙤𝙗 was there as well, so more information for Falcons to work with. Low on HP, they will just have to gamble one of these sites. So now we're going to turn to 𝘋𝙀🙟 again, who's been having a great map, 14 for 7. Feels like this was one of the maps where he really put his name on the map with Apex oh so long ago. And we've seen some good calling on this map from him throughout the tournament as well. Sure, it's been a whole lot more missed for them, but 14 for 6 for 𝙂𝙀𝙗, 15 for 7 for Dexter, 14 for 7 for 𝘋𝙀🙟, and the three of them contributing. Magisk and Tessus just along for the ride at the moment. B bomb site empty, bomb will go down, and round should be secured. And that third map, starting to feel like a hope right now. This one might simmer out with the Falcons. 2-0. Mals are waiting.
Falcons have beaten Mals once already. Conversation for tomorrow if they keep this up.
Best of 5 final. And Train in the picture.
Ooh.
All right, well, they're just going to try and hold on to these investments, sure. And if you're that of Falcons, you can allow it. You don't need to get ahead of yourself. And this would be a massive win and the best time to break FaZe's streak on Ancient. They kicked off the year at Bounty with a win over M80. 𝙁𝙗𝙗 took down Big and G2 on Ancient. They come in here to Cluj and they've taken down 𝙁 twice and Mals once. Now 𝙁, 6 rounds over 2 maps, not really too much resistance whatsoever. But this is the early stages of a new season. As mentioned, new rosters, new faces, and just trying to put together your map pools. There's been some criticism around FaZe in terms of some of the positions, and we were discussing, you know, 𝙁𝙗𝙗 getting the preferential positions in the team, Rain conceding some of that. And right now, FaZe's shortcomings are being shown. Nothing really inspiring confidence on the stage.
What's especially notable about that is that Rain was always seen like as a bit of a rock when the rest of the players were absent. Yeah, he was so comfortable in his positions.
Yeah,
he could
definitely on a map like Nuke, right? Which is one that when we saw in the last foray, he's actually been moved into that door position. Fortunately for them, no Nuke in this series.
And shouldn't be much to be said about this one. An 11th round that should just be a casual putt.
Essentially now we're priming ourselves for a crazy comeback from FaZe. Which wouldn't be the first time.
We've had one today.
That's true. If you call up for the first series, Astralis versus Mals, it definitely delivered. I think going into this,
hoping they
Mals eliminated. Sorry, Mongols eliminated. There you go. Clean up Cluj.
Lovely.
No EF. FaZe the favorites. And then might be getting deleted by Falcons right here and now.
It does just feel like with every round, Falcons are shifting the definition, shifting the expectation.
Yeah, we want to seize an opportunity like this. Third event of the season, 1.25 million. That's the prize pool.
Yeah.
Pick up a big victory. It's great for the confidence, the run. It's for that major. And sure, the VRS points as a conversation as well. The cutoff being April 7. You want to make sure that you're within the top 10 of Europe.
6 rounds
May as well burn that last time out of the
away.
FaZe right now. Look at what their buy is. FAMAS is in the mix. This one is feeling done.
Would have to be one hell of a comeback. 𝙁𝙗𝙗, one of the players equipped with the FAMAS. Nico looks like he wants to bring the fight. He wants to end this in here and now. Takes matters into his own hands in a messy spray.
Spray and pray.
Not going to be answered. Well, there's a start. Frozen gives them a gift. Kicks and lines up for long util. 3 players reside. Karrigan, 1 kill here would be instrumental. He'll be challenged by 𝙤𝙗𝙗.
No.
Cycling through his nades, needs to keep his gun out, and now it's up to Karrigan. Oh, the transfer! Oh, it's Magisk instead. 𝙁𝙗𝙗 swings out, 𝙤𝙗𝙗 just holds down the trigger. It's Magisk,
Why are
good
we pulling
work,
nades?
supporting. As the path is forged and the round soon to be won, unless Rain can save them. Rain and Frozen. Nothing from Rain. It will all be onto Frozen, but with 7 points of health, there is no way in. Falcons have already had 1 fumble, and now with 11, essentially 12. Just 7 points of health away.
Surely not.
Kit to be scooped. Post plant solid. Kixon's actually going for a rather ambitious reroute. So it is a 1v1 versus Magisk if he gets the hard clear, which he doesn't. 12 for Falcons, 1 round away from their grand final. Start their season with a bang.
This is just fizzling out now. This is very flat from FaZe. Came in today, again, as the favorites left in the tournament. They won 6 on the trot in 2025 on this map with 𝙁𝙗𝙗 in the team. You're thinking, okay, map number 3 is a certainty, and there's the final timeout. Well, right now you only have the 2,900 loss bonus. Could have used it in the last. Could have used it to set yourself up, discuss what you're going to do in the rifle round. Instead, it falls flat. You don't really put up any resistance. You get the opening kill short, but that's because 𝙂𝙀𝙗 let ya. Couldn't connect the dots on the kill. Looked extremely scrappy. They walk into B. 𝘃 looks, I don't want to say dejected, but maybe a bit checked out of this situation.
This was not on my bingo card. Sure, Dust 2, but Ancient, you've already highlighted this is a strength of the FaZe Clan roster, and right now, a meager 5. 7 consecutive demanded of FaZe. It starts now, or it ends. Interesting call out of 𝘃𝙬. Look at this. So 𝙂𝙀𝙗 has mid control, and immediately I can see 5 Falcons starting to congregate.
They don't have any space. No B lane pressure, no mid pressure. Sure, they have a main, but that's the longest rotation point from what we can see right now.
Yeah, that smoke won't last forever.
Precisely.
Tugs.
𝘃𝙗 can block again, and just has. It's only a matter of time.
Oh, he sees him. He's communicating that information. Just tries to force him into a fight. Does some chip damage. 66 for 𝙤𝙗. That's another smoke to block. Do they really want to throw their plans in the bin? Or will they simply wait? Good tags there. 𝙁 catches a bit of flack.
The thing is, if you just apply a little bit of pressure towards it, make it look like an execute, FaZe are going to heavily rotate. They don't really have any options, right? They need to get over there. So now 𝙂𝙀𝙗 trying to get them a little bit more space to work with. We've still got 45 seconds left on the clock. Donut stays an option. 𝙁𝙗 extinguishes. It's all a ruse.
Yeah, but 𝙂𝙀𝙗 will have sightline on that. Up close, perfect from 𝙁𝙗.
Well, they're going into the stack. They have to. 30 seconds now.
Okay, FaZe, this is looking promising. 𝙤𝙗 shadow commits to the spray. It's lovely from Rain. And it needed to be a 𝘃𝙬 frag to keep the conversation alive. Magisk's got the cross, doesn't go down. Nice adjustment. 𝙁and Frozen spamming away. Somehow Magisk is still alive, but only for a moment. As the 6th is secured by FaZe Clan. I can't help but feel that 𝙁𝙗 confirming that it was just one man in Donut really helped them sit on their haunches, prepare, dig your heels in, and convert.
It's the Rain double, right? The fact he gets 2 from that situation is fantastic. They were good up the ramp before. He catches them while they're still on the bottleneck, but this is going to be hard work. It's not going to be easy whatsoever.
Crowd are calling it.
It's a great kill. It establishes, okay, there's not much more pressure. It's pretty quiet, but it's this one right here.
Yeah, how does his MP9 work?
They still are able to get 2 more kills on the way in, right? So you can see just how scary it would have been if Renly gets 1 and done.
Sure.
There's still heaps of cash to work with. So another buy. The next will be in question, depending on plants or saves.
At least needs to go big every round.
Double molly.
And Rain.
Heavy barrage of utility. Boosted orb with a nade right on his face, and he sticks around! Lovely work from Dexter. They threw the kitchen sink at him.
Are they going to accelerate? No, they are not accelerating.
Oh, Frozen, wow. Onto Magisk. With some CT aggression of his own.
He can also clear out A main.
He's going to do a lot of info as well as an clawback kill.
Oh, well, now you can keep these 3 players on B. 𝙁continuing to harass. Doesn't look scared. Maybe he should be. 𝘂𝙁𝙗 for the execute.
3 guys on
contact.
Okay, well, that's a test for 𝘃𝙗 then, and then a swing out of 𝙁𝙗. 𝙁 close by. ＮiKo, though, trying to forge the path, the pre-aim, the pre-fire. Lovely work from 𝘃𝙗, but 𝙤𝙗 does one better. 𝙁𝙗, the unknown entity, needs 2 here, and he's nearly got enough. 𝘃𝙗 too strong today. Top fragger in
looks
the
like
server.
a GG.
𝘃𝙗 versus FaZe Clan in a semi-final.
18 HP.
Frozen, the last to fall, or the one to save FaZe. It's 𝘃𝙗's day! Calls the shots, and Falcons soar to the grand finals. A 2-0 versus the favorite for the tournament.
This is the best roster this organization has ever put forward.
GG's.
A big event grand final. The first for Dexter. And this Falcons' failure to launch no more. Soaring into the grand final. MOUZ await tomorrow. A best of 5. 1.25 million. The lion's share go into the victor. And they've taken down a household name. 2-0 against FaZe Clan on the stage.
Gonna have to put a bit of thought as well for that one. It did look uncomfortable on Ancient. Still integrating a new player, but you know the expectations are incredibly high with such pedigree as FaZe Clan.
They waltz through a group stage for once.
FaZe is going to play third place decider tomorrow, and
not put through their paces, not tested, but Falcons flourish.
And who's else going to play? It was Mouse versus
Falcons.
I forgot the other
made
team.
it to the finals, besting FaZe 2-0 in this one. And Dexter, I got to ask you, because from your times on Spirit, going into OG, now here on the Falcons as well, you have never made a big event grand final. You finally done it. What do you want to say?
Tomorrow.
First of all, guys, I love you. Thank you so much for your support. You're an amazing crowd. Thank you. We didn't expect that you're gonna cheer for us, but it's so nice. It's first time ever in my life that someone cheering for me on the crowd. I'm always adapted to play against. Thank you. Second thing, thank you so much everyone who is in our team. I love you all, guys. You are amazing. That's how I feel. I really appreciate everyone in my team. They're insane. I'm almost crying. I need to stop.
You're buzzing, and you deserve it because you fought hard for it. And you were a big reason in able to take this one over the line. I'm going to come and take your mind back to Dust2 on this, because you're 10-7 down. It looks like you might lose your pick, the Dust2 you've been trying to go for again and again. You switch things up, you start to move around and fight more on the CT side. Did you always believe you could make that kind of a comeback?
There was no chance that our team wouldn't believe in that. There is no chance. It's Falcons. We are believing in that always.
It's lovely to hear this, isn't it? And on top of that, I want to talk about the man to the side of you, Nico, right? It seems like you two are building a good relationship on this team at the same time. You can see his belief in you when you're pulling off some crazy moments. What's that like for you?
I mean, it means a lot for me when he came and I started to talk with him. I invited him to talk with me, and I told him, I would really like to learn something from you, because for me you were always idol. When I was not even pro, I was watching him, and for me it means a lot when he supports me or helping me or giving me a trust. I always saying that to him.
And that's a man I would definitely trust as well. Nico is one to do it all. Now for you guys, you're entering into the grand final tomorrow to take on Mouse. I know you're hyped up and buzzing right now, but how confident do you feel in your map pool going into a best of 5 for that?
I mean, I'm looking confident. I don't want to say that I have overconfidence in us or in our team. I think we're gonna do our best. That's basically all what I can say. I don't know even right now what map's gonna be, so it's really hard for me to answer your question. But we're gonna do our best. That's what I am confident at.
Well, I'm sure the crowd will believe in you as well. Guys, give it up for Dexter and Team Falcons!
GG. See you guys tomorrow, guys.
Yeah, great scenes there. You can see very emotional Dexter, but obviously, as we talked
Tomorrow,
about
9:30.
on this panel, this is a player. It was getting into
Make sure to like
what-if
and subscribe
territory.
if you like
We
the
didn't
stream.
know if he was going to be able to live out his dreams and accomplish
Good
what
night.
he could with the talent he had. He's one step away now from winning a trophy with a lineup, playing alongside one of his favorite players, who apparently is now mentoring him, Maui.
371 days. That's how long Dexter was away from professional play. He comes back to Heroic.